solutions so that there is growth in this sector without any kind of hindrance. And in a short while from now, we will have our Honorable Minister, sir, with us. So I request everyone to kindly take up their seats, please. And a humble request to each one of you to kindly put your mobile phones on silent mode or vibrating mode. I repeat, kindly put your mobile phones on silent mode or vibrating mode. आप सभी से नम्र निवेदन है कि आप अपना मोबाइल फ़ोन वाइब्रेटिंग मोड पर या साइलेंट मोड पर रख दीजिए। धन्यवाद। There are a few tables which are empty in the front rows, so you can please come forward and take up your seats. On the left-hand side of the dais, there are empty tables. You can occupy the places there. Thank you.
વિજ્ઞાન આધારિત આત્મનિર્ભર ભારતના માનનીય પ્રધાનમંત્રી શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીના ધ્યેય મંત્રને ચરિતાર્થ કરવા માનનીય મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈ પટેલના માર્ગદર્શન અને માનનીય મંત્રી શ્રી જીતુભાઈ વાઘાણીના નિરંતર પ્રયાસો થકી ગુજરાતમાં જન જન સુધી પહોંચ્યો છે વિજ્ઞાન અને ટેકનોલોજીનો પ્રચાર પ્રસાર. વિજ્ઞાનને સર્વસુલભ બનાવવા હેતુ ઐતિહાસિક નગરી પાટણને આંગણે આકાર પામ્યું છે ગુજરાત કાઉન્સિલ ઓફ સાયન્સ એન્ડ ટેકનોલોજીની અનોખી પહેલ સમૂહ રિજનલ સાયન્સ સેન્ટર. જ્ઞાન સાથે મનોરંજન પીરસતી વિજ્ઞાનની આ અનોખી દુનિયા બનશે મુલાકાતીઓ માટે અનેરો અહેસાસ. કેફેટેરિયા સહિતની સુવિધાઓથી સજ્જ રિજનલ સાયન્સ સેન્ટર લોકો માટે બનશે વિજ્ઞાનને નજીકથી જોવાનું, જાણવાનું અને અનુભવવાનું એક ઉત્તમ સ્થળ. હવે વિજ્ઞાન બનશે જન જનના જીવનનો ભાગ અને આત્મનિર્ભર ગુજરાતના સંકલ્પથી પ્રશસ્ત થશે આત્મનિર્ભર ભારતના નિર્માણનો માર્ગ. તો આપ ક્યારે આવો છો? રિજનલ સાયન્સ સેન્ટર પાટણ, એક અનોખી વિજ્ઞાનની દુનિયા.
સુશાસનને એક નવી વ્યાખ્યા આપવા અને માનનીય પ્રધાનમંત્રી શ્રી નરેન્દ્ર મોદીના ડિજિટલ ઇન્ડિયાના સપનાને સાકાર કરવા ગુજરાતના દૂરદર્શી મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી ભૂપેન્દ્ર પટેલના માર્ગદર્શન હેઠળ રાજ્યના સાયન્સ એન્ડ ટેકનોલોજી વિભાગ દ્વારા અમલમાં મૂકવામાં આવ્યો છે ઈ સરકાર પ્રોજેક્ટ, જે રાજ્યની હાલની વહીવટી કાર્ય પદ્ધતિને ઝડપી, સરળ અને સંપૂર્ણપણે પેપરલેસ બનાવશે. આ એપ્લિકેશન સચિવાલયના વિભાગો, ખાતાના વડાની કચેરીઓ, કલેક્ટર કચેરી અને ડીડીઓ કચેરી જેવી જિલ્લા કક્ષાની તેમજ તાલુકા કક્ષાની કચેરીઓ સુધી કાર્યરત થશે. ઈ એપ્લિકેશન હેઠળ સરકાર માટે પત્ર વ્યવહાર વ્યવસ્થાપન, ફાઇલ્સનું વ્યવસ્થાપન, વર્કફ્લો ઓટોમેશન, દસ્તાવેજોની જાળવણી, મીટિંગ મેનેજમેન્ટ, સર્ક્યુલર મેનેજમેન્ટ, MIS રિપોર્ટ તેમજ આ એપ્લિકેશનથી લીગલ કેસ મેનેજમેન્ટ, ઓડિટ તેમજ રેકોર્ડ મેનેજમેન્ટ પણ સરળ બનશે. નાગરિકો આ એપ્લિકેશનનો ઉપયોગ RTI હેઠળ અરજી કરવી, લોક ફરિયાદ કરવી તથા મુલાકાત માટે સમય મેળવવો જેવી નાગરિકલક્ષી સેવાઓ માટે પણ કરી શકશે. આ એપ્લિકેશન અત્યંત સરળ અને સુરક્ષિત છે, જેના અમલથી રાજ્યમાં ઈ શાસન અને સુશાસનના એક નવા યુગની શરૂઆત થશે. આધુનિક શાસનનો નવો અવતાર, ઈ-સરકાર પ્રોજેક્ટ.
भारत में डिजिटल इंडिया का अभियान नागरिक सशक्तिकरण की एक नई क्रांति का संचार कर रहा है. डिजिटल इंडिया का ये सपना प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के सफल नेतृत्व में हो रहा है साकार.
डिजिटल इंडिया, जब मैं डिजिटल इंडिया कहता हूं तब ये बड़े लोगों की बात नहीं है, एक गरीब के लिए है. अगर ब्रॉडबैंड कनेक्टिविटी से हिंदुस्तान के गांव जुड़ते हैं और गांव के आखिरी छोर की स्कूल में अगर हम लॉन्ग डिस्टेंस एजुकेशन दे सकते हैं, आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि हमारे उन गांव के बच्चों को कितनी अच्छी शिक्षा मिलेगी. सामान्य मानवी की रोजमर्रा की चीजें, आपके हाथ में मोबाइल फोन है, अपने मोबाइल से वो बैंक अकाउंट ऑपरेट करे, गरीब आदमी वो सरकार से अपनी चीजें मांग सके, वो अपनी अर्जी पेश करे, अपना सारा कारोबार अपने चलते चलते मोबाइल गवर्नेंस के द्वारा कर सके. और ये अगर करना है तो हमें डिजिटल इंडिया की ओर जाना है.
भारत नेट प्रोजेक्ट भारत सरकार द्वारा डिजिटल भारत के लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने हेतु प्रारंभ की गई महत्वाकांक्षी योजना, जिसका ध्येय है देश की 2.5 लाख से भी अधिक ग्राम पंचायतों और प्रशासन को आपस में फाइबर कनेक्टिविटी के माध्यम से हाई स्पीड ब्रॉडबैंड द्वारा जोड़कर डिजिटल हाईवे की स्थापना. भारत नेट मिशन के प्रथम चरण में BBNL यानी भारत ब्रॉडबैंड नेटवर्क लिमिटेड द्वारा गुजरात की 6,600 ग्राम पंचायतों को ब्रॉडबैंड से जोड़ा गया और दूसरे चरण में बाकी की ग्राम पंचायतों को जोड़ने के लिए गुजरात सरकार ने मेक इन इंडिया विजन के तहत स्थापित किया एक स्पेशल पर्पस व्हीकल GFGNL यानी गुजरात फाइबर ग्रिड नेटवर्क लिमिटेड. गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल की अगुवाई में आत्मनिर्भर गुजरात से आत्मनिर्भर भारत के ध्येय मंत्र के साथ आज भारत नेट मिशन के माध्यम से गुजरात की सभी ग्राम पंचायतें जुड़ चुकी हैं न्यूनतम 100 MBPS से लेकर अधिकतम 1 GBPS क्षमता वाले इंटरनेट नेटवर्क से, जिसके लिए GFGNL द्वारा बिछाई गई हैं 35,091 किलोमीटर लंबी अंडरग्राउंड ऑप्टिकल फाइबर केबल्स. इन सभी ग्राम पंचायतों को जोड़ा गया 24 घंटे कार्यरत विशेष नेटवर्क ऑपरेशन सेंटर NOC के साथ, ताकि योजना की सतत मॉनिटरिंग के साथ साथ गांव के सरपंच भी अपने सुझाव या कंप्लेंट दर्ज करा सकें. भारत नेट द्वारा गुजरात में ई-ग्राम केंद्रों पर इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी पहुंचने से गांव को मिल रही हैं डिजिटल सेवा सेतु के माध्यम से आय प्रमाण पत्र, बिजली बिल का भुगतान, विधवा प्रमाण पत्र, राशन कार्ड में नाम दाखिल करना और कृषि सहाय जैसी 276 प्रजालक्षी योजनाओं की ऑनलाइन सेवाएं. इसके द्वारा अभी तक लगभग 69 लाख एप्लीकेशंस का समाधान भी हो चुका है. गुजरात की सभी ग्राम पंचायतों को हॉरिजॉन्टल कनेक्टिविटी द्वारा जोड़ा जा रहा है गांव के स्कूल्स, आंगनबाड़ी, स्वास्थ्य केंद्र एवं सरकार के सभी कार्यालयों और संस्थाओं के साथ. संचार क्रांति के बृहद परिप्रेक्ष्य में भारत नेट योजना द्वारा पर्यटन को बढ़ावा देने के लिए स्टैच्यू ऑफ यूनिटी तक और सीमा पर लाईफाई तकनीक के माध्यम से BSF को भी पहुंचाई जा रही है ब्रॉडबैंड कनेक्टिविटी. भारत नेट के माध्यम से जुड़े दूर दराज तक के गांव-गांव के लोगों के साथ भी देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी का सीधा संवाद अब सुलभ हो गया है. क्रांतिकारी परिवर्तन का दौर आ चुका है. भारत नेट योजना के अंतर्गत गांव-गांव में विस्तारित और दुनिया के सबसे बड़े ग्रामीण डिजिटल नेटवर्क द्वारा शहर और गांव के बीच फैले डिजिटल डिवाइड के फासलों को मिटाकर गुजरात बन रहा है पूरे देश के लिए एक मिसाल. भारत नेट योजना के आने से गुजरात में आज उदय हो रहा है डिजिटल विलेज का एक नया सूर्य, जिससे गांव-गांव जगमगाएंगे वाईफाई विलेज, CCTV सर्वेलेंस सिस्टम, ई-लर्निंग, टेलीमेडिसिन एवं टेली एग्रीकल्चर जैसी सेवाओं से, और साकारित होगा भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के डिजिटल इंडिया का विजन।
जय जवान, जय किसान, जय विज्ञान, जय अनुसंधान। It is through our modern temples of science that India is transforming its presence and working to secure its future.
To translate this vision of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Bhai Modi, Gujarat Science City in Ahmedabad has come up in a new avatar as the best and biggest science center of India, eager to welcome visitors. Under the consultation of Honorable Home Minister Shri Amit Bhai Shah and Honorable Chief Minister Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, many new spectacular attractions have been added for the visitors. The Aquatics Gallery, India's largest public aquarium, here one can get a glimpse of over 188 species and 11,600 fishes under one roof. As a visitor enters the gallery, they would witness a 360-degree tank and enter the ocean-themed centralized atrium, witnessing an orientation film in a large backdrop. Starting the journey into the gallery, the visitors would move across 10 different zones, from the likes of Indian Zone, Asian Zone, African Zone, American Zone, Oceans of the World and others. The 28-meter unique walkway tunnel inside the main tank zone would provide visitors with an experience of walking along the ocean bed alongside sharks and other debris. The unique 5D theater gives you an edge of the sea thrill. Another newly added feature to the Gujarat Science City is the Robotics Gallery, showcasing the frontiers of robotic technologies over an area of more than 11,000 square meters. The huge replica of the Transformer robot leaves you awestruck right at the entrance. Designed to be one of its kind human-robot interaction, the visitors to the gallery will be welcomed and greeted by a reception robot, which is a humanoid with social skills. This humanoid robot will greet, welcome visitors and introduce them to the facility, along with expressing emotions of joy, surprise, and enthusiasm. Each floor in the gallery is dedicated to showcase the utility and applications of robots in different fields, including medicine, agriculture, space, defense, and its uses in everyday life. A dedicated VR zone will take the visitors into the world of augmented and virtual reality. The journey at the gallery doesn't end without visiting the Robo Cafe, where you can relish food made by robotic chefs and served by robo waiters. Boasting of over 200 robots of 79 different kinds, with different robotic workshop kits, the Robotic Gallery certainly is a one-stop robotics destination. The third attraction and a jewel in the campus is the Nature Park, which is expected to be the largest garden in Western Ahmedabad. Spread over an area of 20 acres, Nature Park has a mist bamboo tunnel, an oxygen park, a butterfly garden, a color garden, a chess and yoga space, an open gym, and a specially designed children play area. A jogging track, walking track, and an interesting maze for children are also present. Visitors can see different sculptures with scientific information like mammoth, terror bird, saber-tooth lion, grounded sloth bear, termite and honeycomb are also explained to children in an entertaining way. There is also a selfie corner to make everlasting memories. With the call to Atmanirbhar Bharat, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has envisioned a new India. Propelling his vision, the Gujarat Science City has spread its wings and it is ready to take you on a joyride of action, adventure, and knowledge through science. Gujarat Science City wants to pass on the baton of mankind's most powerful discoveries so that upcoming generations not only understand but also apply and have the foundational knowledge. Come to the Gujarat Science City and quench your thirst for knowledge. knowledge. Learn and enjoy science through unlimited entertainment. The Gujarat Science City, connecting community with science.
લોકશાહીમાં લોકોનો અવાજ સર્વોપરી હોય છે, ખાસ કરીને જ્યારે એ અવાજ તેમની કોઈ ફરિયાદને લગતો હોય. લોકોનો આ અવાજ વિના વિલંબે અને સરળતાથી શાસન સુધી પહોંચે તે માટે ગુજરાતે એક અનોખી પહેલ કરી છે. સ્વાગત ઓનલાઈન જન ફરિયાદ નિવારણ કાર્યક્રમ. દેશના યશસ્વી વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીએ ગુજરાતના મુખ્યમંત્રી તરીકેના એમના કાર્યકાળ દરમિયાન 2003થી લોકોની ફરિયાદોના નિરાકરણ માટે ઇન્ફોર્મેશન ટેકનોલોજી અને જી-સ્વાનના રાજ્યવ્યાપી નેટવર્કનો ઉપયોગ કરી આ નવતર કાર્યક્રમ અમલમાં મૂક્યો, જેથી રાજ્યનો કોઈ પણ સામાન્ય નાગરિક તેમના પડતર પ્રશ્ન બાબતે દર મહિનાના ચોથા ગુરુવારે સીધા જ મુખ્યમંત્રી સમક્ષ પહોંચીને સંબંધિત ઉચ્ચ અધિકારીશ્રીઓની રૂબરૂ અથવા વિડીયો કોન્ફરન્સિંગથી ઉપસ્થિતિમાં તેમનો પ્રશ્ન રજૂ કરી ન્યાય મેળવી શકે. રાજ્યના નાગરિકો માટે જ નહીં, પરંતુ સમગ્ર દેશ માટે આ એક નવી પહેલ હતી, જે ખૂબ જ પારદર્શક અને અસરકારક સાબિત થઈ. સ્વાગત ઓનલાઈન જન ફરિયાદ નિવારણ કાર્યક્રમ. પ્રજાવત્સલ મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈ પટેલના કાર્યદક્ષ નેતૃત્વમાં મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રીના જનસંપર્ક કાર્યાલયને નવી આધુનિક સુવિધાઓ સાથે સુસજ્જ કરીને આ કાર્યક્રમને વધુ વેગવંતો બનાવવામાં આવ્યો છે. ઉપરાંત નાગરિકોની રજૂઆતોના આધારે વહીવટી પ્રક્રિયામાં જે મુશ્કેલીઓ હતી તેનું પણ નીતિ વિષયક ફેરફારો કરી સરળીકરણ કરવામાં આવ્યું છે. સ્વાગત ઓનલાઈન કાર્યક્રમ દ્વારા દૂર છેવાડે બેઠેલા નાગરિકનું સશક્તિકરણ શક્ય બન્યું છે, જેમાં તેઓ રાજ્યના વડાને રૂબરૂ મળીને પોતાની સમસ્યા જણાવી શકે છે અને તુરંત જ તેનું નિવારણ મેળવી શકે છે.
છેલ્લા 3 વર્ષ દરમિયાન 50 કરતાં વધારે દુકાનો, ઓફિસો અને રેસિડેન્શિયલ ફ્લેટ્સ ફાયર સેફ્ટી ઇન્સ્ટોલેશન કરવાની કામગીરી કરાયેલી નથી. મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી તરફથી આજે અમોને શાંતિથી સાંભળવામાં આવ્યા અને જિલ્લા કલેક્ટર શ્રી તરફથી અમારી ફરિયાદો 1 અઠવાડિયાની અંદર ત્વરિત ગતિએ નિકાલ લાવવાની ખાતરી આપવામાં આવી છે.
મહિનાના ચોથા ગુરુવારે રાજ્ય સ્વાગત કાર્યક્રમમાં જે જિલ્લાના અરજદારનો પ્રશ્ન હોય તે જિલ્લાના કલેક્ટરશ્રી તથા અન્ય સંબંધિત અધિકારીશ્રીઓને મુખ્યમંત્રીશ્રીના જનસંપર્ક કાર્યાલય દ્વારા બપોરે 12 વાગ્યા સુધીમાં ઓનલાઈન ફરિયાદ મોકલી આપવામાં આવે છે અને તેઓ પોતાના જિલ્લામાંથી વિડીયો કોન્ફરન્સિંગ દ્વારા પ્રશ્ન સંબંધે કરેલ કાર્યવાહીની વિગતો સાથે સ્વાગત ઓનલાઈન કાર્યક્રમમાં બપોરે 3 વાગ્યાથી જોડાય છે. સ્વાગત કાર્યક્રમ 4 તબક્કે કાર્યરત છે.
I request everyone to
એક,
kindly take up
ગ્રામ
the seats,
સ્વાગત.
please.
2,
The Minister, Honorable Minister Sir, is here and he'll be in this premises in just 2 to 3 minutes from now. I request everyone to kindly take up the seats, please. And those who have joined us late, a humble request to each one of you to kindly put your mobile phones on silent mode or vibrating mode.
નાગરિકોનો સમય, સંસાધન અને ખર્ચ બચે છે. ગ્રામ સ્વાગત. રાજ્યના છેવાડાના માનવી ઘરે બેઠા તેમના પ્રશ્નો રજૂ કરી શકે અને ત્યાં જ તેમના
Sound
પ્રશ્નોનો
team, no more
ઉકેલ
videos,
મળી શકે.
please.
તે
Thank you.
આશયથી ફેબ્રુઆરી 2011થી ગ્રામ સ્વાગતની શરૂઆત કરવામાં આવી છે. આ અંતર્ગત
Let me welcome, and I request everyone to welcome with a big round of applause, Shri Jitubhai Vagani, Honorable Minister of Information Technology, Government of Gujarat. Can we have a standing ovation and welcoming of Honorable Minister, sir? Together we welcome Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma, Secretary MeitY, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Additional Secretary MeitY, and Shri Vijay Nehra, Secretary IT Gujarat. We welcome all the esteemed dignitaries with open heart and warm words. Thank you. We one more time welcome all the esteemed dignitaries on the dais. We now wish to welcome our respected dignitaries with a floral bouquet. Foremost, I request Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Additional Secretary, MeitY, to kindly welcome Shri Jitubhai Wagani, Honorable Minister, Sir. Sir, it will be given from that side. Thank you so much. I now request Shri Sushil Pal, Joint Secretary, E-Governance, MeitY, to kindly welcome Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma, Secretary, MeitY. I now request Shri Sushil Palji to kindly welcome Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Additional Secretary, MeitY. Thank you. I now request Shri Shubhendra Bahadur, Director, MeitY, to welcome Shri Vijay Nehra, Secretary, IT, Gujarat. Thank you. I now request Dr. Rajendra Kumar to kindly deliver the welcome address, please.
Honorable Minister, Shri Jitubhai S. Wagani ji, Secretary MeitY, Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma ji, my colleague from the state on the dais, Secretary IT, Shri Vijay Nehra, all colleagues from MeitY, from other departments, officials from the state, all the participants in the audience. It's my pleasure to welcome all the dignitaries on the dais and all the participants to this very important event today, where three very significant initiatives by the state in the domain of IT and e-governance are going to be launched. As you all may be aware, Digital India is the flagship program of Government of India, which has a whole of government approach, which means all the departments at the central level, all the states, other stakeholders from the industry, from academia, from research, they are all part of this overall Digital India framework, which has brought such impressive results in the last 8 years of its implementation. In fact, if we see today, India is the world's fastest growing economy for the current year, and it is going to remain the world's fastest growing economy in the next few years as well. One of the key drivers for this very impressive growth in our economy has been the focus on digitalization. And this entire efforts to digitalize our economy, to provide services online, to promote the electronics industry, have all been taken under the Digital India program. If you see the contribution of digital economy, it has grown many-fold in the last several years, and it is set to rise even further in the coming time. In fact, the target is to reach the goal of $1 trillion digital economy by 2026, which by then would be about 20% of the overall GDP of 5 trillion. If you see the current share of the digital economy, it's about 8% of the GDP. So that shows that the share of digital economy is going to go up at least by 2.5 times in terms of the proportion of the overall GDP. And this increase is going to come about due to the overall Digital India framework, which has given such a huge thrust to the entire digital domain in terms of both digitalization and also in terms of supporting the growth of the electronics manufacturing sector. Other sectors also are contributing a lot. A startup story we saw yesterday's events, the focus startup that we have all really been able to support so well. It has given rise to over 100 unicorns in the last 4 to 5 years. And in the coming 4 to 5 years, we hope to reach the target of at least 500 unicorns, which would largely be tech-focused, tech-driven. So that's the contribution that Digital India program is making to the overall growth of the economy and overall gains in efficiency and productivity that we are seeing all around us. I really sincerely hope that this entire program will see greater collaboration, greater participation by all the stakeholders, including all the states, the industry, academia, etc. And we will see even bigger outcomes that would be achieved in the coming years as a result of the thrust that METI and the Government of India has placed on the entire Digital India framework. Thank you very much. I would really like to convey best wishes to all the initiatives that are being launched today by the state of Gujarat. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your warm welcome words and good wishes. I now request Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma, Secretary METI, to kindly deliver his special address. Over to you, sir.
गुड मॉर्निंग फ्रेंड्स। गुजरात सरकार के आईटी मंत्री माननीय श्री जीतू भाई वगानी साहब, मंच पर आसीन सरकार के सचिव श्री विजय नेहरा जी, मैती में मेरे सीनियर कलीग राजेंद्र कुमार जी, सभी देश के विभिन्न भागों से आए आईटी के एक्सपर्ट्स, ई गवर्नेंस के एक्सपर्ट्स, डिजिटल इंडिया में आज के इस इवेंट में अपना अनुभव साझा करने वाले सभी महामहिम लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, इट इज़ इंडीड ए मैटर ऑफ ग्रेट प्रिविलेज एंड प्लेजर फॉर मी टू बी इन योर मिड्स दिस मॉर्निंग. I consider it as a privilege that METI is organizing Digital India Week in Gandhinagar, Gujarat. I would like to thank Government of Gujarat. Sir, आपका बहुत सहयोग मिला, आपका बहुत सपोर्ट मिला और गुजरात सरकार के सहयोग से हम लोग इतनी अच्छी इवेंट यहाँ पे कर पाए. So I would like to once again extend all my thanks and the thanks of METI family to Government of Gujarat. Such event goes a long way in deliberating the contemporary implementation issues and providing a platform to learn the best practices from other states, replicate national-level digital transformational projects, and to learn from the industry and the startups to bring innovation in public service delivery. Technology has been a great enabler, as we all know, for governance and for service delivery to citizens, businesses, and even to government systems. We have seen it in COVID that how technology has enabled, we have been able to do what many developed nations of the world could not do. And they are still looking at, they still wonder how come a developing country like India could do that. And I'm sure it has been the contribution of each one of you. You have made India proud. You have made India proud. So that is how we have taken it forward. In the last 7 years of Digital India, it has been a journey of digital transformation. We are celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav this year. Time has come where the world see India not as a provider of best practices of e-governance only, which have done and continue to do, but it looks to ride on Indian platforms be it CoWIN, UPI, Aadhaar, we have launched the India Stack, which you have seen, and developed nations are looking at us. They are going to use those technologies, those platforms to make life of their citizens easy and useful. Now, if we look at the other sectoral platforms which are coming up in healthcare, education, agriculture, criminal justice system, all that is going to make things better for citizens of India. A remarkable and fundamental difference has been brought out by Digital India to the nation and to the globe. Earlier, Indian e-initiatives used to be at departmental level, at a state level, and at national level. But now Digital India has pushed the boundary, and the solutions are designed and developed in such a way that a billion-plus Indian population is benefiting from this. I think this is a great achievement by all means. During Digital India 22, new innovative platforms like My Scheme, which you have seen, Meri Pehchan, Digital India, Bhashini, these new platforms which have been developed, I think those have been launched by Honorable Prime Ministers, and they will also make citizens' life better and easy. India is a happening place for startups. The unicorns, the way it is churning up, almost every month we are getting 3 unicorns coming up in India. And as you know, more than 100 unicorns are already there in May 22. That shows the strength of India's success story and India's startup systems. The strength of Indian economy lies in large market size, skilled resources, and a large pool of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics students. And these are the advantages. We have good geographical locations, and we have a strong, supportive, stable government with a focus on ease of doing business. Yesterday, we had many fruitful sessions on the startup ecosystem in India, where we discussed India's vibrant startup ecosystem, building technology for India and the world, talent and opportunities, especially in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities of India, and catalyzing startup ecosystem, and also issues and opportunities for corporates and startups in this sector. Today, a few new initiatives are being launched by Honorable IT Minister of Gujarat. There will be IT and ITS incentive management portal, which will actually promote ease of doing business and increasing transparency in incentive applications processes. MyGov Gujarat, which is on the form of MyGov India, and this will engage with citizens for policy formulation and seeking the opinion of people on issues of public interest and public welfare. Honorable Minister will also be releasing the implementation guidelines for effective and seamless execution of IT and ITS policy 2022-27. If you have gone through the policy, I think this policy actually gives a basket of incentives, which will, I'm sure you will not miss these opportunities once you look at the guidelines, the kind of incentives the state is providing. I think we should all start queuing up for setting up our shops in Gujarat. Further session panel discussion on today's theme, Digital India and Emerging Technology, have been planned. These sessions include panel discussion on public digital platform and citizen-centric public services, panel discussion on Aadhaar, how it has enabled ease of living, panel discussion on Metaverse and Web 3.0, panel discussion on 5G and the future of Internet in India's decade, and presentation on impactful and scalable projects by the states. Many state secretaries will be presenting some of their best practices. I am sure we can learn a lot from each other, and this platform provides a venue, a platform for cross-fertilization of good ideas which we can adapt and implement in our states. I am sure the event will see quality interaction among policymakers, thinkers, practitioners, and industry veterans, and many useful and pragmatic suggestions will emerge that will be crucial for taking Digital India's journey further. I would like to congratulate METI e-Governance and Emerging Technology team for organizing today's sessions, and I wish the deliberation all success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your highly informative address. We appreciate it. Now it's time to launch the 3 different initiatives. The Gujarat MyGov portal is an effort made by Government of Gujarat towards promoting inclusive governance and active participation from the citizens through a technology-enabled connected system for engaging with citizens. I, with due respect, request Honorable Minister Shri Jitubhai Waghani ji to kindly press the button of the remote and launch the Gujarat MyGov portal. Thank you, sir. Implementation guidelines for ITs. Policy 2022-27 are investor-friendly with leaner but robust system of checks, which will help in enhancing the efficiency of entire incentive application process and in turn reduce the turnaround time for claims disbursement. I humbly request Honorable Minister, sir, to kindly press the button and release the digital guideline. Thank you. The Incentive Management Portal for IT and ITES policy will serve as an end-to-end digital interface which enable the investors to apply for incentives in a completely paperless, contactless and faceless manner and thereby making the complete incentive disbursement procedure simpler, easier and faster. I once again humbly request Honorable Minister, sir, to kindly do the honors of launching ITES Incentive Management Portal.
The clarion call of our Prime Minister, Honorable Shri Narendra Modi, to make India a $5 trillion economy calls for strategic contribution from the nation's IT sector. Gujarat, being a forerunner state, has always taken conducive steps towards building a robust ecosystem for giving a thrust to the IT sector. Gujarat has facilitated dedicated implementation guidelines and launched a comprehensive incentive management portal for the ITES policy. Gujarat is one of the first states to introduce an entirely paperless, contactless, faceless and cashless system of investor facilitation. The Incentive Management Portal will act as the single window for all matters related to the ITES policy, including the application submission, documentation, query management and incentive disbursal. It also offers a wide-ranged skill development curriculum seamlessly integrated with a direct benefit transfer platform for IT talent development. The recently launched Gujarat's ITES policy has introduced first-in-class CapEx-OpEx model for the ITES units. It also gives thrust to the spirit of walk to work by promoting the establishment of state-of-the-art IT townships and IT cities. On the similar lines, to boost demand and to incentivize the IT companies, plug-and-play IT infrastructure will also be promoted. Moving forward, ITES units can also avail dedicated support on monthly rental and claim employment generation incentive. For securing operational needs of the ITES units, interest assistance and electricity duty incentive will be provided. The policy also focuses on strengthening of network infrastructure of Gujarat by dedicated CapEx-OpEx support for civil works of cable landing stations. And bringing all this together will be an investor facilitation desk that shall act as a connected platform to simplify the investor's journey. All in all, the ITES policy 2022-27 is a holistic approach of Government of Gujarat to strengthen, boost and enable robust growth in the IT sector.
Congratulations, citizens, for these 3 launches, and thank you, Honorable Minister, sir, for launching the various initiatives. I now, with due respect and pleasure, humbly request Shri Jitubhai Waghani, our Honorable Minister of IT, Government of Gujarat, to deliver his August address. Over to you, sir.
डिजिटल इंडिया के सप्ताह के सेलिब्रेशन की कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित सेक्रेटरी अल्केश कुमार शर्मा, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया डॉक्टर राजेंद्र कुमार, सेक्रेटरी आईटी गुजरात विजय नेहरा जी, dignitaries, leaders from the industries, and ladies and gentlemen. The Digital India program was launched on July 1st, 2015 by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Bhai Modi, with a vision to transform the country into a digitally empowered society and knowledge economy. This program aims to provide thrust to 9 pillars of Digital India: broadband, highways, universal access to mobile connectivity, public internet access program, e-governance, reforming government through technology, e-Kranti, electronic delivery of services, information for all, electronic manufacturing, IT for jobs, early harvest program. India's story of digital transformation is the story of digital innovation, implementation, and inclusion. India has pioneered innovative digital projects, implemented transformational projects at large scale, and the benefits of various services and initiatives have percolated to the common man living in the rural hinterland, ensuring digital inclusion. The positive impact of this immense journey is being felt in all aspects in the lives of Indian citizens, which is ensuring digital access, digital delivery of services, and digital inclusion of all based on technology that is sustainable, affordable, and transformative. Gujarat is champion and the first stakeholder in the transformation story, having adopted new technology, advancement quickly and systematically to align with the 9 pillars of the Digital India program. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Bhai Modi, over 100 e-governance initiatives were put in place towards achieving the objective. This has resulted in increased transparency, efficiency, and accountability in the system and has benefited the public at a massive scale. During his tenure in Gujarat, the state government had taken number of significant e-governance initiatives for various state departments like health, home, transport, excise and taxation, police, revenue, food and civil supply, social security, etc., which have resulted in the hassle-free and timely delivery of citizen services in the state. Additionally, Gujarat was the first state to establish the most important pillars of e-governance: Gujarat State Data Center, Gujarat State-wise Area Network, e-Gram centers, and ATVT Jan Seva Kendra. The government of Gujarat has pioneered projects such as TPDS, E-Dhara, Sathi, E-Mamta, E-Gram, Vishwagram to empower the rural population and allowing the government to address the challenges of the common man. We have implemented various initiatives like IFMS, IW, DMS, OJAS, Gunotsav, ATVT, MHI, S for digitization of administrative works, which leads towards effective governance. Swagat the online grievance redressal program, which was started for the fair and timely resolution of the issues, the common man has tremendously reduced the gap between public and government machinery by establishing an efficient feedback channel. These initiatives are being continuously updated from the back end to back, incorporate the logistic technologies. For example, in 2021, Government of Gujarat launched the Vidya Samiksha Kendra, which utilized advanced data analysis tools for effective implementation of various educational projects as well as real-time monitoring and tracking of educational activities. And now, Gujarat has taken the next step. The great leadership of Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri नरेंद्र भाई मोदी, जब हमारे मुख्यमंत्री थे तब से हमने इनिशिएटिव लिया है। आज हमारे मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय भूपेंद्र भाई के नेतृत्व में डिजिटल गवर्नेंस के लॉन्चिंग माई गो पोर्टल आज हमने लॉन्च किया है। माई गवर्नमेंट हैज had significantly success in terms of engaging with citizens. Logos and tagline of the national projects have been crowdsourced through MyGov. Few notable crowdsourced initiatives are logo for Swachh Bharat, logo for National Education Policy, logo for Digital India campaigning, etc. MyGov has time and again solicited inputs of drafts policies from citizens. Few of those are National Education Policy, Data Center Policy, Data Protection Policy, National Ports Policy, IIM Bill, etc. MyGov have also been frequently soliciting ideas for Man Ki Baat, Annual Budget, Pariksha Pe Charcha, and many more such initiatives. In its efforts to promote inclusive government and encourage active participation from the citizens for improving the public delivery system, the Government of Gujarat, with support from Government of India, has launched the Gujarat MyGov portal, which will become the umbrella under which the Government of Gujarat will integrated and builds a technology enable connect platform for citizens engagement. The Gujarat MyGov platform will engage citizens through various methodologies, live online public discussion forums, public opinion polls and surveys, blogs, talks, pledges, and other such on-ground activities by adopting modern technology tools such as customized mobile apps, IVRS, SMS, and outbound dialing technologies. This platform shall also integrate various social media platforms such as Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and LinkedIn to increase the reach of its services and ensure easiest to each and every citizens of Gujarat state. While Gujarat is on its journey to perfect the public service delivery system, Gujarat has also come a long way in promoting ease of doing business in the state. In continuation to the path-breaking work that we have been doing in the ITS sector, we are proud to launch the implementation guidelines and the initiative management portal for the ITS policy 2022 to 27. अभी जो हमने नई पॉलिसी डिक्लेयर की है उसकी गाइडलाइन अभी हमने यहाँ घोषित की है। मैं सबको इनवाइट करता हूँ कि ये पॉलिसी पूरे भारत में सबसे अच्छी पॉलिसी है। आईटी क्षेत्र में इन्वेस्टमेंट करने के लिए गुजरात एक सबसे बड़ा डेस्टिनेशन बनने जा रहा है। मैं यहाँ से सबको अपील भी करता हूँ कि आइए गुजरात और आईटी पॉलिसी देख के यहाँ भी आप अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हैं। नाउ विद दिस लॉन्च वी विल become one of the first state to introduce the complete paperless, contactless, faceless, and cashless system of the investor facilitation for the IT, ITS sector. The initiative management portal will act as the single window, the IT, ITS industries for all matters related to the IT, ITS policy, including the application, submission, documentation, query management, and initiative disturbance. हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई जो बोलते हैं कि फेसलेस और पेपरलेस, मैं मानता हूं कि ट्रांसपेरेंस एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन जो उसका एक आयाम रहा है, उसमें बड़ा इनिशिएटिव हमारी ओर से रहेगा. दिस पोर्टल विल रिड्यूस ह्यूमन इंटरफेस एंड drastically reduce turnaround time by enabling contactless application, data verification, online query management, and an automated incentive distribution system. The portal will integrate technology-based data analytics tools into its architecture to establish the robust system, support system, which will help the government in tracking sectoral investment and employment generation in the real time. Another first for Gujarat is that we have gone beyond facilitating just the industries through this policy and portal. We have also incorporated a wide-ranging skill development curriculum which is seamlessly integrated with a DBT platform to facilitate skill development of Gujarat's youth. As on current date, we have incorporated 47 high-skilled IT courses. After conducting the thorough initial consultation with the industries and academia, in the coming future, we will keep industry increasing this repository to include the wider range of subjects with special focus on emerging technologies. The implementation guidelines have also witnessed a major transformation in terms of simplicity and has introduced leaner but robust system of checks and balances. This in turn will drastically reduce the turnaround time for incentive application processing. I strongly believe that in the next 5 years, the government of Gujarat will ground this system to create a technologically enabling and integrated structure which will seamlessly link the people from grassroots to the highest level of governance, the perfecting public service delivery. मैं सेक्रेटरी का और हमारे अश्विनी जी और चंद्रशेखर जी का और वड़ा प्रधान नरेंद्र भाई जी का आभार प्रकट करता हूं. हमारे सेक्रेटरी ने बताया कि गुजरात ने अच्छा मेरे लिए किया. मैं आपका आभार प्रकट करता हूं गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का कि गुजरात आपने पसंद किया. इसके लिए जो डिजिटल इंडिया की सेलिब्रेशन यहाँ आपने रखा, इसलिए मैं आपका और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का गुजरात की ओर से आभार प्रकट करता हूं. तो यहाँ सब स्टेक होल्डर भी बैठे हैं, डेलीगेट्स भी बैठे हैं. उसको भी मैं विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि गुजरात सरकार, हमारा आईटी डिपार्टमेंट आदरणीय भूपेंद्र भाई के नेतृत्व में अलग अलग इनिशिएटिव, हमारे सेक्रेटरी और सभी हमारी टीम, नेहरा जी और उसकी टीम को भी मैं बधाई देता हूं कि बहुत सारे इनिशिएटिव भूपेंद्र भाई के नेतृत्व में कम समय में गुजरात ने लिए हैं. और मैं मानता हूं कि आईटी सेक्टर में भी हम जो गाड़ी पटरी से उतर गई थी उसको फिर से चढ़ाने के लिए भरपूर कोशिश कर रहे हैं और उसमें मैं मानता हूं कि सफलता भी पाएंगे. फिर से आप सबका धन्यवाद करता हुआ गुजरात की ओर से गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का धन्यवाद करता हूं. और आप सब ने जिस तरह से ये 3 दिन में अच्छे से पार्टिसिपेंट्स किया है, यहाँ हमारे एग्जीबिशन में भी अलग अलग स्टार्टअपर्स आए हैं. मैं उसका भी धन्यवाद करता हूं। और बार बार आप गुजरात आइए, गुजरात इन्वेस्ट भी करिए, और गुजरात नरेंद्र भाई ने जो बनाया है, अमित भाई ने जो बनाया है, उसका बहुत जगह ऐसी सारी आपको भी पता है, स्टेच्यू ऑफ यूनिटी हो, कच्छ का रण हो, ऐसी अनेक हमारे देखने जैसी दुनिया की सबसे अच्छी यहाँ बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि नरेंद्र भाई के नेतृत्व में हासिल की है। कभी भी आप गुजरात आइए, आपका स्वागत है। गुजरात वाले को भी बोलता हूँ कि ये जगह आप देखिए तो पता चलेगा कि कहाँ से कहाँ गुजरात हमारा पहुँचा है। थैंक यू अगेन। और नया लॉन्चिंग हमने किया, इनिशिएटिव लिया है, उसका भी लाभ पूरी पब्लिक, जनता और सब बिजनेसमैन को भी मिलेगा, ऐसा विश्वास व्यक्त करता हुआ धन्यवाद। भारत माता की जय, वंदे मातरम, जय जय गरवी गुजरात।
आपके प्रोत्साहनपूर्ण और उत्साहपूर्ण शब्दों के लिए हम आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं। We now wish to recognize our respected dignitaries with their mementos as a mark of gesture. Foremost, I request Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Additional Secretary MeitY, to kindly present memento to Shri Jitubhai Waghani, Honorable Minister Sir. Thank you so much. I now request Shri Sushil Pal, Joint Secretary E-Governance MeitY, to kindly present memento to Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma, Secretary MeitY. Thank you. I now request Shri Sushil Palji to kindly present memento to Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Additional Secretary MeitY. Thank you. I now request Shri Shobhendra Bahadur, Director, MeitY, to present memento to Shri Vijay Nehra, Secretary, IT Gujarat. Thank you. I now with pleasure request Shri Vijay Nehra, Secretary, IT, Government of Gujarat, to extend the vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
A very good morning to all of you. Honorable Minister, Department of Science and Technology and Education, Government of Gujarat, respected Shri Jitubhai Waghani ji, respected Secretary MeitY, Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma ji, Additional Secretary MeitY, Dr. Rajendra Kumar ji, all senior dignitaries and delegates present here from across the country, all of the different states, members of the IT industry from Gujarat, office bearers and members of the Gujarat Electronics and Software Industries Association, GASIA, all of the ladies and gentlemen present here. It's a matter of privilege for me to be extending a vote of thanks on this August ceremony. સૌ પ્રથમ માનનીય મંત્રી શ્રી જીતુભાઈ વાઘાણી સાહેબનું હું આભાર વ્યક્ત કરવા માગું છું કે આપે ખૂબ જ ટૂંકા ગાળાની જાણ હોવા છતાં આજના કાર્યક્રમમાં ખૂબ વ્યસ્ત હોવા છતાં આજે આપે હાજરી આપી, અમને માર્ગદર્શન આપ્યું. અને સૌ પ્રથમ અને સૌથી મહત્ત્વપૂર્ણ બાબત કે આજે સર ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીના આટલા બધા લોકો જે હાજર છે એમના તરફથી પણ આ પ્રકારની આઈટી પોલિસી એક જે આવી છે અને એના માટેની જે ગાઈડલાઇન્સ આજે જાહેર થઈ છે અને જે પોર્ટલ બનાવવામાં આવ્યું છે અને એના માટે આપે ખૂબ સતત અમને જે માર્ગદર્શન આપ્યું છે અને જે બોલ્ડ એક લીડરશિપ બતાવી છે એના માટે આપનું હું ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર વ્યક્ત કરવા માંગુ છું. I also take this opportunity to express our sincere gratitude to respected Secretary MeitY, Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma sir. Sir, we are thankful for hosting this Digital India Summit in the state of Gujarat. More importantly, sir, we are also thankful to you for the kind of guidance you have provided to the combined teams of Government of India and Government of Gujarat for the entire organizing of this summit. And even while you were so busy in the preparations, you have taken time off. Yesterday, you have spent 3 hours with us, visited the Science City and guided us in the future development of Science City. And sir, we have also benefited from your guidance on several other initiatives in the IT and electronics sector. We thank you once again, sir, from the bottom of our hearts. I would also like to thank Additional Secretary Dr. Rajendra Kumar, sir, for your guidance and for, more importantly, for giving us this opportunity and this platform, being gracious enough to permit us to launch 3 of our initiatives of the state government from this important national platform. Thank you so much, sir. I also take this opportunity to thank Shri Abhishek Singh, sir, who is the CEO of NEGD and who has been spearheading the entire organizing of this summit. Also specifically, sir, we would like to thank from the side of Government of Gujarat for putting up the MyGov Gujarat platform in just 3 days' time. And of course, for bringing an excellent exhibition here for which thousands of our young youth and young students from colleges and schools are benefiting, our citizens are visiting. We thank you so much for that. Last but not the least, I would like to thank all of the senior officers of Government of India who have guided us, interacted with us formally and informally. And of course, the members of the IT industry who are present here in large numbers and who have put their trust in us in trying to rebuild the entire Gujarat IT ecosystem. Lastly, I would also like to thank, so with your kind permission, I would also like to put on record my appreciation for the entire team of DST here who have put up this incentive management platform. Sir, I am happy to share that this entire incentive management platform, it's at par with the best software developed by any of the private industries, and it has been developed totally in-house, sir. And this is the 4th such initiative in the last 4 to 5 months, which our young Managing Director Sachin and his entire team has taken. I wish to compliment all of you from this forum. Thank you once again. Thank you, everybody. Jai Hind, Jai Jai Garvi Gujarat.
Thank you so much, sir, for your warm, thankful note. Indeed, a pleasure. I now request all the esteemed dignitaries in the dais to kindly step forward for a group photograph. And hereby, we declare the end of the session, first with the grand launching of 3 wonderful initiatives which will be beneficial to all the citizens who want to grow and excel in this sector. We thank our Honorable Minister, sir, for his august presence over here, and also the esteemed dignitaries on the dais. Thank you very much, sir. We open the floor for the tea break. We will assemble here at 11:15 and start the session at 11:20. So I request everyone to kindly take up the tea and coffee in the break session, and request the media person to move towards the food court for the tea and snacks. For all the August guests, the tea and coffee and snacks has been arranged in the aisle section outside. Thank you. आप सभी से नम्र निवेदन है कि हम 11:20 को अगला सेशन शुरू करने जा रहे हैं, तो आप अपना चाय नाश्ता कंप्लीट करके 11:15 तक 11:15 तक यहाँ पधारें. We have the day-long panel discussions and lots of input to be taken over. So I kindly request everyone to be on time. Thank you.
Hello, check. Hello, check. Check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello. Check. Hello. Hello. Check. 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 Hello. Hello. Check. Check. Hello. Hello. Check. Check. Hello. Hello. Check.
I request everyone to kindly take up the seats, please. We shall start the session now. I request the august audience to kindly take up your seats, please. It is indeed going to be a fruitful session. The session is on public digital platforms and citizen-centric public services. I request all the gentlemen standing near the stage, please, to kindly take up your seats. Please, we shall commence the program. आप सभी से नम्र निवेदन है कि आप अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें. સૌને નમ્ર વિનંતી છે કે આપ પોતાનું સ્થાન ગ્રહણ કરશો જી. આજે દિવસ દરમિયાન ઘણા બધા પેનલ ડિસ્કશન્સ છે, ઘણા બધા દિગ્ગજો અહીંયા પધારેલ છે અને ઘણું બધું નોલેજ ગેઇન એન્ડ શેર થવાનું છે. તો I request we start in time so that we can have the benefit of the discussion. We can click the photograph later during the lunch break. We can have the talk and chat during the lunch break. We can do the phone calls during the lunch break, but we shall start this session now. Session on public digital platforms and innovation in delivery of citizen-centric public services. The Government of India has set itself an ambitious goal of becoming a $5 trillion economy by the year 2025, and Digital India initiatives are pivotal in helping achieve the same. With government as the enabler, India has adopted a unique platformization strategy by building public digital platforms across sectors. These platforms are playing a key role in enhancing government-citizen engagement by empowering citizens, ensuring ease of governance and ease of doing business. The success of these platforms in India is driven by the low-cost development, interoperable design, and large-scale adoption and reach. I request all the esteemed guests who are standing to kindly take up their seats, please. If it's possible, listen to the humble request to start the session. For this particular session, I request a moderator, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Additional Secretary, MEITI, to kindly step on the dais. And I also invite the august speakers, Shri J. Satyanarayana, Advisor, WEF, Shri Dinesh Tyagi, Managing Director, CSC, SPV, Speaker Shri Saurabh Gaur, Principal Secretary, ITNC, Government of Andhra Pradesh, Shri Samir Vishnoi, Special Secretary and CEO, CHIPS, Government of Chhattisgarh, Shri Kumar Vinith, Special Secretary, IT&E, Government of Uttar Pradesh, and Shri Amit K. Sinha, IPS Director, ITDA, Director, Government of Uttarakhand. I request everyone to kindly take up the seats, please. Those who are standing, kindly take up your seats, please. We shall commence this program now. आप सभी से नम्र निवेदन है कि आप अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें और एक बार फिर से नम्र निवेदन कि अपना फ़ोन साइलेंट मोड या वाइब्रेटिंग मोड पर रख दीजिए। धन्यवाद। Foremost, we will like to welcome the esteemed moderator and the speakers on the dais with the floral bouquet. Can we have a big round of applause for all of them who are going to share their immense knowledge and experience with us today? We welcome Shri J. Satyanarayan, Shri Dinesh Tyagi, Shri Saurabh Gaur, Shri Samir Vishnoi, Shri Kumar Vinit, and Shri Amit K. Sinha as the speakers for this wonderful session. Thank you, everyone. And now, we request the moderator of this session, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Additional Secretary MeitY, to kindly say a few words and take over the panel discussion and session. Thank you.
A very good morning to everyone. I welcome all the panelists and all the participants in the audience to this very interesting session on public digital platforms and innovations in citizen-centric delivery of services. So as we are all aware, the evolution of online applications has come a long way since perhaps late 90s and early 2000s. But even now, there are a number of improvements that can be made in the entire framework for delivery of online services. With the advent of newer technologies, better architectural principles, design, we can do much more to really make the applications more efficient and ensure that the delivery of services can be made simpler and easier for the citizens to access. So public digital platforms is a new concept that really has evolved over the years. The issues that we currently face with the applications, most of them, they are fragmented, they are implemented in silos, and very often data sharing or even ensuring that data exchange can happen meaningfully is difficult to accomplish. This is as a result of a number of legacy issues in these applications. And the efforts that we have all been making so far is to really aim at improvements in an incremental fashion. This concept of public digital platforms, already we have implemented in several domains, which I would like to mention. For example, we have built the Universal Digital ID platform, the Aadhaar. We have built the Unified Payments Interface. We have built the Government e-Marketplace. We have built the GST network, etc. These have served as the building blocks for the departments to really develop their own applications and go live in a much quicker time. But if you really see platforms like Aadhaar, the payments interface, etc., perhaps they can be called the stage one of the public digital platforms, where these platforms by themselves, they are of somewhat limited use in delivering services. They have to be integrated with the larger domain applications to really bring the desired level of impact and to ensure that ease of access is ensured for the users. Some domains where we have really done a lot of work and we have tried to really bring a change at a transformational scale, where these have succeeded to a very significant extent, that I would like to mention here. For example, in health domain, the concerned ministry launched the National Digital Health Mission, where the goal is to provide a unified interface for all the institutions and the users to really discover and avail the health services seamlessly. We also have done a lot of work in education, in agriculture, etc., where a similar framework based on the India digital ecosystem architecture is being attempted at a large scale to bring about this simplification in the architecture and to ensure that the main goal of interoperability, following standards, and unifying the interface is achieved. Only when we achieve this vision, we can really see the full-scale impact of digitization and the benefits accruing to the users and businesses. So this is the broad context in which we have really set up this panel discussion, where we have a star-studded panel consisting of experts in this domain who have very long experience in implementing e-governance applications and really bringing the benefit of online services to the users, both citizens and businesses. So let me just lay out the broad steps that will follow in this discussion. I would request the distinguished panelists to kindly give initial remarks for about 5 to 6 minutes. If there is a presentation, kindly that also may kindly attempt to complete in 5 to 6 minutes time. Then after, I will also introduce the panelists before they speak. And then perhaps we can have questions from the audience towards the end to really ensure that the issues that the people may still have in really appreciating the impact of these platforms can be addressed by the panelists. So let me begin first with our esteemed panelist, Dr. J. Satyanarayana, who has really been a thought leader in the area of e-governance. And he has been the architect behind our India framework, that is the India Digital Ecosystem Architecture. He also was Secretary METI in the 2012 to 14, and he has been very, very active in really supporting various ministries in formulating this entire ecosystem for public digital platforms. He has done a huge amount of work in really ensuring that this entire framework is made as simple as possible for the concerned domain ministries to really implement, and also for the implementation partners to really take up the implementation in as robust fashion as possible. So let me start the discussion with Sri J. Satyanarayana first. Currently, he is also advisor in the World Economic Forum. I would request him to kindly tell about, briefly about the entire public platforms, the concept, the architecture, and how it can really bring innovations in the delivery of citizen-centric public services. So over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Rajendra. Very good morning to all the attendees of this conference and fellow panelists. Really, talking about such a vast subject in 5 minutes is really a big challenge. So, the intention of my presentation, which is before you, is to talk about a cheese kya hai. Everyone is talking about ecosystem, digital platform, public digital platform, etc. So what are the fundas and in which direction the country should move in this? So I'm having seen the evolution of e-governance for the last 30 years in this country. I think that this is going to be the next big, paradigm shift it is going to bring. Already it is bringing, but how much more can be done is the question. So let me just move forward to the next slide. So here, I'm trying to differentiate between define what is digital ecosystem and what is the public digital platform. Both words have been used in this session. So ecosystem is like, it is taken from the biological systems where a number of different types of organisms, they coexist and live through dependencies and, interdependencies, etc. So likewise, you can't have a straight jacket for the health sector that there will be a single platform and it will rule the whole sector. Likewise for education or any other sector. Multiple platforms do exist and they have to coexist. So it's a kind of a distributed, adaptive and open set of platforms. So it's a kind of an environment consists of number of platforms which organize on a self-organization basis, scalable basis across the whole country. Versus there is the concept of public digital platform. The core of the ecosystem is driven by this, is called the public digital platform. So the core becomes like a catalyst, like a seed, and a huge banyan tree expands based on a single seed. So that seed is the public digital platform. In a rough way, we can understand like that. One is, if you can think public digital platform is a highway, then the various kinds of vehicles and other things that move on that will be forming the digital ecosystem. So that is the way we need to address both. It's not that, you do public digital platform and ban jayega. Lekin you have to work on both, as I see in the next, show in the next couple of slides. I hope the distinction is clear. But now why do we need a digital ecosystem? Is it just jargon or is there something to it? We'll have to see. So first of all, most of the programs, most of the sectors, whichever sector you take is pan-India. People move about so frequently across the country. Portability is needed. And for that purpose itself, an ecosystem. That means the service provider in Kerala should be able to, you should be as compatible with a Kerala service provider as you are with J&K or Gujarat. Which means that there is a common lingo there. Second is interoperability, as Rajendra has just mentioned. Interoperability, this system should interoperate. The record I create in Kerala should be able to talk or be exchanged across the country. Third is service delivery itself. People are expecting more and more. So how do you create end-to-end service? How do you look at UX from a citizen's perspective? And on top of that, we are being hit every day or every year at least by a new technology. We have AI, ML, IoT, quantum computing, drones. So many things are coming. So how do you create that system one time that will absorb all these new technologies as they come? And last but not least, new types of business models. So given all this kind of a dynamic environment that's emerging, you need to have something which is agile, which is adaptive, which will accommodate, all these things. So next, please. So here is a very, visual representation of how a digital ecosystem will look like in future, and what are the kind of components, enablers for that to make it happen. At the bottom, we have the ecosystem architecture is very important. It's a kind of a nebulous high-level architecture which identifies the various actors in the ecosystem and see what do they do, how do they do what they want to do, etc. Second is the technology governance layer, and on top of that you have 4 important pillars, which is policies, platforms, protocols, and partnerships. This 4P formula, I'm just proposing it first time here in this forum, and we are going to come out with a white paper from the World Economic Forum on this as well, which is this will lead to, a combination of this is required. You may start platform without policy, you may start a platform without protocol or partnership, in-house kar sakte hain. Lekin for getting the full effect of this, you need to have a combination of all these four, a set of policies, set of platforms, protocols, and partnerships. I will explain a little, 1 minute in the next slide here. So that house-like structure in the previous slide is really very important to remember. Then what is the value proposition of digital ecosystem? Is it one more jargon that is being pushed to us, or is there something else to it? So here it's user convenience, as I mentioned. We are seeing today the difference that a BHIM application is giving in terms of payment, or Aadhaar is around its ecosystem is transformed so many sectors. That is one visible aspect. The second is, with this kind of a flexible environment, open APIs, a lot of innovation can happen, is the second major. Which means that the digital economy that Rajendra was mentioning, a good portion of that can be filled on you don't need anybody's permission. If you have the open APIs, you go ahead, innovate, create a service, sell that service, and add to the economy, is the second aspect. Third is, as a result of all these things, the trillion-dollar economy dream will become much easier. The more the number of digital ecosystems you are able to create, the faster you are going to move. There are almost 15 such platforms this country needs. Platforms and ecosystems. Next, please. So, in terms of digital ecosystem, what's happening? We are creating, METI is creating a concept called India 2.0, where the central theme is about digital ecosystem. It's not about systems. From system thinking, you should go to ecosystem thinking, higher level of thinking. You have to look around 360 degrees and see what higher level of system you can create. So India 2.0 is about it. I don't want to go into details as such in the interest of time. And in addition to that, we have an aggressive plan right now to release this by about 15th of August or so. So it will help the whole country, all the ministries and states. Upcoming in the series, we have UHI, which is like UPI, is going to make a difference in the health sector. NDR in the education sector. IDEA is in the agriculture sector, and ONDC in the digital commerce sector. So these are all somewhere in the early stages of becoming a digital ecosystem very soon. So once 15 such systems are there in the country, my estimate is really we are very much one of the best countries from digital perspective. And lastly, what is required? What does it take? It doesn't happen automatically. Needs a lot of toiling of people who right people at the right time. So we need to develop the core of the digital ecosystem in the form of a platform, public digital platform, as a seed, as a catalyst, as an initial element. And then a set of protocols which will enable all other public-private ecosystems to interoperate with that. So that is the first step you have to take. The second is to create the policy environment required, which is mostly around data and PPP frameworks. Is that, unless the framework is there, startups and industries, they have excellent ideas, but they can't scale it across easily. So the PPP framework is very, very important there. And then core data sets. आपके पास पूरा प्लेटफॉर्म वगैरह है, लेकिन जब डेटा नहीं है तो इंजन कैसे चलेगा? So data is very important. Ministries have to work in that direction. States have to work in that direction. And then take the existing platforms and align them to the new architecture. It takes some 20-30% of additional work, but it's worth it so that you're not starting from scratch, but leveraging the existing platforms so that they are part of the ecosystem. The system becomes part of the ecosystem. And then new business models so that it's sustainable. Some 10 rupees, 20 rupees per transaction, whatever it works out. Last but not least, capacity building among the government servants, among the startups, among the industries. We need to do a lot of education on this digital. Don't go with blinkers. Go with a wide eyes open and a 360-degree vision, then obviously we'll have these digital ecosystems a reality very soon. Already we have Aadhaar, we have, as mentioned, GSTN and other things upcoming. There will be several more such ecosystems which this country needs to reach that $1 trillion economy. So I'm a very optimistic person. I've been seeing it for 30 years. It's going to happen. It will happen with the combined strength of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think your vision is really commendable to really bring about this entire digital ecosystem in India, which can benefit all the stakeholders, with the main beneficiary being the citizens and the businesses, for whom the entire digital government will be so much more accessible and so much more better in terms of experience in using those platforms. Next, I would like to invite Shri Dinesh Tyagiji. He is the MD of CSC SPV. He is an IS officer of 81 batch, and he has worked in Tripura in various capacities. And he is associated with CSC SPV in the capacity of MD for the last several years. As you may be aware, CSCs have really brought the digital services closer to citizens because they are all located in rural areas, and they provide a direct intermediated access to the citizens to the online services. And because of the presence of CSCs, a large number of government programs have really succeeded in reaching to the citizens in terms of delivering benefits and a whole range of services. So I would request him to kindly speak about how this innovation is impacting the delivery of citizen-centric services.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. First of all, the distinguished panelists, the attendee to the workshop, a very good morning to all of you. Common service centers, as some of you are aware, some who are students or young people or startups probably may not be so much aware of it, are digital access points which are operated and managed by a local entrepreneur and deliver various government and non-government services. They are integral part of Digital India initiative. Among the various 9 pillars, the Common Service Center is one of the pillars of Digital India program. What do we do? What actually the Common Service Center does and how does it? Inherently, Indians are entrepreneurs. Inherently. What is happening is, even in rural India, we find such a great entrepreneurship ability of people that by using technology, they are transforming their lives and also the lives of people where they live in. The great skill which they have, we don't estimate, we actually don't realize the potential and the skill which a person in a village has. He may not have gone to a traditional school or a college, or he may not even gone to a ITI or IIT for that matter. But our experience shows that these are remarkable guys whose ability to assimilate technology is very high. And build a rural enterprise, build an enterprise based on that is phenomenal. We are now in this country, we have about more than 500,000 of these common service centers. About 100,000 are managed by women. And as usual, the women are far better skilled because this is a multitasking activity. They do large number of activity, G2C, B2C, and almost everything possible which a citizen needs can be accessed through common service centers. So women are very skilled in multitasking activities. And there's a phenomenal success stories of these women living in villages, doing service to this community, building an empowerment for themselves, and trying and also simplifying life for people using technology. The assimilation of technology by these women folk has also been great. Some of you who have time can visit our centers. We do almost everything which a person in a village needs. First, of course, started with government to service citizen, G2C. And G2C is one of the starting point on which this common service start, but now we do almost, as I said, everything possible. We do what basically is called DBT, a digital doctor, a digital banker, and a digital teacher. That's what we do. So we do almost everything what a teacher does. Means everything possible a rural person needs in education is available through Common Service Center, including class 3, 5, 8, 10, and 12, You can have high-skill programs on IoT, data analytics, or machine learning. You can do those programs and learn there. There may be one student in a village. We don't do a classroom-like teaching programs, but you have one student in a village, but there'll be 100,000 of these centers doing 100,000 of these systems using it. So we do almost everything. We also enable them to appear for competitive exams, any exam you do, like the Agniveer exams. We have already started mock tests for people who want to appear for Agniveer exams. And we do for National Institute of Open Schooling, class 6 and class 9 admission. In one point of time, 25 lakh people registered for National Institute of Open Schooling admission through the Common Service Center. Two great things which he or she does. His ability, the Common Service Center entrepreneur's ability to mobilize community is very high. Since he's local, his credibility is significant. And he, of course, supports because he works 24 hours. That is the value proposition which a Common Service Center operates and does that part of the work. As I said, great stories of amazing people. We do telemedicine, homeopathy, Ayurveda, and allopathy, all three. We also do telemedicine for animals, and as I said, tele-law, tele-legal survey, pre-litigation advice to the Ministry of Justice is also done, and tele-agriculture. Means a farmer want to talk to a KVK scientist, he can go and visit to CSE, both of them talk to each other, and he can take an advice on the farm, whatever he wants to do, that part of the work. So everything is using technology, and the main activity, of course, is financial inclusion, which is our core, which also generate income for him. See, in the last one year, the total transaction done on Aadhaar-enabled payment system through Common Service Centers are for 15,000 crore. 15,000 crore rupees transaction done. That means people in villages were able to take their money, cash deposit, withdrawal, fund transfer, mini statement, and balance inquiry. They can do without visiting a bank. There are a large number of people I met, they've not for 2 years visited the bank. You don't need to go to a bank. The Common Service Centers are helping people to access services very close. They don't have to go to the government office, or they don't go to the bank, and they can access these same services close to the place where they live in. Common Service Centers, as I said, are also transforming and providing skills and employment potential to them. Average about 2 million people in 500,000 are directly or indirectly employed in Common Service Center, and they create opportunities for them. So all those who are startups, Common Service Centers provides a platform for you for geographical equity. If you have something to sell, we will help you to sell, provided it is saleable in the market. So we now, in the COVID time, started what we call a Grameen store. CSC Grameen store is a hyper-local Grameen store which supply everything possible. We have last year sold about 1,500 cars. We sell cars of all the brands in the country. We sell local produce. We sold khakra from Gujarat to every place. We sold saffron from Kashmir to some of the location. And we now sell almost all prasad. If you want Baba Dham, in the last few months, we have sold Baba Dham prasad about 2 tons. 2 tons of Baba Dham prasad across the country has been sold to the same ecosystem of CSC. CSC enables people to access. So those who can't visit Kashi Vishwanath temple and want a prasad, we can actually enable them to get the Kashi Vishwanath prasad temple also. Ganga Jal is also being, so if you want to do and purify your house or your things, you can even buy a Ganga Jal through a Common Service Center. The only thing you can't directly buy, you have to go to CSC to buy. It's hyper-local. Everything is sold and bought through the Common Service Center and entrepreneur them. There are 2 advantages. One is that he doesn't have to maintain an inventory because he aggregate demands in place order. There is no obsolescence on them, and the credit and the capital requirement is very minimal. But he does almost everything possible for the ecosystem. So all those startups who have a product which is saleable for rural India, we are willing to support. We don't do exclusivity, we are neutral, and this platform of Government of India is available to everyone who want to sell things or produce. There's a boy who visited our stall. His 50,000 T-shirts have been sold in 1 year. He's only 4 years old, and in a village in Rajasthan, he makes T-shirts, bags, and all through women. There are 25 women engaged by him, but he's a phenomenal. He used to be a helper on a shop, on a sewing shop, and now becomes an entrepreneur. But a phenomenal success story, potential. If you have a charisma and want to use the network, we're willing to support you, and even if you want to sell them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Tyagi. You have rightly mentioned that CSC have become the touch points for a very wide range of services, and they have also provided women the opportunity to really head these centers and become entrepreneurs in themselves. Next, I would like to invite my colleague Sri Saurav Gaur. He was till recently in METI, and he has just moved to the government of Andhra Pradesh, where he currently holds the position of Principal Secretary of IT and Communication Department, and also he is Principal Secretary, Real-Time Governance and Skill Development and Training Department. In METI, he was closely working with the schemes for supporting the electronics manufacturing sector, and he has been instrumental in implementing those schemes which provided incentives to the industries to really increase production under the Make in India scheme of the government. I would request him to kindly speak about the experiences in the state of Andhra Pradesh in bringing innovations in citizen-centric service delivery. I will also request him to kindly confine his remarks within 5 minutes in the interest of time.
Thank you so much, sir. Esteemed colleagues on the dais, off the dais, and my dear friends, I'm here to represent the government of Andhra Pradesh in terms of how is it reimagining itself as a digital government, and how is it delivering services from solutions to systems to platforms and to the entire ecosystem, broadly on the lines of what J. Satyanarayana Saab had mentioned. Next. So while I would take you through this framework, briefly about Andhra Pradesh, this is the 8th largest state in the country, but it is also among the highest growth rate states in the country. And it is very high on skills in terms of 1 in every 4 people in Silicon Valley among the Indian community are from the Telugu states, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. It is also ranked first in ease of doing business for last 5 years now consistently, even in the rankings that were released a week back, we were again number 1 in the country. Similarly, on other parameters also, it has been doing very well. Next one. Next, please. Okay. Go back, please. I'm sorry. Yeah, on the policy framework, now Andhra Pradesh has come out with policies pertaining to whether it is a policy, the IT policy, electronics policy, and also in the emerging domains, whether it is the electric mobility policy, drone policy, and now we are coming out with data management policy. But essentially, the pitch is that we want to make Andhra Pradesh the most favorable investment destination. Coupled with our very strong ethos for ease of doing business, we provide power at 4.5 rupees per unit. Water is provided at 55 rupees per MLD. Similarly, there is capital investment subsidy up to between 20 to 25% available. And land is also available at a very cost-effective rate. And so we have huge skill base. Next. So in terms of now talking about the platforms and the fact that we are coming out with a data policy, Andhra Pradesh today, as part of our instance of data.gov.in, we have 37 departments that are connected. We have chief data officers for all these departments, and 100 plus data sets are being provided access to. And we take the data through a FAIR framework, a findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable framework. So data is available almost on daily basis through APIs, so that there is no obsolescence of data, and data is structured to be usable also. Next. Our focus is on bringing out high-value data sets. So while we will shortly be coming out with a state data office, what we are looking at is that there are people who are demanding data on one side, whether it is the startups, the industry, the other non-government sector, or data evangelists who are also seeking data or providing data. And on the other side, we have the people who are who are supplying the data, whether it is the digital platforms from state government, from Government of India, from sectoral stacks, or from other agencies. So through the state data office, we want it to be a very powerful organization that will be responding to the ecosystem and being able to provide data, data being, as is often said, the fuel of digital economy. Next. So the State Data Office, the three major functions that the State Data Office is going to do is, one is it will be hosting the data, like I said, from public sector, private sector, from the civil society organizations. It will also be hosting training models. Think of it as Kaggle of government. So the training data set is available for the startup ecosystem to utilize that data, whether it is, for example, our database, public, non-personal database pertaining to agriculture, animal husbandry, energy, ports, roads, so on and so forth. So we will provide training data sets as also algorithms which are already available, which have been used by the government. We are doing a huge capacity building program in terms of training our data officers and also coming out with strong models for data governance. What is the data licensing framework? How do we ensure that privacy is a right which is embedded in all the data sharing that is happening? And what kind of value can be driven out of data in terms of the valuation guidelines? Because there is a lot that government as well as private sector can benefit by having that data accessible. To give an example, we have 14,000 CCTV cameras across the state. All of them come on a common dashboard. Now that is a lot of data coming in and lots of training models can be used to develop lots of solutions. Next, please. So that is how we imagine ourselves as coming out with digital platforms. This is what probably J. Sathyanarayana was alluding to also. The platforms and protocols that we set in place for that platforms. In terms of, we have the data repositories at the bottom for different, like he said, 15 different departments, agriculture, energy, transport, so on and so forth, social empowerment, even law and justice. Then we have the data exchanges, which is essentially standardized set of APIs that are going to be provided. And on top of that, we have the platform services, the valuation guidelines and the licensing frameworks. And finally, how do we interact with the private sector ecosystem? By providing sandboxes and marketplace. So this is the kind of model that we've been putting in place. And just to give an idea, next one please. And in a federated architecture of data, we interact with Government of India also. So with their, whether it is DigiLocker, Umang, data.gov.in, we've been interacting continuously and integrating with them. I'll give you two examples of platform systems next, digital platforms. The first one is our Gram Sachivalaya, Bharat Sachivalaya system, which is our one-stop solution for providing all citizen services, and where we track and monitor also the performance. Next. Since we are running short of time, 15,000 Gram Sachivalayas, Bharat Sachivalayas are connected. Almost 5 crore services were given last year alone. And there is a 7-step authentication process for deduplication. And essentially the compliance is also 90% of services are delivered within the service level agreements. Next one, the second digital platform is our comprehensive financial management system. This is the most comprehensive system in the country where our budget planning, revenues, expenditures, work management, everything happens through this portal. Next. And to talk about what this platform has been able to do is almost 7 lakh crores of budget allocation has happened through this. 6.7 lakh crores of amount has been distributed. The SGST collections, everything comes on this platform. So this is the platform through which we interact with fintech companies also and provide the model data set and see what kind of efficiencies can be driven and have beautiful visualizations coming out and see what kind of resource mobilization potentials are also there in the state which are yet untapped. So like that, we are utilizing next. And all of this happening because we are concerned, we are interacting continuously with the marquee companies in Andhra Pradesh and outside and having a very strong private sector connect. Next. Next. So we are, I'll stop here. We are targeting and marketing Visakhapatnam as our IT destination, and we want to invite people, companies to come and make it happen in Vizag. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Saurabh. I think that was really a very nice overview of the efforts being made by the state of Andhra Pradesh to really bring innovations in both a data-driven economy and in using the platforms for improving the service delivery framework. Next, I would like to invite Sri Samir Vishnoi, who is Special Secretary and CEO, CHIPS in Government of Chhattisgarh. I would request him to share his experiences about the various IT initiatives in the state of Chhattisgarh and also the innovations that they are bringing in the entire citizen-centric service delivery framework.
A very good morning to all of you. Next. So, like whatever was told about digital platform and public digital PDIs. So, in our state, there are basically 3 schemes which I would like to present here. 2 of them are under operation and 1 is under development. So first one is, I'm sorry for small fonts. So first one is Mukhyamantri Mitan Yojana, which is basically a doorstep delivery of services. This was launched this year only, and it has been implemented in 14 urban local bodies, and we are getting regular, we are giving regular services through this. Next. These are services, basically right now it is having less number of service, but it is already under development, and we will increase it to up to 50 services. It has basically like birth certificate, marriage certificate, income, caste, domicile certificates, all those things which will be given through doorstep delivery. Here person will come to home with a tablet and will fill all personal information, and then service certificate will also be delivered at doorstep. Next. Second, this is one of its kind scheme in whole country. It is called Godhan Nyaya scheme. So we have a everywhere in India they have problem of stray cattle. So state government has devised a scheme for putting stray cattle in gothans. And from there, they will collect gobar, cow dung, and state government will purchase it. So it looks that how it should be implemented so that there are no fund leakages. For that, we have developed a portal and mobile application. This portal, first of all, it has online registration process, through which we register. It is already under operation since last 1.5 years. We register cow dung sellers, and we also register samitis, which will purchase gobar, and sellers who will sell gobar at village level. It is all IT driven. Second part is procurement and procurement. So here gobar will come. It will be entered, the weight will be entered through portal, and after the payment will be done, it will be having payment cycle. So third part is DBT payment. So likewise, they also sell, these Gothan Samitis, they also sell vermicompost, which they make from that gobar. So that financial transaction is also captured through this application. Next. This is a visual for performance. Next. So this is most relevant project which is currently under development. In this project, whatever ideas for public digital is given here, all majority of them are covered. We have already notified our data exchange policy in our state, and data exchange platform under this project is under development. Through this, we will have not only we will exchange data, but we will also provide service, and it will be proactive. Like person will not have to apply for it, but all his data will be with government, and whenever he becomes eligible, he will just have to say yes or no, and that service will be given, or that benefit will be given. So it will be major game changer in state for service delivery, and we have kept it very futuristic, and it will be rolled out in another 6 months. Thank you.
Mr. Vishnoi. I think proactive governance as a concept is really catching on, and many countries have already gone ahead with this kind of new concept in delivering public services. Next, I would like to invite Shri Kumar Vinit. He is a Special Secretary, IT and Electronics in Government of Uttar Pradesh. And I would request him to share about the steps taken by the state in terms of policy reform and initiatives under the Digital India program, and also the state's own initiatives in citizen-centric service delivery.
Thank you, sir. So when I landed in Ahmedabad, it was a nice weather, and I was pretty sure, if not very confident, that yes, Uttar Pradesh has done something tangible, and yes, we can present something. Then state ranking of the startups came, we were in emerging leaders, and then we came into leader category, so it was still fine. And then I heard the speech of Honorable Prime Minister. Sir, he's a very big taskmaster, and with your team, you have put up the Indian Stack Global, My Scheme, Meri Pehchan, Bhashni, Genesis, Chip to Startup, and so many things that within first 2 hours, while United States was rising to their celebration of independence, our digital mission for the next couple of years was already set up. So, sir, on that note, next please, I will carry on with the policy initiatives of Government of Uttar Pradesh that have taken up. And then I will take up the state initiatives, because there are many state governments and central ministries also. A few of them are really good, and I can easily customize for them also. Next, please. The IT policy initiative, there are certain companies, say Amazon, Microsoft, Disney, Apple, Google, they all started in garage. And that is the concept of when we say about the IT parks. Plug and play, hand-holding, space, ecosystem, connectivity, mentorship, everything is there, all set in place. In Uttar Pradesh, there are 18 commissionaries. So in a couple of years, we are going to establish one IT park in each and every commissionerate of Uttar Pradesh. That is our goal. That is we are going to set up. Presently, the green says that we are already done. The yellow says that we are already in progress. Next, please. Startup policy. I was just discussing one of the startup over here, Mr. Shankar is from Bangalore. He was into a pleasure and stress management startup. So when I asked him what are your demand from the government, then he said, sir, I'm perfectly fine. So the Government of India policies, Uttar Pradesh is all aligned up with each and every policy of Government of India and directives. In startup also, we have 47 incubators right now, but in coming 1 year, we have targeted that we are going to have one incubator at least in each and every district, all 75 districts of Uttar Pradesh. With 6,500 startups, we have got Center of Excellence as presently in Noida, in IT Kanpur, in drone. In drone, we are going to have 4 deliverables in 4 years in agriculture as well as in payload as well as industry sector. MedTech is coming up in SGPJ in Lucknow. Defense corridor is coming up in Bundelkhand. So there is an ecosystem of startups that is going to develop over there in Uttar Pradesh. Next, please. In the manufacturing policy, we have already got a very beautiful system of Noida, Greater Noida, and upcoming Yamuna Authority. Techna has already come up with their one major cluster. And as I said, medical cluster in Lucknow, Unnao region is going to come up. The defense sector is going to come up. So this is well placed, all aligned up, and it is going to reckon like anything. Next, please. Data center policy. We planned a 5-year policy, but we achieved our target in the very first year. So now we are coming up with AVGC policy as well, that is audio, VFX, gaming, and comics. And with this ecosystem of data center policy in Uttar Pradesh, because we need a DC and we need a DR in a different economic, in a different zone. So this is going to speed up the edge data center concept with the gaming policy as well. So this is an opportunity that is going to come up in a very big way in Uttar Pradesh, and I welcome you all into it. Next, please, Nivesh Mitra. We have done more than 7,58,000 applicants and more than 93,000 satisfied users into it. So Nivesh Mitra has come up beautifully. Next, please. The CM helpline, data analytics is a very major part of it. So there are 3 things. One is a citizen reaches out to us. Other is that we analyze the citizen issues with their outgoing calls, because we have a capacity of more than 1 lakh calls handling per day, 80,000 incoming, 50,000 outgoing. So we can handle huge calls, and we are doing it to help better our own policies. Next, please. E-district, where we have 2 CSCs in every panchayat, and we are now developing Panchayat Secretariat as hobnob of activities of citizen-centric services in India. In Uttar Pradesh, more than 29 crores of applications already taken up. Next, please. Now I come to the initiatives, quick initiatives, and this is one of the initiatives that I would really ask the states or central ministries to look up into. AI and IoT-based smart enforcement system of mining, 20 check gates as of now, and with that, in just 6 months, we have more than 76 crores of penalty amounts already taken up. The total cost of the IT check gates is very beautiful. No interface, no manual interface, and a command center controls everything. Next, please. E-Ganna. Well, as you can see, the first point in paradigm shift, manual to digital, and the last point, no manual interface. Just at a cost of just 5.65 crores, we have helped 45 lakh sugarcane producers, farmers on this platform, absolutely paperless, as you say, less government and more governance. Next, please. This is the last one, and this is I would really like to share with, because many state governments, many ministries are coming up with this particular concept. Absolutely paperless. All the 10 stakeholders, right from OEM manufacturers, more than 17,000 colleges, more than 37 universities, 10 departments, 40 lakh student data, all stakeholders, every step, seamless, paperless, no paper movement at any level. We are giving the educational content as well. We are targeted with the Springboard Infosys platform as well. So this is a beautiful platform. Anyone, any state would like to customize it for them, I would really be very happy to do that. You just need a letter to the Chief Secretary to us. With that, next slide. Thank you very much. These are the initiatives of the Uttar Pradesh government that we are representing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sri Vaneet. I think the steps taken by the state to really make it the country's most preferred investment destination are really commendable. Next, I would like to request Sri Amit Kumar Sinha, who is the Director of ITDA, Government of Uttarakhand, to speak about the initiatives taken by the state government, especially in emerging technologies with a focus on drone applications, which really have been used by the state in a very meaningful and impactful way for citizen-centric service delivery in a number of areas.
गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीबॉडी। उत्तराखंड में डीआरसी की स्थापना जो हुई थी, ये हमारी एनटीआरओ के साथ मिलकर एक ड्रोन एप्लीकेशन रिसर्च सेंटर हम लोगों ने बनाया। इसका मेन पर्पस था, जब 2013 की आपदा आई थी केदारनाथ की, तो उसके बाद हमें ऐसा लगा कि बहुत सारी ऐसी जगहें हैं जहाँ की हमें बगैर ड्रोन के नहीं आ सकते। उत्तराखंड लगभग 60 से 70% ऐसा है जहाँ आपका जाना थोड़ा मुश्किल है, और आपदा के समय ऐसा कुछ लगा कि ऐसी जगहों पर हमें लोगों के मिलने की सूचनाएं मिलती थी जहाँ की कोई व्यक्ति नहीं जा सकता था। मतलब जब डिजास्टर आया तो लोग चढ़ना शुरू कर दिए पहाड़ों पे, कोई पेड़ पे छुप गया, कोई ऊंची पहाड़ियों पे ऐसी जगह चला गया जहाँ की हमें उसे रेस्क्यू करके लाना मुश्किल था। तो एनीवे उसी के बैकड्रॉप में बताना चाहता हूँ कि हम लोगों ने जब ड्रोन वाले ये ऐसा किया कि हम सभी जिलों का कि भाई अपने ड्रोन खरीदिए। ड्रोन लोग खरीद तो लेते थे लेकिन कोई चलाता नहीं था, क्योंकि उनको लगता था बड़ी महंगी चीज़ है, टूट जाएगी। तो उस पर हम लोगों ने ये ड्रोन एप्लीकेशन रिसर्च सेंटर खोला कि लोगों को सिखाएं, अपने डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट की टीम को सिखाएं। नेक्स्ट, तो इसमें हम लोगों ने लगभग जब से 2018 से खोला है, और मैं आपको ये बताऊं कि हम लोगों ने जिस समय इसको खोला था उस समय भारत में ड्रोन की पॉलिसी नहीं आई। जब सीएआर हमारा दिसंबर में आया, हम लोगों ने इसको अगस्त में खोला था, और कोशिश ये कर रहे थे कि ताकि डीजीसीए को कन्विंस कर सकें कि आप हमें इसकी अनुमति दें, क्योंकि अदरवाइज भी लोग उड़ा रहे हैं, लेकिन कोई इसके पीछे मतलब कितनी लीगैलिटी है उसको क्वेश्चन करना, और हमें लोगों को बताना कि भाई हम सरकारी लोग हैं, हम उड़ा रहे हैं। क्योंकि फाइनली हमें ड्रोन में कहीं ना कहीं इस कॉन्सेप्ट को लाना पड़ेगा कि जो भी आज की शादियों में भी जो ड्रोन उड़ा रहा है वो हमारा एक तरह से रिमोट आई है। अगर डिजास्टर में देखिए, जैसे उत्तराखंड में सर हम लोगों ने शुरू किया है, हम लोग ड्रोन मित्र के कॉन्सेप्ट को लेके आए हैं कि आप अगर शादियों में भी ड्रोन उड़ा रहे हैं तो आपको हम नॉर्मल ऑर्थोमोजाइक बनाना सिखा देंगे, आप मैपिंग करिए अपने एरिया की। आपको हम रूटीन की और भी थोड़ा इसका हम लोग सेशन कराया उन लोगों को, मैनेज ड्रोन पायलट्स को, और उनको ड्रोन मित्र का नाम दिया कि आप ड्रोन उड़ाइए और आपके फीड को हम फिर अपने लोकल फीड में लाएंगे। नेक्स्ट, चमोली डिजास्टर में भी हम लोगों ने काफ़ी काम किया। नेक्स्ट, एक डार्क लेक का कॉन्सेप्ट शुरू किया। इसमें डार्क लेक में हमने डेटा सेंटर में 180 टेराबाइट की जगह इनके लिए रिजर्व कर दी। 180 ड्रोन पायलटों को कहा कि तुम्हारे लिए 1-1 टेराबाइट दिया, तुम इसको अपने जितने भी सरकारी काम में ड्रोन के लिए जो उपयोगिता है, अगर जैसे हम लोगों ने पीडब्ल्यूडी की सड़कें बन रही हैं तो जनवरी की एक फीड आएगी, फरवरी की एक फीड आएगी, तो सब सारी फीडों को अपलोड करते रहिए और अपलोड करके हम लोग उसको डार्क लेक पे ले आए। इसमें चीफ सेक्रेटरी साहब का और सेक्रेटरी लेवल के अधिकारियों को यूजर नेम पासवर्ड दिया, डायरेक्टरेट को यूजर नेम पासवर्ड दिया, और जिन लोगों को डेटा अपलोड करना उनको भी पासवर्ड दिया। तो ये मैनेज ड्रोन पायलट्स साथ में कई और ड्रोन जो हमारे उड़ा रहे हैं, जो भी डिपार्टमेंट ड्रोन एंगेज कर रहा है, उसको डेटा सेंटर में 1 TB की जगह हमने दी कि आप अपने डेटा सेंटर इसको अपलोड करिए और फाइनली वो डार्क लेक पे चला जाएगा। वो एक टॉप लेयर रहेगी और उसको पुल करके हम लोग उस डेटा को देख सकते हैं कि काम की प्रगति क्या है। तो अगर सिटीजन सेंट्रिक सर्विसेज की बात करें तो डार्क लेक के माध्यम से उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे तरह से इसको अचीव किया है। लेकिन मतलब उत्तराखंड के अगर स्वरूप को देखें तो वहाँ हमें लगता है कि डिजास्टर में ड्रोन की जितनी आवश्यकता है उसको हम लोग 2%, 3% ही इस्तेमाल कर पा रहे हैं। अपार आवश्यकताएं हैं और हम तो कहेंगे कई जगह पे हमारे इंटरनेट की कनेक्टिविटी नहीं मिल पाती है, हमारे सिग्नल्स नहीं है, लेकिन वहाँ पे भी हमें ड्रोन को उड़ाकर और रिपीटर के माध्यम से फिर हम ड्रोन के फीड को लाते हैं। अभी हम लोगों ने अपने स्टॉल पे डेमो भी इसका करवाने का कोशिश किया था कि हमने 2 RF रेडियो और बैकपैक बैटरी के साथ, लिथियम पॉलीमर बैटरी के साथ किस तरह से हम लोग ड्रोन की फीड को लाएं। और फाइनली हम लोगों ने एक GCS वैन क्रिएट किया। नेक्स्ट, ये एक GCS वैन क्रिएट किया, ग्राउंड कंट्रोल स्टेशन वैन। इसको हम लोग लास्ट जिस जगह डिजास्टर आई उसके लास्ट पॉइंट तक ले जाएंगे। वहाँ से हम इसमें 2-3 पोर्टेबल RF रेडियो और ड्रोन रखा है जो लेके लोग ऊपर तक जाएंगे जहाँ डिजास्टर हुआ है, वहाँ पे रिपीटर सेट करेंगे और वहाँ से फिर इस GCS वैन पे हम बैंडविड्थ एग्रीगेटर भी लगा हुआ है ताकि हम यहाँ से उस ड्रोन की फीड को देख सकते हैं और पूरे जगह हम इसको ब्रॉडकास्ट कर सकते हैं। नेक्स्ट, इस तरह से हम लोगों ने यहाँ पे इसको ट्रायल भी किया। नेक्स्ट, थैंक यू।
Thank you for such a outstanding work done in the field of emerging technology by using drone for such very vitally important domains. We are running out of time, but I do want to leave a few minutes for discussion from the floor. So perhaps we can take just a couple of questions. So anyone who would like to ask any questions from the panel, kindly raise your hand. And please be very brief in posing question. We have had very interesting discussion with a lot of inputs, ideas from very esteemed panelists. And this opens up a whole new area for development in terms of improving our entire digital government interface. Yeah, please. Kindly.
Namaskar, and thanks for the lovely, presentations and discussion. I am a founder of a startup from IIT Kanpur. I wanted to know about CSC. It was amazing to, know about the facts, what CSC is doing on the ground. So the question is, in what ways startup can connect or partnership with CSC? Can startup itself become a CSC node? Because we are working with 40 million low and medium income workers or laborers. How can we create synergy with CSC on the ground?
See, there are 2 ways of doing. One, of course, is if you want to become a CSC, it's very simple. csc.gov.in, you go there, fill up your details, application, you must have a place, you must have capital to invest for computing infrastructure. The government does not provide any support. Government only enables them. So you can register. Our person at the district level will come and verify your location, and then finally an ID and password is created, you start working like a CSC. That's very simple. As long as you want to use it for other purposes, like you said, labor for that matter, and other people who want to use it, if you have, then you have to have central MOU signed with the organization. Our state team you can contact wherever the state is there. You can contact Delhi, and somebody will help you and support you in signing an MOU. What we negotiate is the incentive is the VLE will get. That is what we negotiate, and your ability to try and deliver the services has to be there. So once we are satisfied with them, then we sign an MOU and start working with. There is nothing, no other terms and conditions.
Thank you. We can perhaps take just one more question. Yes, gentleman here. Then we'll try to conclude.
हेलो, गुड आफ्टरनून सर। अभी मुझे ये पूछना है कि एज अ CSV सेंटर पे एज अ कस्टमर साइड अगर मैं जाता हूँ, कोई डॉक्यूमेंट को फिलअप करता हूँ और वो प्रोसेस के लिए मैं CSC सेंटर को देता हूँ, तो मेरी क्या प्राइवेसी रहेगी कि उसमें वो डॉक्यूमेंट गलत पर्पस से यूज़ नहीं हो?
See, what is the CSC does? CSC only is a platform. It's a platform. So when you do go to the CSC, when he fills up the application, he fills the application on the same service provider of the Government of India. So whatever risk you have in filling and applying for an IRCT ticket on IRCT site, exactly same. He does not store it. He is not a separate. We don't store any data of anyone, either on the front end or also on the mainframe. We don't store any information. The service, if you pay insurance premium, it goes to the insurance site and does the transaction. We are only an identifier, routing agency in order to enable that to happen. So we, as long as we are not storing the data, there is no danger in that sense. No danger.
Nice, thank you.
I would also like to mention that the entire CSC network is a means for providing intermediated access. So there is no possibility for the CSC operator to keep any data in his own private custody of anyone who comes there to seek services. I think we have run out of time, so we will try to conclude now. Before we end the session, I would like to give perhaps 30 seconds to each panelist to just say their concluding thoughts in a very succinct and summarized form as to the way forward for this entire theme of this session on public digital platforms and innovations in citizen-centric service delivery. So starting with Sri J. Satyanarayana ji.
Hello. Sir, I
Think
had a
big,
question.
start small, scale fast. So the digital ecosystem that I had talked about is about thinking big. Thank you.
From the state government side, I would request that the public digital platforms that are coming up in different domains, states should be made very strong partners of that. And in the federated architecture that we have for data and digital ecosystem, there should be always place for states also to be able to not just contribute, but also take away from the digital platforms and be able to plug and play their solutions also. Thank you, sir.
I think mutual cooperation between different departments of state government and with central government and different states, that is going to play a major role in this.
Yeah, sorry. Just a small thing to what is the new emerging thing which is required. I think as we can buy products, TV, fridge online at our home and get it delivered, called cash on delivery, we should have government service also cash on delivery. That will be the transformation. This is the need, and if you can get everything delivered to my house at whatever price you want, I am prepared, I am very happy. This, I just give an example, 1 minute. I was in a workshop like this with Delhi University students, but 400 of them. I asked them, have you gone to a government office? About 90% raised their hands. I asked them, will you go second time to a government office? All of them shouted, no, sir. But that is the new generation. New generation want everything to be delivered to their house, and they knew all the state, like the Chhattisgarh example, deliver at their home. That is the new era. If you can deliver government service at their home and residence, that will be a great transformation we have done for Digital India. Thank you.
Amit Sinha ji.
I think drone ecosystem needs to be started in a big way because drone is the need of the hour, not for only for citizen-centric, for the government system also. It's a huge, the promotion of, we have only scratched on the top now. I mean, there is an immense possibility to explore the drone, value of drone in government. That's it. Thank you.
Sir, recently, groundbreaking ceremony was held in Uttar Pradesh. 80,000 crores of investment came in, 25,000 crores from IT sector. And even investors and Honorable Prime Minister was very appreciative of the bureaucratic system of Uttar Pradesh. So I would just say, Uttar Pradesh, unlimited possibilities.
So I think with these remarks by the panelists, we have come to the end of this session. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to all the panelists for their very valuable comments, suggestions, and remarks. And I hope the discussion would really be useful to all the participants in understanding the concept of this very rapidly evolving new theme on public platforms. And also states have talked about the innovations that they have been bringing in the entire citizen-centric service delivery framework, which really has proved such a valuable entire initiative for the citizens, from the citizens' point of view, in really improving ease of access to these services, and also ensuring that they can get services in a much shorter time compared to what we have been witnessing earlier. So thank you so much to all the panelists again. And also my sincere thanks to all the participants who have listened to the discussion so patiently and for also posing some questions to the panel. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Moderator Sir, and all the speakers for your insightful information and experience. Now we wish to present the memento as a mark of gesture. Foremost, I request Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Sir, to kindly present the memento to Shri J. Satyanarayana, Advisor, WEF. Thank you. I now request Dr. Rajendra Sir to kindly present memento to Shri Dinesh Tyagi, Managing Director, CSC SPV. Thank you. I now request Shri Shubhendra Bahadur, Director, MeitY, to kindly present memento to Dr. Rajendra Kumar. Thank you. I request Shri Shubhendra Bahadur to kindly present memento to Shri Saurabh Gaur, Principal Secretary, IT&C, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Thank you. I now request Shri Shubhendra Bahadur to kindly present memento to Shri Kumar Vinit, Special Secretary, IT&E, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Thank you. I now request Shri Santosh Patel, Scientist, D. MeitY, to kindly present memento to Shri Samir Vishnoi, Special Secretary and CEO, CHIPS, Government of Chhattisgarh. Thank you. I now request Shri Santosh Patel to kindly present memento to Shri Amit K. Sinha, IPS Director, ITDA, Government, Uttarakhand. Thank you. And I now request all the speakers and moderators, sir, to kindly step forward for the group photograph. Can we have a very big round of applause for all these august speakers and moderators, sir? Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. It was indeed a pleasure to have you all over here. Now we proceed towards the next session, which is Aadhaar, enabling ease of living. We're going to have panel discussion. And for that, we have moderator Shri Amod Kumar, DDG UI DAI. Speakers Shri Santosh Kumar Mal, IAS Principal Secretary, IT Government of Bihar. Shri V. Ponuraj, IAS Secretary, DPAR, Government of Karnataka. Shri Abhijit Agrawal, Project Director, MP Swan, and Deputy Secretary, DSI, Government of Madhya Pradesh. And Shri Amit K. Sinha, IPS Director, ITDA, Government of Uttarakhand. As we all witness it every day, Aadhaar has played a significant role in enhancing the digital economy in our country by virtue of its being a unique digital identity. It has emerged as a great enabler for digital India. We have reached near saturation level in Aadhaar enrollment of the adult population in India. Every day we have about 7 crore authentications carried out where people use Aadhaar to verify their identity digitally to avail subsidies, benefits and services, as well as for making digital payments. A lot of these authentications and transactions happen in the states. Our Honorable Prime Minister, sir, has always stressed on ease of living for the citizens using digital tools. This session will discuss how states are using Aadhaar in different ways for easing the daily lives of the citizens, especially the most marginalized and deprived class, through seamless delivery of subsidies, benefits and other services under various welfare schemes. This session will also discuss and explore any suggestions or any areas of improvements in the Aadhaar ecosystem so that the ambit of these services can be expanded further within the extant provisions of the Aadhaar Act, and glitches in implementation, if any, can be removed.
Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Amod Kumar. I am Deputy Director General in Aadhaar Authority, known as UIDI, Unique Identification Authority of India, popularly known as Aadhaar Authority. This session is about how Aadhaar can bring ease of living in the lives of the citizens. As we all know, Honorable Prime Minister always stresses that we need to improve the ease of living. Now we have made such a progress in the field of ease of doing business. Now we must also make a similar progress in the ease of living for citizens. This session will discuss how Aadhaar is doing it, what more can be done, how in the past we have made this journey. So I'll right in the beginning, very quickly, first share, as I see there are many students here, what is Aadhaar and what is the present state of affairs. Then I'll request my fellow panelists from different states in India to share what is being done in their states for improving ease of living using Aadhaar.
So before that, we would like to welcome you with a floral bouquet, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think we are running, I would request that because we are running late and we should save time, so I think, and as I have already begun, so we can do away with this formality.
Fine, thank you,
But please preserve the bouquets, we'll give it to the participants.
No, we will assure that it will be given to, along with the mementos to you.
Right.
No, don't worry.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir.
So, what is Aadhaar? आधार एक 12 डिजिट का रैंडम नंबर है जो कि हमारे भारत के हर रेजिडेंट को दिया गया है। इस 12 डिजिट के को रैंडम क्यों रखा गया? क्योंकि हम चाहते हैं कि हर सिटीजन की प्राइवेसी और सिक्योरिटी इंटैक्ट रहे। इस 12 डिजिट के रैंडम नंबर में कौन कौन से फील्ड हैं? लगभग 9 फील्ड हैं जो इस 12 डिजिट के रैंडम नंबर के साथ अटैच रहते हैं। 4 डेमोग्राफिक फील्ड हैं, नेम, डेट ऑफ बर्थ, जेंडर और एड्रेस। 3 बायोमेट्रिक फील्ड हैं, आइरिस, फिंगरप्रिंट और फेस। 2 ऑप्शनल कॉन्टैक्ट फील्ड हैं, ईमेल और मोबाइल। तो इन 9 फील्ड से अटैच होता है एक 12 डिजिट का रैंडम नंबर। और इसकी विशेषता ये है कि जो बायोमेट्रिक दिए गए हैं, एक बायोमेट्रिक के साथ एक ही आधार हो सकता है, तो इट इज यूनिक फॉर एवरी इंडिविजुअल। और पूरे जीवन भर के लिए आपके रिश्ते, नाते और चीजें बदल सकती हैं, लेकिन एक बार जो आधार मिला वो आपके साथ पूरे जीवन भर रहता है। In the last 10 years, we have made huge progress in making Aadhars for residents. Now, roughly 1.3 billion, हमारे देश की आबादी 130 करोड़ है, 130 करोड़ आधार बन चुके हैं। और मैं यहाँ इस हॉल में जितने लोग बैठे होंगे, लगभग सबके पास आधार होगा। एक बहुत बड़ी यात्रा, बहुत बड़ा मुकाम हमने पूरा कर लिया है सब लोगों को लगभग आधार देने का। अब बात ये आती है, जब कोई आप बड़ा एक्सप्रेसवे बना देते हैं, कोई बहुत बड़ा मकान बना देते हैं, तो फिर बात आती है इसमें रहेगा कौन, इस एक्सप्रेसवे पे चलेगा कौन। और ये सेशन इसी के बारे में है कि जो ये हमने इतना बड़ा डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएट किया है, इसका क्या हम इसके पोटेंशियल का अभी 5% या 10% भी इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं? और उस पोटेंशियल को कैसे हम अचीव कर सकते हैं कि सब जगह लोगों का जीवन आसान बनाने में आधार का प्रयोग हो? आधार की बहुत सिंपल फंक्शनैलिटी है। कोई भी प्रूव करना चाहता है कि मैं वही हूं जो मैं कह रहा हूं, इफ X is trying to prove that I am X, Aadhaar does it in microseconds. So every day in this country, every day, not in a year or not in a month, every day 7 crore times, 70 million times people prove that they are themselves on some platform for getting some service, on getting some digital service, and it is a digital identity. Although at many places it is being used as physical identity, but actually Aadhaar is a digital identity. When I say digital identity, it means on any digital platform or even any place, you give your 12-digit number or any of your biometric, whether it is face, whether it is fingerprint, whether it is iris. In microseconds, it will tell you whether you are you or not. So X is X or X is not. So this is in a nutshell what is Aadhaar. Now I will turn to the states, how this infrastructure which can handle 7 crore authentications every day is being put to use for easing the lives of the citizens. My fellow panelists, I'll briefly introduce you, my fellow panelists. Towards my right is Mr. Santosh Mal. He's 97 batch IS officer from Bihar cadre. He's BTech and MTech from IIT Kanpur, and he has won many awards in the field of technology, Rashtriya Khel Ratna, Khel Protsahan Award, and all some other awards. Towards my left is Amit Sinha. You have already heard him in the last session. He's a 97 batch IPS officer and is currently known as Drone Man of Uttarakhand, and he has this vision for making Uttarakhand a hub for drones in India. Towards my extreme left is Mr. Ponuraj. He is 2000 batch IS officer from Karnataka cadre and currently the secretary for e-governance in Karnataka, and he will share with you what great things Karnataka has done in utilizing the Aadhaar ecosystem for easing the life of citizen. Ponuraj is by education is from the field of agriculture, but now he's completely immersed into the field of e-governance. And towards my extreme right is Abhijit Agrawal. He's a 2010 batch IS officer from MP cadre. He's also from IIT Kanpur, and he will share what MP is doing in using Aadhaar. So first, I'll start with Mr. Ponuraj, and I'll request him to share Karnataka experience. Thank you, sir. I request that presentation may be brought up. Yeah, thank you. Next slide. In Karnataka, what we have done is that
Before, one request, because we are already running late, so I would request you to finish it maybe in 7-8 minutes.
Yes, sir. In Karnataka, we have already achieved 99.4% of Aadhaar enrollment, which actually powers us to transform government services to the citizens, as well as enabling the citizens to have services from the business as well as from fellow citizens. So now, what I would try to deal with is that how do our systems in Karnataka make life simple from the government sphere, within the government perspective, as well as from outside the government, how we are enabling the citizens to avail services both from organizations and businesses, so that the business to citizen services are enabled better. What we have done in Karnataka is that we have built a system called as Kutumba, which helps us in transforming the service delivery, government service delivery to the citizens. This Kutumba system basically rides on Aadhaar as a backbone. So it creates, can we go to the next slide? Yeah. It creates identity for each of the citizen and then links it to the government databases. So by that way, we are able to connect the databases of different departments and then provide government service delivery without taking an application, without taking documents for proving the eligibility of the citizens to the benefits which are being given by the government under different schemes, as well as providing various services to the citizens. So this Kutumba system is basically a social registry we have created, which also links the benefits which are given by the government under various departments and schemes, and also tries to build in a system wherein DBT is linked to this, so that the final delivery of service or a benefit is directly given to the citizen's bank account. And this also builds a grievance redressal mechanism. So this is an end-to-end solution for delivering the government service to the citizens. Now, what we have tried to do is that basically take the food department database and then link it to land database, link it to the databases of housing department, and such 50 department databases have been connected. This was possible thanks to Aadhaar, that most of the departments which provide benefits to the citizens have taken permission under Section 7 of Aadhaar Act, which has enabled us to have a common identifier and link all these databases. Now, using this database which we have created, we are able to provide most of the services under Suomoto service delivery. When I say Suomoto service delivery, if someone has to get a below poverty card, ration card, they don't need to apply. The system will do a check and will find out whether the person is eligible. If the person is eligible, straight away intimation goes to the citizen that you're eligible for BPL card or Antyodaya scheme, and the benefit is also delivered to the citizen with a SMS intimation. So the person would be able to get the benefits whether from the ration card, or the ration shop, or from the bank account. Now, so far, we have enrolled about 5.5 crore residents, covering about 1.5 crore families, which is roughly about 80-90% of the population of the Karnataka, wherein we have connected about 25 Karnataka government systems and 10 Government of India systems in this database, wherein we are able to deliver services of 100 schemes of Government of Karnataka in this Somoto delivery scheme, wherein no application, no documents to prove, no offices to visit. So the service straight away gets delivered to the citizen's bank account. Now, using this central database, which arises out of Aadhaar as a backbone, we have also built systems like Suvidha. Suvidha is a beneficiary-oriented scheme wherein all the government benefit-oriented schemes are provided through an end-to-end IT solution, where each of the department need not build any IT system, because every system, every scheme which is to be implemented, the government, each of the departments will contact us, we will provide an IT solution. So they need to configure the eligibility conditions, which is checked in the central database of Kutumba, and straight away the service delivery begins. From announcement of the scheme by government in the budget to the service delivery starting, it takes about 3 weeks to 4 weeks, and then straight away the implementation starts. We have also built a system called as Scholarship Portal, wherein we have completely eliminated applications by the students starting from first standard onwards, graduation, even post-graduation. There is no application, no papers to be processed by the departments to provide the scholarships to the students. And once they enter, their continuation in the scholarship will be through the databases of Education Department and Kutumba database. Again, the common identifier is Aadhaar. So we check whether the student is continuing in a particular school and particular standard. Straight away, the scholarship is enabled to the person. And also, we have a system called as Seva Sindhu, which runs on the Service Plus platform of Government of India, which again uses, which provides about 900 and odd citizen services, as well as the benefits to the citizens of Karnataka from Government of Karnataka as well as Government of India. Another creative thing what we have done is that we have created, using the Kutumba database and the farmers' data, which is there in the land records data, we have linked these two together and created unique ID for each of the farmers. Now the benefits registry, which is part of the Kutumba, talks to the fruits database, wherein we are able to have for every farmer what has been delivered in terms of crop insurance, in terms of input subsidy, in terms of the equipments for farming. All the details are captured, and this system further enables the farmers who are left out to be covered in the subsequent years, or the farmers who are to be targeted for a special considerations. So the Aadhaar as a common identifier is able to help us in linking the land records database with the Kutumba database, bring in a family concept and provide all the services to the citizens. Once the farmer is registered here, the farmer is available in the government databases, is also made available to the e-market system, wherein even the direct marketing is also, marketing of agricultural produce produced by the farmer is also made possible. Having looked at what is being done by the Kutumba system in transforming the service delivery to the citizens, I would also like to touch upon how Aadhaar is being used by Government of Karnataka to make the life of citizens easy outside the government sphere as well. Now, what we do is that we have friends from NIC here sitting with us who have actually helped us in creating the Khata register of the urban properties as well as rural properties being pushed into the DigiLocker. Using that DigiLocker, now we would be able to make it available for the citizen to avail the services from the municipal corporations or the rural local bodies, as well as they would be able to pay their property taxes sitting at home, and they don't need to visit any of the offices. Even for the mutation purpose also, they don't need to visit the municipal offices. And we have also used DigiLocker in combination with NAD, this National Accreditation Directory. This brings in the academic institutions to upload their data into the system. And this has been combined with a system built by us, is called as eSagamati. What it does is that every student who is graduating out of the colleges, their certificates are uploaded. Next slide, please. The certificates are uploaded into the NAD system that is linked to the DigiLocker. Now, any institution wanting to admit a student for the post-graduation, or a business entity or a company who wants to recruit a student can straight away cross-check the credentials, both mark sheets as well as the graduation certificate from the system by taking a request to us, and then we in turn take a consent from the student online, and then provide the data, make the data available to the business as well as to the organizations, so that without a student going to the institution can get admitted in the post-graduation, a student, a graduate who has passed out of the school can get employed in a company without even having to physically present and then provide the documents to prove the eligibility or the credentials of the student. We have also now tried to include the blockchain technology in our registration system, so that the data is made available in the DigiLocker as well as in the blockchain system, wherein if a person who comes to Bangalore doesn't know the terrain of Bangalore and wants to buy a property, now the data which is pushed into the DigiLocker would be able to tell the title flow of the property, so the person need not worry about the property's title, and then straight away can go for a registration. So this way we have tried to connect the systems using Aadhaar and try to make the life simple for the citizens. One last point I would like to add is that recently Government of India has launched a scheme for universal coverage, medical insurance coverage under Ayushman Bharat scheme, wherein what we have done is that the coverage in the rural area is better, but coverage in the urban area is, much to be desired. So what we have done is that we have taken the LPG database from the oil companies and taken the which has other details. Now we are going to combine this to cover all the family members in the urban area by enrolling them without having to have physical contact. Straight away through the database, we are able to connect them. And the citizens also need not come to the centers for enrolling that. So by this way, using Aadhaar data, we are able to reach out to the entire population in Bangalore. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Ponuraj, for giving a brief summary of what Karnataka is doing and very interesting examples of how you can benefit the citizen without asking them to fill a form, without asking them to go to a government office. You must have heard in the previous session, Mr. Tyagi was telling how people hate to go to a government office. We are from government and our endeavor is to make our offices as good as possible and the office going experience for a citizen as good as possible. But on the other hand, we are citizens also, and we would also like to avail the services with as much ease as possible. And he has given beautiful examples of how Aadhaar is the backbone of doing things. Before Aadhaar, we tried to do this, but there was nothing available for building that trust that is required. That citizen who is approaching for the service is the genuine citizen. He is not a fake citizen. He is not some dalal. He is not some ghost beneficiary. This is the way using Aadhaar, Karnataka is trying to make the lives of the citizens and the residents of Karnataka easier. Now I'll turn to Abhijit, who will share his experiences from Madhya Pradesh.
Thank you, sir. Esteemed panelists. In Madhya Pradesh, we have almost 97-98% of Aadhaar enrollment as per the demography. And I would like to discuss certain use cases of Aadhaar, especially which has done a lot of ease of living. Aadhaar systems, especially Auth and eKYC, can be seen in two ways. There may be certain systems, computer applications, which are done organically, and there are certain systems which were there, for which we had developed a layer of authentication and eKYC. One of the systems which we organically developed in Madhya Pradesh was for tribal department. It is called as MP TAS, MP Tribal Automation System, wherein the workflow and the processes were defined through Aadhaar, and the beneficiaries who are from the tribal community, of course, their entry module was through Aadhaar. This was a call that was to be taken way back in 2017 when we were making this architecture. So I insisted upon, let's not take bank account even. Let's start building scratch from Aadhaar as a registration for eKYC, and even the payments through Aadhaar-enabled payment. So this was one of the ideas which took a lot of pain to us, especially for the tribal community and tribal students and tribal citizens, to get their Aadhaar number registered, to get their account number seeded with Aadhaar. But gradually we have come up in a big way, and now the system is working quite fine, and the compliance level is too high. And the kind of issues that we always grapple with, especially with the bank account-based payments, wherein the failure rates are pretty high, wherein Aadhaar-based payments, the failures are pretty less, and the compliance level, and impersonation, especially if somebody is filling the form for somebody else, then impersonation and money going to other accounts become almost negligible until unless somebody has seeded wrongly in the bank account. That is the only one point of wrong mapping can be there. So this is one of the system. Other use cases, especially for brownfield kind of application, wherein we have our professional examination board, wherein we authenticate the citizen, the applicants in the exam, at the exam hall, and earlier using eKYC. And the common application that has been developed by for food department, which is AEPDS, wherein the right to food is ensured at the fair price shop. We have almost 1.16 crore of beneficiary in food, and our compliance level through Aadhaar authentication at 25,000 plus fair price shop is 95%. So every month, 95% of citizen through fair price shop, they are taking the food entitlement through Aadhaar authentication. And I believe given the expanse of the state of Madhya Pradesh and the number of shops, the concurrency level is very high, and still we are able to maintain that. So another one area which we are using and which we are building an application based on Aadhaar is a single citizen database, wherein we have a Samagra portal where we have demographic details of the citizen. And we are trying to do the eKYC of the citizen. We are trying to connect layers of caste certificate, income certificate, 10th and 12th certificates, and the land record. So we are creating a single database which is talking to all the individual databases on the real-time basis. And the moment an application is rendered, the authentication and the verification which has been done in individual databases are taken as the authentication for the system. and the services are rendered, like almost like a Karnataka thing. And one more layer which we are trying to add here is like a kind of going faceless. You can take an example like in a block, in a district wherein, say, on the birth of a child, a lot of services are rendered. The amount is given to mother. In Madhya Pradesh, there is a Ladli Lakshmi Yojana where the children fixed deposit are done for 20-25 years. And then you have to make a food entitlement for the child. So in a single set of application, we'll be able to authenticate all such processes at a single level of officer. So individual officers don't have to go for authentication and rendering the services. So this will multiply us in terms of delivery of services, and the time gap for rendering the services will reduce. So in a single block, you can, either it is CDPO, either it is other department, it is a block functionary. So all will be placed at a similar level, and through single citizen database and single source of truth, the document burden will get minimized and the service delivery will be rendered. So certain more things we'll look forward more from Aadhaar, especially the RGI, Registrar General of India, because the death and the births are always reported at the state level and the local bodies are the one who register them. So can we think of an idea wherein we, at the onset of a death, we can capture it in the system, and that particular Aadhaar number can get muted so that the services which are linked on the eKYC or the authentication of the individual presence in this world, the services which are to be rendered, they can be muted or they can be closed so that others' entitlement gets generated. I have requested, sir, to Aadhaar, UIDAI to look forward on this. One more idea is like how, one problem that comes in the field, how to make citizen aware which is their last seeded bank account and how best we can communicate it to him on the transactional basis. What is the last seeded bank account? The money based on the Aadhaar payment has gone to which account? This needs certain more improvements. And thirdly, can there be a common framework, especially for smaller organizations and smaller institutions who can latch to a system and they can done their eKYC, they can do their eKYC through that system. For example, some small school wants to do the authentication of their child. What they generally do is they ask for the physical Aadhaar number, which has really no meaning until you are not authenticating digitally, as what sir has said. So can there be a common kind of platform which can be done by UIDAI or a middle layer where smaller institutions can't have so much of resources in terms of IT know-how, they can do this. These are thought points. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abhijit, and very beautifully captured all the points, especially points related to tribals, holding exam through using Aadhaar, Ration, eKYC. And yes, I have noted down all your three suggestions. One related to the death of an individual, how to flag that Aadhaar of a dead individual. Bank account related suggestion, and what were the last transactions and all. And of course, the third suggestion, how small establishments can use Aadhaar using digital authentication rather than physical authentication, which is presently the case. And we will definitely, I assure you, will definitely work on that. Time is very limited, although we started late, but I don't want to hold people because having lunch on time is also ease of living. And I have to ensure ease of living, so I'll request the other two speakers to be very brief, and we need to conclude the session in time, and please make your point very concisely. Thank you. Now, next, I'll request Shri Santosh Mal, who is Principal Secretary IT in Bihar, to share his experience.
Thank you so much, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, esteemed panelists. Mr. Ponnuraj and Mr. Agarwal have put the ball rolling and have set the things in perspective. Most of the things which are being done in Karnataka and in Madhya Pradesh I think, and I have the confidence to say that they are being done at the same level and same pace in Bihar also. I will not go into the figures. 31 crore authentications have happened in the last 3.5 years through our Bihar Aadhaar authentication framework in the field of agriculture, in the field of education, in the field of subsidy disbursement and many other things. Let's not go into the details. चेयर का आदेश हुआ है स्पष्ट. मैं आपको बहुत एक साधारण सी घटना बताना चाहता हूं जो हम सभी के जिंदगी से जुड़ती है, और जैसा हमारी कंपेयर मैडम शुरुआत में ही कह रही थी कि जो लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग है, लास्ट पर्सन है, जो who is living on the edge, actually living on the edge, उसके लाइफ को कैसे ये हम लाभ पहुंचाते हैं. आज से कोई 9 साल पहले की बात है, 9 साल पहले की. कोल्लेन लक्ष्मी नाम की एक महिला जो निजामाबाद आंध्र प्रदेश की रहने वाली थी. भाई बिहार से उसका क्या संबंध है? निजामाबाद आंध्र प्रदेश. कोल्लेन लक्ष्मी वो भटक जाती हैं, किसी ट्रेन में बैठती हैं और वो बिहार पहुंच जाती हैं. बिहार में भी 3, 4, 5 शहरों में बिल्कुल डेस्टिट्यूट का जीवन बिताने के बाद पटना के महिला गृह में उनकी एंट्री होती है. आज से कोई 4-5 साल पहले. ईयर 2019-20 में द सोशल वेलफेयर डिपार्टमेंट डिसाइड्स टू डू आधार रजिस्ट्रेशन ऑफ ऑल द इनमेट्स लिविंग इन द विमेन्स होम पटना. And her Aadhaar registration gets rejected. उस समय तक कोई ये नहीं जानता था कि ये कोल्लेम लक्ष्मी हैं, ये आंध्र प्रदेश की हैं, ये निजामाबाद की हैं, कि ये किस हिस्से से आई हैं. क्योंकि वो कुछ बुदबुदाती थी, बहुत ज़्यादा स्पीच उनकी क्लियर नहीं थी. कोई ये भी नहीं समझ पाता था कि तेलुगु बोल रही हैं कि तमिल बोल रही हैं, कि किस भाषा में अपनी बात कहना चाह रही हैं. और थोड़ी सी उनकी मानसिक दशा भी लेफ्ट ऑफ सेंटर थी, तो कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स थी. तो कोई नहीं जानता था कहाँ से हैं. लेकिन जब आधार रजिस्ट्रेशन किसी एक नए नाम से जो कि विमेंस होम ने उनको दिया, जब वो रिजेक्ट हो जाता है और जब उसके बाद रिसर्च होता है तो पता चलता है कि निजामाबाद में कोल्लेम लक्ष्मी के नाम से ये रजिस्ट्रेशन है. और अपने घर से छूटने के 9 साल बाद 2020 में कोल्लेम लक्ष्मी अपने परिवारजनों से वापस मिल जाती हैं. This is the value of Aadhaar. This is the impact of Aadhaar for the last person standing. बाकी तो हम बिहार में भी परमानेंट एनरोलमेंट सेंटर बहुत पहले से, जब से सर आपका सिस्टम चालू हुआ उस समय से बिहार में चल रहा है. उसी तर्ज पे आपके आधार सेवा केंद्र खुले हैं पूरे देश में. बिहार उसमें आपके साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला के है. लगभग 3 से 4 से 5 लाख ऑथेंटिकेशन रोज हमारे जो हमारा आधार ऑथेंटिकेशन फ्रेमवर्क है उसके माध्यम से हो रहे हैं. लगभग 450 करोड़ से अधिक स्कॉलरशिप्स हमारे बच्चों को जो विभिन्न देश के विभिन्न कॉलेजेस में, इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजेस में, मेडिकल कॉलेजेस में पढ़ने जाते हैं, उनको मुख्यमंत्री 7 निश्चय स्कीम के तहत स्कॉलरशिप का डिसबर्समेंट, पहले तो रजिस्ट्रेशन फिर वेरिफिकेशन, सब कुछ आधार के माध्यम से बहुत आसानी से हो रहा है. एक छोटी सी चीज़, टाइम बहुत कम है, 2 मिनट और बचे हैं जो हम लोगों को समय अलॉटेड है, कुछ तो अमित भाई के टाइम से मुझे लेना पड़ेगा. एक हम लोग ने एक्सपेरिमेंट पिछले साल किया है पंचायत इलेक्शंस में बिहार में, which is Aadhaar based authentication of the voters coming to a polling booth. उसको नाम स्मार्ट पोलिंग बूथ का दिया गया था. बहुत विस्तार में उसके जमे का समय नहीं है, आप अगर थोड़ा सा कष्ट कीजिएगा तो हमारा स्टॉल लगा हुआ है, उसमें आप उसके बारे में जाके विस्तार से जानकारी ले सकते हैं. उसमें हमने 11 चरणों में वो पंचायत चुनाव हुआ था, उसमें बाद के 6 चरणों में बहुत सक्सेसफुली इस आधार ऑथेंटिकेशन को किया. इट वाज ऑन experimental basis and it was purely on voluntary basis because sir would tell us better. This is yet to be brought legally in the framework and to be made compulsory. There is a lot of legislation to be done. So it was on experimental basis and it was highly successful. It was highly appreciated. And in future we are going to attempt based on Aadhaar e-voting. आप अपने घर से बैठकर अपने मोबाइल के माध्यम से, अपने आधार के माध्यम से नगर निकाय के चुनाव में जो अभी होने वाले हैं, हम उसमें एक्सपेरिमेंट करने जा रहे हैं कि घर बैठे बैठे वोटिंग हो सके. होपफुली इट वुड बी सक्सेसफुल. थैंक यू. जय हिंद.
बहुत सारगर्भित शब्दों में संतोष जी आपने बताया, और किस्से से, एक छोटे से किस्से से कितना आधार का मानवीय रूप आपने सामने लाया। अब मैं अनुरोध करूंगा अमित सिन्हा जी से कि वो उत्तराखंड के अनुभव।
गुड आफ्टरनून सर। उत्तराखंड में जैसा सर ने बताया कि भारत वर्ष में ही 130 करोड़ बन चुका आधार, उत्तराखंड में भी हमारा 98% हो चुका है। 0 to 5 ईयर्स में थोड़ी दिक्कत आती है और मेरे ख्याल से चैलेंज हर जगह वही है, बच्चों का हम आधार कैसे बनाएं, उसके लिए टैब्स देना और ये सब काम हम लोग कर रहे हैं। हमारे लगभग 274 हमारी जो डीबीटी स्कीम्स है वो भी सारी आधार 99% हमारी आधार लिंक्ड हो चुकी है। अच्छी चीज़ है, हमारे राशन कार्ड भी हमारे आधार लिंक्ड हो चुके हैं, तो हम आधार पे काफ़ी प्रगति कर रहे हैं। कोशिश ये रहेगी सर, जैसा कि अभी कई लोगों ने भी बताया कि मिसिंग की जानकारी आधार से हो रही है। अगर अनआइडेंटिफाइड डेड बॉडीज हमारी जैसे कई सारी ये रहती हैं, वो उसमें दिक्कतें आती हैं। पुलिस को कहीं ना कहीं हमें इन्वॉल्व इसमें करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि अभी जैसे प्रिजनर्स एक्ट था, प्रिजनर एक्ट में हम बड़ी हमें शर्म सी आती थी कि मैं प्रिजनर्स का जो हम इंटर ट्रायल है उसका हम फिंगरप्रिंट नहीं ले सकते, लेकिन आधार में हम पूरी दुनिया का ले रहे हैं, पूरे हिंदुस्तान से भी का ले रहे हैं। एनीवे, इस साल हमारा अमेंडमेंट आया और सीआरपीसी में, और अब हम प्रिजनर्स का भी ले रहे हैं फिंगरप्रिंट। मैचिंग कराना और मैचिंग करके उसको एक्चुअली मतलब आधार का अब एनालिटिकल टाइम आया है कि कैसे हम आधार के माध्यम से, अभी तो सिर्फ डीबीटी कर रहे हैं, हम कैसे क्राइम प्रिवेंशन में या फ्यूचरिस्टिक चीज़ों में कैसे हम यूज़ कर सकते हैं, उसको भी हमें कहीं ना कहीं हम उस रोड मैप को लेके चले तो काफ़ी बढ़िया होगा। थैंक यू सर।
धन्यवाद अमित जी। और बहुत अच्छे सुझाव आए हैं। जो आपने सुझाव दिया है वहाँ पर मैं एक चीज़ और स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूँ कि माननीय उच्चतम न्यायालय सुप्रीम कोर्ट ऑफ इंडिया का एक जजमेंट आया था सितंबर 2018 में, जिसमें उन्होंने आधार की वैलिडिटी को अपहोल्ड किया था। लेकिन उस समय ये भी कहा था कि प्राइवेसी ऑफ अ सिटीजन इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, ऑफ द रेजिडेंट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। और ये चीज़ भी शेयर करना चाहूँगा कि आधार में हम सिर्फ ऑथेंटिकेशन करते हैं, आइडेंटिफिकेशन करना प्रतिबंधित है। ऑथेंटिकेशन का मतलब ये है कि आपने अपना आधार नंबर दिया और कोई भी बायोमेट्रिक दिया या मोबाइल ओटीपी से वेरीफाई किया, तो ये तो प्रूव कर सकते हैं कि अमित सिन्हा जी क्लेम कर रहे हैं तो ये अमित सिन्हा ही हैं, संतोष जी अमित सिन्हा नहीं हैं। लेकिन किसी का भी फिंगरप्रिंट लेके या आइरिस लेके या फेस लेके ये बताना कि ये संतोष जी हैं या ये अमित हैं, जिसको कि आइडेंटिफिकेशन कहते हैं, ये प्रतिबंधित है अभी वर्तमान जो लीगल पोजीशन है। और इसकी वजह से हम अभी बहुत सारे ऐसे एरियाज में नहीं जा सकते जो डेंजरस एरियाज हैं, जिसमें सिटीजन की प्राइवेसी या रेजिडेंट की प्राइवेसी वो होती है। लेकिन फिर भी आपके सुझाव हम लोगों ने ग्रहण कर लिए हैं। और आगे इस सेशन को समाप्त करने से पहले मैं ये भी बताना चाहूँगा कि बहुत सारे नए प्रयोग हैं जो आधार अथॉरिटी हमेशा करती रहती है। नई टेक्नोलॉजीज़ को लेना, बायोमेट्रिक टेक्नोलॉजीज़ को का इंडिजिनाइजेशन, मेक इन इंडिया करना और फेस ऑथेंटिकेशन करना, जिससे कि कहीं से भी हो सके, छोटे छोटे जगहों से हो सके। ऑफलाइन वेरिफिकेशन पे आधार में बहुत काम हो रहा है। अब आप देखेंगे आपके आधार कार्ड के पीछे एक क्यूआर कोड होता है, तो अगर कोई फर्जी आधार बनाने की कोशिश करेगा तो वो क्यूआर कोड रीडर अगर आप हमारी वेबसाइट से डाउनलोड कर लेंगे या माई आधार से, तो तुरंत पकड़ में आ जाएगा, जिससे कि आपको आधार के उस तक जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, आप ऑफलाइन ही वेरीफाई कर सकते हैं। तो इसके साथ ही मैं इस सेशन को समाप्त करने से पहले हर स्पीकर से अनुरोध करूंगा, अगर उनको कोई एक या दो वाक्य या एक दो सेंटेंसेस में कुछ मैसेज देना है, स्टार्टिंग विद मिस्टर पोनूराज।
Would like to add only one word, that the ease of living for outside the government is work in progress. So we would be opening up to the citizens to come out with ideas so that we would be able to come out with a robust mechanism in which we would be able to touch the lives of citizens in all its spheres without compromising on the privacy. Thank you.
मैं यही कहूँगा कि कहीं ना कहीं हमें आधार की जो आवश्यकताएं हैं, आधार हमें कंपलसरी करके सभी को ये जो बार बार जो एक भय होता है कि इससे हमारी प्राइवेसी डिटेक्ट हो रही है, इस मिथ्या को तोड़ना खुद के लिए भी नहीं है बल्कि समाज को ही बताना है कि इस मिथ्या को तोड़ा जाए, क्योंकि ये बहुत बेनिफिशियरी है। थैंक यू।
My request to you, sir, is to please consider slightly liberalizing the permissions under 44B2.
Yes.
Like if you have given permission to Sri Mata Vaishno Devi Shrine Board for Shraddhalu authentication, then a similar request, if it comes from other states, say from
try
Bihar
to
or
do
from
that.
UP,
We try to
then
do
it should be expedited because it's on the same lines.
Yes, yes.
Sir, Aadhaar should remain as a single source of authentication, and it will evolve, and facilitation should be more.
Thank you. Thank you. And with that, we would like to close this session. But before that, I would like to present the mementos to our esteemed speakers.
Yes, sir. I request the ushers to help. Shri Amod Kumarji will present mementos to foremost Shri Santosh Kumar Mal, IS, Principal Secretary, IT, Government of Bihar.
So this is bouquet and mementos together, your book.
We have well preserved them, sir. Thank you. We'll request, sir, to kindly present bouquet and memento to Shri V. Ponuraj, IS Secretary, DPAR, Government of Karnataka. Thank you. I now request, sir, to kindly present memento and bouquet to Shri Abhijit Agrawal, Agrawal Project Director, MP Swan and Deputy Secretary, DST, Government of Madhya Pradesh. Thank you. Request, sir, to present the bouquet and memento to Shri Amit K. Sinha. Thank you. I now request Srimati Kavita Bhatia, Scientist F, to kindly welcome and say a thank you gesture to Sir Shri Amod Kumar, DDG, UIDA. Thank you very much, all the distinguished speakers and moderators, sir, for the wonderful session on Aadhaar, enabling ease of living for every citizen of India. And I request everyone to kindly step forward for a group photograph. Thank you. And now I hereby open the floor for the lunch. We request you to kindly take your coupons, which you have, and proceed towards the food court, which is on the right-hand side of the dais. You can take any of the exit doors and reach to the venue for food. And we join over here in another 45 minutes from now. Thank you.
The state of Gujarat is at the forefront in utilizing IT infrastructure for effective governance. It is because of the objectives set by our visionary leaders and their efforts in building a strong foundation for people-centric growth. Gujarat is ready to embark on Tech Aid, on the foundation of robust infrastructure and industry-friendly policies. Gujarat has received the highest FDI equity inflows in financial year 2020-2021, with share of 37% of total FDI inflows in India. 94% of this FDI equity inflow is in IT and ITES sector. Additionally, Gujarat's software exports in the same year amounted to 4,000 crore rupees. With such an ecosystem, Gujarat has an unwavering focus on further strengthening its digital infrastructure. One strong example reflecting Gujarat's focus on digital governance and innovation is establishment of state-owned data center. Gujarat is home to India's first operational state-owned data center that proves to be of enormous advantage in pushing IT innovations in the state. For meeting the increasing demands of IT needs, the construction of state-of-the-art Greenfield State Data Center will be taken up shortly. Gujarat Statewide Area Network, GSWAN. GSWAN seamlessly connects 33 districts with a bandwidth of 500 Mbps to 1 Gbps and 250 talukas with a bandwidth of 100 to 200 Mbps in Gujarat. Moreover, more than 5,000 Government of Gujarat offices and 90,000 users are connected over GSWAN network. The state has remarkably covered 14,034 villages with OFC network, progressing towards digital village. Utilizing this high-speed last-mile connectivity, Gujarat has implemented Digital Seva Setu, an initiative to provide citizen-centric services at the doorstep of every citizen digitally. And the future is limitless to transform every village into a smart village. We understand that R&D and continuous innovation are key to progress in today's world. On account of that, more than 8,500 registered startups and 180 incubators are established in Gujarat. Gujarat has been recognized as Best Performer State in DPIIT's State Startup Ranking for the last 2 consecutive years. In realization of the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of transparency is the key to good governance, and e-governance is the only effective way of transparent governance. The Government of Gujarat has launched e-Sarkar to make administrative works paperless, quick, and easy for citizens of Gujarat. This initiative will provide tremendous thrust to e-governance by transitioning from department-centric to citizen-centric model. Gujarat has always been a policy-driven state, and with its conducive sector-specific policies, the state government has fostered growth of various sectors, providing employment to the country's youth. Our upcoming policy is dedicated to enabling growth in IT/ITES sector, with focus on IT units and IT parks, co-working site, plug-and-play space through targeted incentives and hassle-free process. This forward-looking policy will establish Gujarat as a destination of choice for investment in the IT and ITES sector. Gujarat is inviting you to be a part of its phenomenal development journey of TechAid. Come and invest in the state, where the policy framework and ease of operations are bound to escalate returns, and where the opportunities to thrive and develop are limitless. The Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's vision of transforming India into a digitally empowered society and knowledge economy led to the creation of Digital India Initiative in 2015. 7 years later, this ingenious movement has grown to become a national phenomenon, having given birth to numerous schemes such as BHIM, Umang, BharatNet, DigiLocker, GEM, eSign, and many more. Gujarat, under the visionary leadership of the Honorable Chief Minister Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, has taken great strides to provide transparent, affordable, and efficient public service delivery closer to the doorstep of citizens through e-governance. Digital Gujarat Portal covers all the districts and talukas of the state and serves as a single window access point for the citizens to avail all e-services of distinct departments of the Government of Gujarat. Gujarat is proud to be hosting Digital India Week 2022 at Mahatma Mandir, Gandhinagar from 4 to 6 July 2022. साइंस सिटी अहमदाबाद, एक विलक्षण विज्ञान नगरी जिसने दी है अहमदाबाद को विश्व भर में पहचान। ज्ञान विज्ञान के इस सागर में है हर उम्र के लोगों के लिए अनोखे आकर्षण।
एक दिन तो यहाँ पे आके देखना चाहिए यहाँ पे क्या क्या है।
जिसने दुनिया नहीं घूमी हुई यहाँ के दुनिया भी घूम सकता है।
It's a combination of nature and technology.
Everyone has to visit who want to learn something first time.
Aquatic animals, robotics, स्पेशली penguins जो बहुत ही अमेजिंग थी।
इसके पहले मैं सिर्फ हॉलीवुड मूवीज में ही ऐसे एक्वेरियम देखा था।
लाइव रोबोटिक्स भी देख सकते हैं जो आपको मूव करते हुए दिखाई देंगे। VR game is I have experienced for the first time.
कहीं लाइन में रहना नहीं पड़ा, पार्किंग की बहुत ज्यादा स्पेस। एक बार अगर देख लोगे तो बार बार यहाँ पे आएंगे आप।
अहमदाबाद साइंस सिटी खूब भालो छे।
I love Science City.
इट्स वंडरफुल।
एक दिन गुजारो साइंस सिटी में।
तो दुनिया से कदम मिलाइए, स्वप्न नगरी साइंस सिटी में आइए और कॉम्बो ऑफर में स्पेशल डिस्काउंट पाइए। साइंस सिटी अहमदाबाद, गुजरात। વિજ્ઞાન આધારિત આત્મનિર્ભર ભારતના માનનીય પ્રધાનમંત્રી શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીના ધ્યેય મંત્રને ચરિતાર્થ કરવા માનનીય મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈ પટેલના માર્ગદર્શન અને માનનીય મંત્રી શ્રી જીતુભાઈ વાઘાણીના નિરંતર પ્રયાસો થકી ગુજરાતમાં જન જન સુધી પહોંચ્યો છે વિજ્ઞાન અને ટેકનોલોજીનો પ્રચાર પ્રસાર। વિજ્ઞાનને સર્વસુલભ બનાવવા હેતુ ऐतिहासिक नगरी पाटण ने आंगणे आकार पाम्यु छे गुजरात काउंसिल ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी नी अनोखी पहल समूह रीजनल साइंस सेंटर। જ્ઞાન સાથે મનોરંજન પીરસતી વિજ્ઞાનની આ અનોખી દુનિયા બનશે મુલાકાતીઓ માટે અનેરો અહેસાસ। कैफेटेरिया सहितनी सुविधाओथी सज्ज रीजनल साइंस सेंटर लोको माटे बनशे विज्ञानने नजीकथी जोवानुं, जाणवानुं अने अनुभववानुं एक उत्तम स्थळ। हवे विज्ञान बनशे जन जनना जीवननो भाग अने आत्मनिर्भर गुजरातना संकल्पथी प्रशस्त थशे आत्मनिर्भर भारतना निर्माणनो मार्ग। तो आप क्यारे आवो छो? रीजनल साइंस सेंटर पाटण, एक अनोखी विज्ञाननी दुनिया।
સુશાસનને એક નવી વ્યાખ્યા આપવા અને માનનીય પ્રધાનમંત્રી શ્રી નરેન્દ્ર મોદીના ડિજિટલ ઇન્ડિયાના સપનાને સાકાર કરવા ગુજરાતના દૂરદર્શી મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી ભૂપેન્દ્ર પટેલના માર્ગદર્શન હેઠળ રાજ્યના સાયન્સ એન્ડ ટેકનોલોજી વિભાગ દ્વારા અમલમાં મૂકવામાં આવ્યો છે ઈ સરકાર પ્રોજેક્ટ, જે રાજ્યની હાલની વહીવટી કાર્યપદ્ધતિને ઝડપી, સરળ અને સંપૂર્ણપણે પેપરલેસ બનાવશે। આ એપ્લિકેશન સચિવાલયના વિભાગો, ખાતાના વડાની કચેરીઓ, કલેક્ટર કચેરી અને ડીડીઓ કચેરી જેવી જિલ્લા કક્ષાની તેમજ તાલુકા કક્ષાની કચેરીઓ સુધી કાર્યરત થશે। ઈ એપ્લિકેશન હેઠળ સરકાર માટે પત્ર વ્યવહાર વ્યવસ્થાપન, ફાઇલ્સનું વ્યવસ્થાપન, વર્કફ્લો ઓટોમેશન, દસ્તાવેજોની જાળવણી, મીટિંગ મેનેજમેન્ટ, સર્ક્યુલર મેનેજમેન્ટ, MIS રિપોર્ટ તેમજ આ એપ્લિકેશનથી લીગલ કેસ મેનેજમેન્ટ, ઓડિટ તેમજ રેકોર્ડ મેનેજમેન્ટ પણ સરળ બનશે। નાગરિકો આ એપ્લિકેશનનો ઉપયોગ RTI હેઠળ અરજી કરવી, લોક ફરિયાદ કરવી તથા મુલાકાત માટે સમય મેળવવો જેવી નાગરિકલક્ષી સેવાઓ માટે પણ કરી શકશે। આ એપ્લિકેશન અત્યંત સરળ અને સુરક્ષિત છે, જેના અમલથી રાજ્યમાં ઈ શાસન અને સુશાસનના એક નવા યુગની શરૂઆત થશે। આધુનિક શાસનનો નવો અવતાર, ઈ સરકાર પ્રોજેક્ટ।
भारत में डिजिटल इंडिया का अभियान नागरिक सशक्तिकरण की एक नई क्रांति का संचार कर रहा है। डिजिटल इंडिया का ये सपना प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के सफल नेतृत्व में हो रहा है साकार।
डिजिटल इंडिया, जब मैं डिजिटल इंडिया कहता हूं तब ये बड़े लोगों की बात नहीं है, एक गरीब के लिए है। अगर ब्रॉडबैंड कनेक्टिविटी से हिंदुस्तान के गांव जुड़ते हैं और गांव के आखिरी छोर की स्कूल में अगर हम लॉन्ग डिस्टेंस एजुकेशन दे सकते हैं, आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि हमारे उन गांव के बच्चों को कितनी अच्छी शिक्षा मिलेगी। सामान्य मानवी की रोजमर्रा की चीजें आपके हाथ में मोबाइल फोन है, अपने मोबाइल से वो बैंक अकाउंट ऑपरेट करे, गरीब आदमी वो सरकार से अपनी चीजें मांग सके, वो अपनी अर्जी पेश करे, अपना सारा कारोबार अपने चलते चलते मोबाइल गवर्नेंस के द्वारा कर सके। और ये अगर करना है तो हमें डिजिटल इंडिया की ओर जाना है।
भारत नेट प्रोजेक्ट। भारत सरकार द्वारा डिजिटल भारत के लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने हेतु प्रारंभ की गई महत्वाकांक्षी योजना, जिसका ध्येय है देश की 2.5 लाख से भी अधिक ग्राम पंचायतों और प्रशासन को आपस में फाइबर कनेक्टिविटी के माध्यम से हाई स्पीड ब्रॉडबैंड द्वारा जोड़कर डिजिटल हाईवे की स्थापना। भारत नेट मिशन के प्रथम चरण में BBNL यानी भारत ब्रॉडबैंड नेटवर्क लिमिटेड द्वारा गुजरात की 6,600 ग्राम पंचायतों को ब्रॉडबैंड से जोड़ा गया और दूसरे चरण में बाकी की ग्राम पंचायतों को जोड़ने के लिए गुजरात सरकार ने मेक इन इंडिया विजन के तहत स्थापित किया एक स्पेशल पर्पस व्हीकल GFGNL यानी गुजरात फाइबर ग्रिड नेटवर्क लिमिटेड। गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल की अगुवाई में आत्मनिर्भर गुजरात से आत्मनिर्भर भारत के ध्येय मंत्र के साथ आज भारत नेट मिशन के माध्यम से गुजरात की सभी ग्राम पंचायतें जुड़ चुकी हैं न्यूनतम 100 MBPS से लेकर अधिकतम 1 GBPS क्षमता वाले इंटरनेट नेटवर्क से, जिसके लिए GFGNL द्वारा बिछाई गई हैं 35,091 किलोमीटर लंबी अंडरग्राउंड ऑप्टिकल फाइबर केबल्स। इन सभी ग्राम पंचायतों को जोड़ा गया 24 घंटे कार्यरत विशेष नेटवर्क ऑपरेशन सेंटर NOC के साथ, ताकि योजना की सतत मॉनिटरिंग के साथ साथ गांव के सरपंच भी अपने सुझाव या कंप्लेंट दर्ज करा सकें। भारत नेट द्वारा गुजरात में ई-ग्राम केंद्रों पर इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी पहुंचने से गांव को मिल रही है डिजिटल सेवा सेतु के माध्यम से आय प्रमाण पत्र, बिजली बिल का भुगतान, विधवा प्रमाण पत्र, राशन कार्ड में नाम दाखिल करना और कृषि सहाय जैसी 276 प्रजालक्षी योजनाओं की ऑनलाइन सेवाएं। इसके द्वारा अभी तक लगभग 69 लाख एप्लीकेशंस का समाधान भी हो चुका है। गुजरात की सभी ग्राम पंचायतों को हॉरिजॉन्टल कनेक्टिविटी द्वारा जोड़ा जा रहा है गांव के स्कूल्स, आंगनवाड़ी, स्वास्थ्य केंद्र एवं सरकार के सभी कार्यालयों और संस्थाओं के साथ। संचार क्रांति के बृहद परिप्रेक्ष्य में भारत नेट योजना द्वारा पर्यटन को बढ़ावा देने के लिए स्टैच्यू ऑफ यूनिटी तक और सीमा पर लाईफाई तकनीक के माध्यम से BSF को भी पहुंचाई जा रही है ब्रॉडबैंड कनेक्टिविटी। भारत नेट के माध्यम से जुड़े दूर दराज तक के गांव-गांव के लोगों के साथ भी देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी का सीधा संवाद अब सुलभ हो गया है। क्रांतिकारी परिवर्तन का दौर आ चुका है। भारत नेट योजना के अंतर्गत गांव-गांव में विस्तारित और दुनिया के सबसे बड़े ग्रामीण डिजिटल नेटवर्क द्वारा शहर और गांव के बीच फैले डिजिटल डिवाइड के फासलों को मिटाकर गुजरात बन रहा है पूरे देश के लिए एक मिसाल। भारत नेट योजना के आने से गुजरात में आज उदय हो रहा है डिजिटल विलेज का एक नया सूर्य, जिससे गांव-गांव जगमगाएंगे वाईफाई विलेज, CCTV सर्वेलेंस सिस्टम, ई-लर्निंग, टेली मेडिसिन एवं टेली एग्रीकल्चर जैसी सेवाओं से, और साकारित होगा भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के
जय जवान, जय किसान, जय विज्ञान, जय अनुसंधान। It is through our modern temples of science that India is transforming its presence and working to secure its future.
To translate this vision of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Bhai Modi, Gujarat Science City in Ahmedabad has come up in a new avatar as the best and biggest science center of India, eager to welcome visitors. Under the consultation of Honorable Home Minister Shri Amit Bhai Shah and Honorable Chief Minister Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, many new spectacular attractions have been added for the visitors. The Aquatics Gallery, India's largest public aquarium. Here one can get a glimpse of over 188 species and 11,600 fishes under one roof. As a visitor enters the gallery, they would witness a 360-degree tank and enter the ocean-themed centralized atrium, witnessing an orientation film in a large backdrop. Starting the journey into the gallery, the visitors would move across 10 different zones, from the likes of Indian zone, Asian zone, African zone, American zone, oceans of the world and others. The 28-meter unique walkway tunnel inside the main tank zone would provide visitors with an experience of walking along the ocean bed, alongside sharks and other debris. The unique 5D theatre gives you an edge of the sea thrill. Another newly added feature to the Gujarat Science City is the Robotics Gallery, showcasing the frontiers of robotic technologies over an area of more than 11,000 square meters. The huge replica of the Transformer robot leaves you awestruck right at the entrance. Designed to be one of its kind human-robot interaction, the visitors to the gallery will be welcomed and greeted by a reception robot, which is a humanoid with social skills. This humanoid robot will greet, welcome visitors and introduce them to the facility, along with expressing emotions of joy, surprise, and enthusiasm. Each floor in the gallery is dedicated to showcase the utility and applications of robots in different fields, including medicine, agriculture, space, defense, and its uses in everyday life. A dedicated VR zone will take the visitors into the world of augmented and virtual reality. The journey at the gallery doesn't end without visiting the Robo Cafe, where you can relish food made by robotic chefs and served by robo-waiters. Boasting of over 200 robots of 79 different kinds, with different robotic workshop kits, the Robotic Gallery certainly is a one-stop robotics destination. The third attraction and a jewel in the campus is the Nature Park, which is expected to be the largest garden in Western Ahmedabad. Spread over an area of 20 acres, Nature Park has a mist bamboo tunnel, an oxygen park, a butterfly garden, a color garden, a chess and yoga space, an open gym, and a specially designed children play area. A jogging track, walking track, and an interesting maze for children are also present. Visitors can see different sculptures with scientific information like mammoth, terror bird, saber-tooth lion, grounded sloth bear, termite and honeycomb are also explained to children in an entertaining way. There is also a selfie corner to make everlasting memories. With the call to Atmanirbhar Bharat, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has envisioned a new India. Propelling his vision, the Gujarat Science City has spread its wings and it is ready to take you on a joyride of action, adventure and knowledge through science. Gujarat Science City wants to pass on the baton of mankind's most powerful discoveries so that upcoming generations not only understand but also apply and have the foundational knowledge. Come to the Gujarat Science City and quench your thirst for knowledge. Learn and enjoy science through unlimited entertainment.
લોકશાહીમાં લોકોનો અવાજ સર્વોપરી હોય છે, ખાસ કરીને જ્યારે એ અવાજ તેમની કોઈ ફરિયાદને લગતો હોય. લોકોનો આ અવાજ વિના વિલંબે અને સરળતાથી શાસન સુધી પહોંચે તે માટે ગુજરાતે એક અનોખી પહેલ કરી છે. સ્વાગત ઓનલાઈન જન ફરિયાદ નિવારણ કાર્યક્રમ. દેશના યશસ્વી વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીએ ગુજરાતના મુખ્યમંત્રી તરીકેના એમના કાર્યકાળ દરમિયાન 2003થી લોકોની ફરિયાદોના નિરાકરણ માટે ઇન્ફોર્મેશન ટેકનોલોજી અને જી-સ્વાનના રાજ્યવ્યાપી નેટવર્કનો ઉપયોગ કરી આ નવતર કાર્યક્રમ અમલમાં મૂક્યો, જેથી રાજ્યનો કોઈ પણ સામાન્ય નાગરિક તેમના પડતર પ્રશ્ન બાબતે દર મહિનાના ચોથા ગુરુવારે સીધા જ મુખ્યમંત્રી સમક્ષ પહોંચીને સંબંધિત ઉચ્ચ અધિકારીશ્રીઓની રૂબરૂ અથવા વિડીયો કોન્ફરન્સિંગથી ઉપસ્થિતિમાં તેમનો પ્રશ્ન રજૂ કરી ન્યાય મેળવી શકે. રાજ્યના નાગરિકો માટે જ નહીં પરંતુ સમગ્ર દેશ માટે આ એક નવી પહેલ હતી, જે ખૂબ જ પારદર્શક અને અસરકારક સાબિત થઈ. સ્વાગત ઓનલાઈન જન ફરિયાદ નિવારણ કાર્યક્રમ. પ્રજાવત્સલ મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈ પટેલના કાર્યદક્ષ નેતૃત્વમાં મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રીના જનસંપર્ક કાર્યાલયને નવી આધુનિક સુવિધાઓ સાથે સુસજ્જ કરીને આ કાર્યક્રમને વધુ વેગવંતો બનાવવામાં આવ્યો છે. ઉપરાંત નાગરિકોની રજૂઆતોના આધારે વહીવટી પ્રક્રિયામાં જે મુશ્કેલીઓ હતી તેનું પણ નીતિ વિષયક ફેરફારો કરી સરળીકરણ કરવામાં આવ્યું છે. સ્વાગત ઓનલાઈન કાર્યક્રમ દ્વારા દૂર છેવાડે બેઠેલા નાગરિકનું સશક્તિકરણ શક્ય બન્યું છે, જેમાં તેઓ રાજ્યના વડાને રૂબરૂ મળીને પોતાની સમસ્યા જણાવી શકે છે અને તુરંત જ તેનું નિવારણ મેળવી શકે છે.
છેલ્લા 3 વર્ષ દરમિયાન 50 કરતાં વધારે દુકાનો, ઓફિસો અને રેસિડેન્શિયલ ફ્લેટ્સ ફાયર સેફટી ઇન્સ્ટોલેશન કરવાની કામગીરી કરાયેલી નથી. મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી તરફથી આજે અમોને શાંતિથી સાંભળવામાં આવ્યા અને જિલ્લા કલેક્ટર શ્રી તરફથી અમારી ફરિયાદો 1 અઠવાડિયાની અંદર ત્વરિત ગતિએ નિકાલ લાવવાની ખાતરી આપવામાં આવી છે.
મહિનાના ચોથા ગુરુવારે રાજ્ય સ્વાગત કાર્યક્રમમાં જે જિલ્લાના અરજદારનો પ્રશ્ન હોય તે જિલ્લાના કલેક્ટરશ્રી તથા અન્ય સંબંધિત અધિકારીશ્રીઓને મુખ્યમંત્રીશ્રીના જનસંપર્ક કાર્યાલય દ્વારા બપોરે 12 વાગ્યા સુધીમાં ઓનલાઈન ફરિયાદ મોકલી આપવામાં આવે છે અને તેઓ પોતાના જિલ્લામાંથી વિડીયો કોન્ફરન્સિંગ દ્વારા પ્રશ્ન સંબંધે કરેલ કાર્યવાહીની વિગતો સાથે સ્વાગત ઓનલાઈન કાર્યક્રમમાં બપોરે 3 વાગ્યાથી જોડાય છે. સ્વાગત કાર્યક્રમ 4 તબક્કે કાર્યરત છે. 1. ગ્રામ સ્વાગત, 2. તાલુકા સ્વાગત, 3. જિલ્લા સ્વાગત અને 4. રાજ્ય સ્વાગત. વિવિધ સ્તરે યોજાતા આ કાર્યક્રમ દ્વારા જે તે સ્તરે જ લોકોની ફરિયાદનું નિવારણ થાય છે અને પ્રશ્નોનો નિકાલ ઝડપી બને છે અને નાગરિકોનો સમય, સંસાધન અને ખર્ચ બચે છે. ગ્રામ સ્વાગત. રાજ્યના છેવાડાના માનવી ઘરે બેઠા તેમના પ્રશ્નો રજૂ કરી શકે અને ત્યાં જ તેમના પ્રશ્નોનો ઉકેલ મળી શકે તે આશયથી ફેબ્રુઆરી 2011થી ગ્રામ સ્વાગતની શરૂઆત કરવામાં આવી છે. આ અંતર્ગત ગ્રામજનોએ તેમની અરજી ગામના તલાટી અથવા મંત્રીને આપવાની રહે છે, જેની પ્રાથમિક વિગતોની ગ્રામ કક્ષાએ ડેટા એન્ટ્રી કરીને અરજદારને યુનિક આઈડી આપવામાં આવે છે. તલાટી અથવા મંત્રી તેમને મળેલી અરજીઓ તાલુકાના મામલતદારને પહોંચાડે છે અને મામલતદાર દ્વારા તે અરજીઓનો તાલુકા સ્વાગત કાર્યક્રમમાં સમાવેશ કરીને તેનો ઉકેલ લાવવામાં આવે છે. તાલુકા સ્વાગત. તાલુકા કક્ષાના પ્રશ્નોનો ઉકેલ તાલુકા કક્ષાએ જ આવે અને નાગરિકોને સ્થાનિક પ્રશ્નો માટે બિનજરૂરી જિલ્લા કે રાજ્ય કક્ષાએ રજૂઆત ન કરવી પડે તે માટે ગ્રાસરૂટ લેવલની આ અકસીર પદ્ધતિ છે, જેમાં દર મહિનાના ચોથા બુધવારે પ્રાંત અધિકારી કે વર્ગ 1ના અધિકારીના અધ્યક્ષપણા હેઠળ તાલુકાના તમામ સંબંધિત અધિકારીશ્રીઓની રૂબરૂ ઉપસ્થિતિમાં તાલુકા સ્વાગત કાર્યક્રમ યોજાય છે અને મળેલી અરજીઓ ધ્યાને લઈને નાગરિકોને રૂબરૂ સાંભળી ત્યાં જ તેઓના પ્રશ્નોનો ઉકેલ લાવવામાં આવે છે.
મારે કમ્પ્લેન હતી લાઇટની. ઘણા ટાઈમથી મૌખિક રજૂઆત કરતા નહીં થતા સરકારશ્રીના સ્વાગત કાર્યક્રમમાં મુકાતા મારી લાઇટની કમ્પ્લેન ઝડપથી અને ખૂબ જ સારી રીતે થઈ ગયેલી છે અને મારો પ્રશ્ન સોલ્વ થઈ ગયેલો છે.
મારું રેશન કાર્ડ ઘણા સમયથી બંધ હતું, પછી અહીંયા સ્વાગતમાં અરજી કરેલી, ઝડપી નિકાલ આવ્યો અને ઝડપી મારું કામ થઈ ગયું છે.
જિલ્લા સ્વાગત. જે પ્રશ્નો તાલુકા કક્ષાએ નિકાલ ન આવેલા હોય અથવા જિલ્લા કક્ષાના અધિકારીઓની સત્તામાં આવતા હોય તેવા પ્રશ્નોના નિરાકરણ માટે તારીખ 24/4/2003થી જિલ્લા સ્વાગત કાર્યક્રમની શરૂઆત કરવામાં આવેલ છે. આ કાર્યક્રમ કલેક્ટરશ્રીના અધ્યક્ષપદે દર મહિનાના ચોથા ગુરુવારે સવારે 11 વાગ્યાથી 1 વાગ્યા દરમિયાન યોજાય છે. આ કાર્યક્રમમાં જિલ્લા કક્ષાના તમામ સંબંધિત અધિકારીશ્રીઓ રૂબરૂ ઉપસ્થિત રહી સ્વાગત અંતર્ગત મળેલી અરજીઓનો ઉકેલ લાવે છે. રાજ્ય સ્વાગત. નાગરિકોના લાંબા સમયથી પડતર રહેલ પ્રશ્નો તાલુકા કક્ષાએ કે જિલ્લા કક્ષાએ ઉકેલ આવેલ ન હોય તેવા પ્રશ્નોના નિવારણ માટે તારીખ 24/4/2003થી દર મહિનાના ચોથા ગુરુવારે રાજ્ય સ્વાગત કાર્યક્રમની શરૂઆત કરવામાં આવી છે. આ કાર્યક્રમમાં નાગરિકો પોતાની અરજી કે રજૂઆત સવારે 8:30 વાગ્યાથી 12 વાગ્યા સુધીમાં રૂબરૂમાં ઉપસ્થિત રહીને આપી શકે છે. માનનીય મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી બપોરે 3 કલાકે રૂબરૂમાં હાજર રહી નક્કી કરાયેલ જિલ્લાની અગ્રતા મુજબ અરજદારોને વારાફરતી બોલાવી ઉચ્ચ અધિકારીશ્રીઓની રૂબરૂ ઉપસ્થિતિમાં કે વિડીયો કોન્ફરન્સિંગથી ચર્ચા કરી નાગરિકોના પ્રશ્નોનું નિવારણ કરે છે. મુખ્યમંત્રીશ્રીના જનસંપર્ક કાર્યાલય દ્વારા વર્ષ 2003થી લઈને 2021 સુધી રાજ્ય, જિલ્લા અને તાલુકા સ્વાગતને મળેલી તમામ 5,25,000 જેટલી ફરિયાદોનું સંતોષજનક નિવારણ કરીને ગુજરાતે લોકાભિમુખ વહીવટની એક મિસાલ કાયમ કરી છે. પારદર્શિતા, જવાબદેહી, પોતાના ઉત્તરદાયિત્વ અંગે અસરકારકતા તથા કાર્યદક્ષતા અને ગુણવત્તા માટે સ્વાગત ઓનલાઈનને આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય સ્તરે યુનાઇટેડ નેશન્સનો પ્રતિષ્ઠિત એવોર્ડ ઉપરાંત નેશનલ એવોર્ડ ફોર ઈ-ગવર્નન્સ તથા બેસ્ટ ઇન્ફોર્મેશન ટેકનોલોજી ઇમ્પ્લિમેન્ટેશન ટુ ઇમ્પ્રૂવ પબ્લિક સર્વિસીસ CXO,
where there is a strong determination to keep Gujarat crime-free, where there is a clear vision to systematically implement a statewide security network. Vishwas, an innovative initiative of Gujarat Police. What started as a pilot project in 2013-14 by then Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Narendra Modi, has transformed into a full-fledged ecosystem today. Over 6,000 plus advanced CCTV cameras are installed at 34 district headquarters and 7 religious and tourist places at over 1,200 plus junctions. All the data from these CCTV cameras is stored at the local servers at district level command and control centers, Nethram, and all the collective data can be accessed, monitored and analyzed at state level command and control center, Trinetra. A high level trained team at every district ensures sharp and strenuous management of Vishwas. The state and district level committees and the task force closely monitors the timelines of the project with strict SOPs and daily reporting. Comprehensive functioning of Vishwas, constantly updated with technological advancement, has led to better traffic management, reduction in number of road accidents, improved crime detection, and above all, inculcating the sense of safety and security in the people of Gujarat. The prestigious awards earned by Vishwas project in last 3 years is a testimony to its true success, with outcomes resulting in citizen satisfaction. Vishwas continues to win trust and confidence of the people of Gujarat. Vishwas, turning the idea of safe Gujarat.
સાયન્સ સિટી અમદાવાદ. વિશ્વમાં અમદાવાદની ઓળખ સમી એક વિલક્ષણ વિજ્ઞાન નગરી. વિજ્ઞાનની આ અનોખી દુનિયા આબાલ વૃદ્ધ સૌને છે અતિ પ્રિય.
એકદમ નવું બનાવ્યું છે અને એકદમ સોલિડ બનાવ્યું છે.
સાયન્સ સિટીનો એક્વા વર્લ્ડ એ 8મી અજાયબી છે. આવી જસુશી અત્યાર સુધી ખાલી આપણે ચોપડીઓમાં અને વિદેશોમાં સાંભળેલું છે.
જાત-જાતની માછલીઓ, કેટલી મોટી મજા આવી એમાં.
અમને બિલીવ નથી થતું અહીંયા આવીને અમને પેંગ્વિન્સ જોવા મળશે.
એક્વેટિક ગેલેરી અને રોબોટિક ગેલેરી એ બધું સાયન્સમાં બહુ જ આગળ પડતું બન્યું છે.
અંદર એક નાનું શોપિંગ સેન્ટર છે, ફૂડ સેન્ટર્સ છે.
એક્સપેક્ટેશન્સ થી બહુ જ સારું નીકળ્યું છે.
સાયન્સ સિટી જોઈને અમે ઘણા અમેઝ થઈ ગયા છે.
મને તો બહુ જ મજા આવી ગઈ.
તો આખી મોજ પડી ગઈ, જામો પડી ગયો.
આપણો ગુજરાતનો ગૌરવ છે.
સાયન્સ સિટી ઇઝ ધ બેસ્ટ.
લાખો લોકો લઈ ચૂક્યા છે આ સ્વપ્ન નગરીની મુલાકાત અને હવે કોમ્બો ઓફર દરમિયાન વિશેષ ડિસ્કાઉન્ટ પણ. તો આપ ક્યારે આવો છો? સાયન્સ સિટી અમદાવાદ, ગુજરાતમાં.
વર્ષ 2015માં ડિજિટલ ઇન્ડિયાની પહેલ થકી આપણા વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીએ આજે ભારતને એક નવા આયામ પર પહોંચાડ્યું છે, જેથી ડિજિટલી સશક્ત સમાજ અને મજબૂત અર્થતંત્રનું નિર્માણ થયું છે. માત્ર 7 વર્ષના સમયગાળામાં ડિજિટલ ઇન્ડિયા એક રાષ્ટ્રીય ચળવળ બની ગઈ, જેણે ભીમ, ઉમંગ, ભારતનેટ, ડિજીલોકર, જેમ, ઈ-સાઇન અને બીજી ઘણી બધી લોક ઉપયોગી યોજનાઓને જન્મ આપ્યો. આપણા માનનીય મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈ પટેલના દૂરંદેશી નેતૃત્વ હેઠળ ગુજરાત રાજ્યએ ઈ-ગવર્નન્સ થકી નાગરિકોના ઘરની નજીક પારદર્શક અને કાર્યક્ષમ જાહેર સેવા પ્રદાન કરવા માટે મોટા કદમ ઉઠાવ્યા છે. આજે ડિજિટલ ગુજરાત પોર્ટલ રાજ્યના તમામ જિલ્લાઓ અને તાલુકાઓને આવરી લે છે અને નાગરિકો માટે ગુજરાત સરકારના અલગ-અલગ વિભાગોની તમામ ઈ-સેવાઓનો લાભ લેવા માટે સિંગલ વિન્ડો એક્સેસ પોઈન્ટ તરીકે સેવા આપે છે. ડિજિટલ इंडिया वीक 2022નું આયોજન કરવા બદલ भारत के शिक्षण क्षेत्र में क्रांतिकारी बदलाव लाने और विद्यार्थियों की प्रगति में नया अध्याय शुरू करने का सपना देखा है हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी ने.
अब बहुत ज्यादा जोर दिया जा रहा है क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन. 21वीं सदी की टेक्नोलॉजी को साथ लेकर 21वीं सदी की जरूरतों को पूरा करने वाली एजुकेशन सिस्टम भी उतनी ही जरूरी है.
उनके इस विजन को रियलिटी में बदलने में गुजरात कैसे पीछे रहता, जब मुख्यमंत्री के तौर पर गुजरात में मजबूत, समावेशी और सशक्त शिक्षण प्रणाली की नींव उनके द्वारा ही रखी गई थी. अनेक चुनौतियों का सामना करते हुए मुख्यमंत्री की भूमिका में उन्होंने गुजरात के शिक्षण विकास को मिशन मोड पे आगे ले जाने की ठान ली और शाला प्रवेशोत्सव, कन्या केलवनी महोत्सव और गुणोत्सव जैसी अनेक अभिनव योजनाओं को अमल में लाकर एवं गुणवत्तायुक्त शिक्षण की ओर बढ़ने के लिए शिक्षकों की पारदर्शक भर्ती और जरूरी माળખાકીય सुविधाएं सुनिश्चित कराते हुए उन्होंने गुजरात को शिक्षण क्षेत्र में अविरत प्रगति की नई दिशा दी. आज माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल के समर्पित नेतृत्व में और गुजरात सरकार और शिक्षण विभाग के प्रयासों से गुजरात ने हर कोशिश की है कि राज्य के हर एक बच्चे को मिले होलिस्टिक, इंटीग्रेटेड और टेक्नोलॉजी एनेबल शिक्षण. ये संभव हुआ है गुजरात के शिक्षण विकास के केंद्र बिंदु समान विद्या समीक्षा केंद्र के माध्यम से. हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के डिजिटल इंडिया के लक्ष्य से प्रेरणा लेकर विद्या समीक्षा केंद्र को गुजरात के शिक्षण प्रणाली की नव सेंटर के रूप में स्थापित किया गया है, जहां विश्व स्तरीय टेक्नोलॉजी की मदद से राज्य भर के डेटा का एकीकरण और विश्लेषण तो होता ही है, साथ में इसी डेटा के उपयोग से गुजरात के शिक्षण स्तर को और भी सशक्त करने की योजना पर ध्यान दिया जाता है. भारत सरकार के नेशनल डिजिटल एजुकेशन आर्किटेक्चर फ्रेमवर्क को ध्यान में रखते हुए विद्या समीक्षा केंद्र शिक्षण क्षेत्र में भारत का ऐसा पहला डेटा ड्रिवन मॉडल है जिसने हर एक शाला, शिक्षक और विद्यार्थी के रियल टाइम मॉनिटरिंग को यथार्थ किया है. विद्या समीक्षा केंद्र के अंतर्गत किए जा रहे विस्तृत विश्लेषण ने छात्रों के शिक्षण परिणामों को सीधे सीधे प्रभावित किया है, जिससे ग्रेड अप्रोप्रिएट लर्निंग आउटकम्स में महत्वपूर्ण सुधार संभव हुए हैं. इस केंद्र के माध्यम से गुजरात शिक्षण क्षेत्र में डेटा और टेक्नोलॉजी पर आधारित अनेक सफल पहल और योजनाएं संभव हुई है, जैसे कि तत्कालीन मुख्यमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी के द्वारा शुरू किए गए शाला प्रवेशोत्सव को टेक्नोलॉजी और डेटा के साथ जोड़कर गुजरात ने शाला प्रवेशोत्सव 2.0 की रचना की, जिससे जन्म के आधार पर होने वाली डेटा मैपिंग से नामांकन आज 100% तक पहुंचा है. साथ कन्याओं के नामांकन में हुई है बढ़ोतरी और छात्रों का ड्रॉप आउट रेशियो हुआ है कम. सभी सरकारी और प्राइवेट स्कूलों में डेली ऑनलाइन अटेंडेंस सिस्टम लागू किए जाने से केवल एक साल में 80% से अधिक अटेंडेंस वाले बच्चों की संख्या में 26% की बढ़ोतरी हुई है. भारत सरकार के निपुण भारत प्रोग्राम के साथ चलते हुए वांचन, लेखन और गणन का मूल ज्ञान कक्षा 3 में जाने वाले हर बच्चे में हो, इस ध्येय से बाल वाटिका से लेकर कक्षा 2 तक हर त्रैमासिक में विद्यार्थियों के वांचन, लेखन और गणन के कौशल्य का मूल्यांकन निदान किया जाता है. आज 3 से 12 कक्षा के छात्रों की केंद्रीकृत साप्ताहिक और सत्रांत परीक्षाओं के माध्यम से हर विद्यार्थी की हर एक परीक्षा के परिणामों की ऑनलाइन डेटा एंट्री होती है. परीक्षा में प्राप्त हुए अंकों के त्वरित और सटीक संकलन के लिए डेवलप किया गया आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस आधारित सरल ऐप, जिसकी मदद से गुजरात देश का ऐसा पहला राज्य है जिसने नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020 में सूचित किए गए होलिस्टिक रिपोर्ट कार्ड की ओर एक कदम बढ़ाया है, जिसके अंतर्गत हर एक छात्र के लर्निंग आउटकम बेस्ड रिपोर्ट कार्ड तैयार किए गए हैं. एनईपी के स्कूल एक्रेडिटेशन के महत्वपूर्ण सूचन पर ध्यान देकर गुणोत्सव 2.0 के अंतर्गत सभी सरकारी प्राइमरी स्कूलों का असरकारक ग्रेडिंग और मॉनिटरिंग करने वाला देश का पहला राज्य बना है गुजरात। एनईपी में दर्शाए गए टेक्नोलॉजी के असरकारक उपयोग को अमल में रखते हुए गुजरात में शाला व्यवस्थापन को बेहतर बनाने के लिए स्कूल एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सॉफ्टवेयर का उपयोग होता है, जिससे शालाओं और शिक्षकों का काम हुआ है डिजिटाइज्ड। डिजिटल और टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन शिक्षा पर गुजरात की अग्रता के कारण कोविड के दौरान भी गुजरात के बच्चों की शिक्षा नहीं रुकी। अपनी होम लर्निंग पहल के तहत गुजरात ने कुछ महत्वपूर्ण उपलब्धियां हासिल की है, जैसे माइक्रोसॉफ्ट टीम्स वर्चुअल क्लास द्वारा 25 करोड़ से भी अधिक वर्चुअल क्लास और गुजरात वर्चुअल शाला यूट्यूब चैनल के माध्यम से लाइव क्लास के 8 करोड़ से भी अधिक व्यूज प्राप्त हुए हैं। और साथ ही बाइसेग और दूरदर्शन के 13 जितने टीवी चैनल्स के माध्यम से लाइव क्लासेस का आयोजन भी हुआ है। गुजरात के विद्यार्थियों के लिए हर विषय की QR कोडेड टेक्स्ट बुक उपलब्ध है, जिसके साथ दीक्षा डायरेक्ट प्ले नेशनल रैंकिंग में गुजरात प्रथम रैंक पर पहुंचा। आज अपनी एडटेक कंपनी स्थापित करने वाला गुजरात प्रथम राज्य बना है। गुजरात एजुकेशन टेक्नोलॉजीज लिमिटेड GET द्वारा अपनी ई-कंटेंट को ज्यादातर लोगों तक पहुंचाने के लिए जी शाला ऐप भी लॉन्च की गई है, जिसके साथ राज्य के हर छात्र के लिए विश्व स्तरीय अफोर्डेबल ई-लर्निंग कंटेंट उपलब्ध हुआ है। ऐसे ही अनेक प्रयासों के साथ गुजरात विश्व स्तरीय शिक्षण व्यवस्था खड़ी करने के लिए हमेशा समर्पित रहा है। टेक्नोलॉजी और डेटा ड्रिवन आधारित ऐसी अनेक पहल के सफल परिणामों से गुजरात में देश के एक व्यापक एजुकेशन ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन प्रोजेक्ट को आकार देने के लिए जरूरी वातावरण प्रस्थापित हुआ है, जिसको आगे बढ़ाते हुए और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के स्केल और स्पीड के मंत्र से प्रेरणा लेते हुए गुजरात में मिशन स्कूल्स ऑफ एक्सीलेंस की नींव रखी गई है। शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में सर्वोत्तम परिणाम प्राप्त करने हेतु इस मिशन के द्वारा राज्य की तमाम 40,000 सरकारी स्कूल्स का होगा सशक्तिकरण, और जिसके अंतर्गत 150 से अधिक छात्र वाले राज्य के तमाम सरकारी स्कूल्स यानी कुल 15,000 सरकारी प्राथमिक और 5,000 माध्यमिक एवं उच्चतर माध्यमिक स्कूलों को स्कूल्स ऑफ एक्सीलेंस में परिवर्तित किया जाएगा। इस मिशन से स्कूलों में होगा आमूल परिवर्तन। विद्यार्थियों के लिए 50,000 नए क्लासरूम्स बनाए जाएंगे, 1.5 लाख स्मार्ट क्लास, 20,000 कंप्यूटर लैब्स, 5,000 स्टेम लैब्स, पर्यावरण लैब, खेल के उपकरण, विशेष आवश्यकता वाले बच्चों के लिए संसाधन कक्ष जैसी सुविधाओं के साथ छात्रों का सर्वांगीण विकास सुनिश्चित किया जाएगा। विद्या समीक्षा केंद्र के एक विशेष नियंत्रण कक्ष से पसंद की गई स्कूलों का गहन और निरंतर टारगेटेड मॉनिटरिंग किया जाएगा और राज्य भर के प्रत्येक छात्र के लर्निंग आउटकम का विश्लेषण होगा। गुजरात और समग्र देश के लिए गर्व की बात है कि 10,000 करोड़ रुपए की परियोजना ऐसा मिशन स्कूल्स ऑफ एक्सीलेंस देश का सबसे बड़ा शैक्षणिक और सामाजिक मिशन है, जिसे वर्ल्ड बैंक और एशियन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंक का सहयोग प्राप्त हुआ है। शिक्षण क्षेत्र में अभूतपूर्व बदलाव लाने के लिए विद्या समीक्षा केंद्र की व्यापक और विजनरी प्रयासों की देश और दुनिया भर के महानुभावों ने सराहना की है। और जिसके साथ परफॉर्मेंस ग्रेडिंग इंडेक्स PGI और स्कूल एजुकेशन क्वालिटी इंडेक्स SEQI में गुजरात का प्रदर्शन उच्च स्तर पर रहा है। शिक्षण क्षेत्र में नया सूर्योदय लाने वाले पथदर्शक ऐसे हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा दिखाई गई राह पर चलकर टेक्नोलॉजी और डेटा ड्रिवन ट्रांसफॉर्मेशनल अभिगम के साथ गुजरात ने समग्र राज्य में उत्कृष्ट शिक्षण व्यवस्था को संभव बनाने की दिशा में नए आयाम तय किए हैं और आगे भी अविरल।
साइंस सिटी एक ऐसा प्रोजेक्ट है जो रिक्रिएशन और क्रिएटिविटी को आपस में जोड़ता है। इसमें ऐसी रिक्रिएशन एक्टिविटीज हैं जो बच्चों में क्रिएटिविटी को बढ़ावा देती है। इसमें खेलकूद है, मौज मस्ती है और इसके साथ साथ
ये बच्चों को कुछ नया सिखाने का प्लेटफॉर्म भी है। साइंस सिटी बच्चों से चहकता रहे, दमकता रहे।
एक ऐसी जगह जहां उत्सुकता को समाधान मिलते हैं, जहां शिक्षा का मनोरंजन से मिलन होता है। देश का सबसे बड़ा विज्ञान धाम बनके प्रवासी आकर्षित करने में सफल गुजरात साइंस सिटी समाज को विज्ञान से जोड़ने में कार्यरत है। युवा दिमागों में विज्ञान को लोकप्रिय बनाने और वैज्ञानिक अभिरुचि को विकसित करने के लिए गुजरात साइंस सिटी की अवधारणा गुजरात के तत्कालीन मुख्यमंत्री और अब हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी की थी। अहमदाबाद में केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह के निर्वाचन क्षेत्र में स्थित गुजरात साइंस सिटी 264 एकड़ के क्षेत्र में फैली हुई है, जिसमें ज्ञान के प्यासे के लिए बहुत कुछ है। गुजरात साइंस सिटी में सभी के लिए कुछ ना कुछ है, क्योंकि ये एडुटेनमेंट का एकदम सही मिश्रण है और यही कारण है कि ये लोगों को आकर्षित करता है। आज गुजरात सरकार के विज्ञान और प्रौद्योगिकी विभाग के तत्वावधान में गुजरात साइंस सिटी फल फूल रही है। मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल का मार्गदर्शन गुजरात साइंस सिटी को नई ऊंचाई पर लेकर जा रहा है। एक्वाटिक गैलरी, रोबोटिक्स गैलरी और नेचर पार्क को एक यादगार अनुभव देने के लिए डिजाइन और क्यूरेट किया गया है। इसमें आत्मनिर्भर भारत के आह्वान की साफ झांकी देखने को मिलती है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने एक नए भारत की कल्पना की है। यही बात को शिक्षा एवं विज्ञान और प्रौद्योगिकी विभाग के मंत्री श्री जीतू भाई वाघाणी अपने परामर्श से गुजरात साइंस सिटी के लिए साकार करने में जुटे हैं। गतिशील गुजरात की वैज्ञानिक गति को आगे बढ़ाते हुए गुजरात साइंस सिटी ने अपने पंख फैलाए हैं और ये आपको विज्ञान के माध्यम से सक्रियता, रोमांच और ज्ञान की आनंदमय सवारी पर ले जाने को सक्रिय है। असीमित मनोरंजन के माध्यम से विज्ञान सीखें और उसका आनंद लें।
साइंस सिटी જોઈને અમે ઘણા અમેઝ થઈ ગયા છે। इसके पहले मैं सिर्फ हॉलीवुड मूवीज में ही ऐसे एक्वेरियम देखा था।
एक दिन गुजारो साइंस सिटी में। साइंस सिटी
The state of Gujarat is at the forefront in utilizing IT infrastructure for effective governance. It is because of the objectives set by our visionary leaders and their efforts in building a strong foundation for people-centric growth. Gujarat is ready to embark on Tech Aid on the foundation of robust infrastructure and industry-friendly policies. Gujarat has received the highest FDI equity inflows in financial year 2020-2021, with share of 37% of total FDI inflows in India. 94% of this FDI equity inflow is in IT and ITES sector. Additionally, Gujarat software exports in the same year amounted to 4,000 crore rupees. With such an ecosystem, Gujarat has an unwavering focus on further strengthening its digital infrastructure. One strong example reflecting Gujarat's focus on digital
Hi everyone,
governance
welcome
and
back.
innovation is
I request everyone to settle down as we shall start this session post-lunch, the first session, in just few minutes from now. You can also make a small call to your colleagues or batchmates along to kindly come and take up the seats, please, so that we can have a timely start of the next session. Thank you.
हेलो चेक चेक हेलो हेलो चेक हेलो 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 चेक
Welcome back. I request everyone to kindly settle down so that we can start the session 4, the Metaverse and Web 3.0. The metaverse industry is nascent in the world as well as in the country. There are multiple startups and firms that work as a development center supplying technology-related services to metaverse for foreign clients. With a growing capacity, Indian firms are providing services to manufacturing, healthcare, retail, and almost all the related sectors. Indian giants like Infosys, HCL, Zensar Technologies, Tech Mahindra, Wipro, TCS, etc. have also built their own centers supporting metaverse-related development. The continuous efforts of the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology in enabling innovative technologies have envisioned several programs which aim at changing the center. For that session, I request and welcome our moderator, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, the Additional Secretary, MeitY. Along with him, I also welcome the august speakers of this session, Shri Rajiv Agrawal, Head of Public Policy, Meta, Shri Srinivas Reddy, VP Mixed Reality, Microsoft India, Shri Kanishka Igwal, Head Service Lines India and South Asia, AWS, Professor Maninder Agrawal, IIT Kanpur. We welcome the august speakers. Can we have a round of applause, though few, but we can be louder. Thank you. Thank you, moderator, sir, and the august speakers. Before we start the session, we would like to welcome the esteemed dignitaries on the dais with the floral bouquet. I now hand over the session to the chair and moderator, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, sir.
Thank you and a very good afternoon to everyone. So we can see the dwindling attendance post-lunch session. So we'll try to be focused and really address the issues that we want to address during this panel. So I welcome all the distinguished panelists to this session. I also welcome all the participants in the audience. So I hope everyone has heard about Metaverse and Web 3.0. These are new emerging technologies which really are beginning to captivate our attention. They are no longer the esoteric terms that was known or heard only by a few. We have seen a lot of new, very exciting developments in this domain by the industry, by academia, by research community. And now a significant number of use cases are also emerging, which are really putting these technologies at the forefront. And we all hope to see very exciting developments in the years to come. So when we talk about Metaverse, I think its previous avatar was the virtual reality and all the applications that we might have experienced with the use of headsets, etc. Now, metaverse is beginning to have a convergence of the virtual reality and the physical reality. And also, now one can have very meaningful and impactful experiences once you enter the metaverse. You can do shopping, you can have entertainment, you can meet your colleagues, you can have office meetings, you can do social gatherings. So a whole host of possibilities have emerged with the new developments in the metaverse. Similarly, Web 3.0 is again emerging as a new paradigm in the entire internet world. As we all know, the first version of web was just perhaps the static web pages being delivered through browsers to the people to see, read, and get informed. The second version of the web was driven by user-created content, and we saw the emergence of social media platforms which really allowed people to interact in real time, post their views, etc. Web 3.0 would perhaps focus more on how the user can exercise more control over the entire transactions or entire presence that he or she has on the internet. It would perhaps be driven by blockchain, which again is one important technology when we talk about preserving the user's privacy, etc., in the online world. So there are a host of new, very exciting opportunities, possibilities when we talk about metaverse and Web 3.0. So to address these issues, we have a very eminent panel. So I would like to keep the flow of the session as follows. I would invite the panelists one by one to present their views and talk about a specific point, which I will mention. I would also briefly introduce the panelists before they speak. And I would also request all the panelists to kindly keep their remarks short, as we have started late and we really have to keep the time in mind. So the key points that we can discuss in this very interesting panel, some of those I would like to mention here. So the current landscape of metaverse technologies and the major developments, players in the industry, in academia, etc., in the research world. Then, as we also may be aware, these new technologies, they also have some very significant policy and regulatory implications. So that's another domain where perhaps the panelists can throw some light upon. Then, when we talk about these new technologies, then capacity building is always an important factor. So how do we really improve our capabilities, our capacities in the industry players, in the government, in the broader academic and R&D community. And then perhaps we can also discuss the transformation that are likely to be witnessed across sectors as a result of the introduction of these technologies. So let me first start the discussion with Mr. Rajiv Agrawal. He is currently the Director and Head of Public Policy India at Meta, where he leads important policy development initiatives. He also has been in the government earlier, where he has extensive experience in different sectors. So I'm sure his experience in the government will also help us in knowing more about how the policy and regulatory oversight can really emerge to address the likely issues in this domain. So I would request him to give his views on this domain. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And it's indeed an honor to be on the same panel, which is being moderated and chaired by you, sir, and obviously all of us from the industry and Professor. Especially after the pandemic of 2 years, to actually come into a physical world itself is a revelation. Although I do wish that had this seminar been taking place, had this session been taking place on the metaverse, maybe the audience would not have had to rush back from the lunch, and they could have attended it seated right there and we also, as the metaverse evolves, we might also have caught the sniff of the aromas that would have been arising from their lunch seated there. Just joking on that. But it's the way we see it, and obviously Meta has, has gone ahead and believes so much in the metaverse that we have gone ahead and changed our name from Facebook to Meta. So that just tells you volumes of what this means to us and how much we believe in it. We believe it is the next thing after internet. And we believe it is going to be the way in which technology is going to evolve. Are we there yet? No. But over the next 5 to 10 years, we will see things evolve. We will see things develop out there. We've had, technologies where we could hear each other. Then we could see each other. Now we're coming to a place where virtual worlds will start reacting and start mixing with each other. We will actually feel like we're in the same space. Our avatars would be seated together and, interacting with each other. And so if it's a simple tool, protecting your personal space around your avatar also, like we would like to protect our personal space around us seated on a chair. Similarly, the metaverse, looking at protecting our personal space out there. So the opportunities are endless. And I would like to come to India, because that, I think so, is the crux of what is going to happen out there. In the next couple of years, I dare say, India will have one of the largest app developer ecosystems in the world. We already have this humongous, startup ecosystem, literally almost the largest again, or one of the largest in the world. And we heard some of the amazing stories yesterday. Be it starters, be it creators. On Insta, I think so, almost 6 million reels are being created in India every day. And growth on a year basis, again, is huge. So the potential is endless. And if I go by one of the reports by Analysis Group, the GDP growth, if metaverse also goes the way mobile technology was adopted the world over, and especially in India, we do see the GDP of India going up by almost 4.6% in the next decade, 2031. So there's huge potential, and we already are seeing the beginnings of those building blocks. But yes, there's so much more to do, and it's not going to be a single company. Everyone will have to get into the act. And obviously, the government will be taking the lead on that, but everyone has to be there, and it is not going to be owned by either Meta or anyone else. It's going to be a public-driven tool, a public-driven platform that will be available for everyone. So.
Thank you so much. I think you rightly said that since India has the advantage of a very large app developer community and perhaps the world's largest ecosystem of IT professionals and a very rapidly maturing industry, we should take the lead in this domain, and in the years to come, India should be the global leader in these emerging technologies. So next, I would like to invite Sri Srinivas Reddy of Microsoft India. He is Senior Director there. He has led this mixed reality engineering at Microsoft, leading the India, Middle East, and Africa region. And he has about 32 years of technology experience across wireless, wireline, optical, and telecom power domains. Perhaps you can talk about the Web 3.0 and Metaverse, how they are different and how they will play out in the coming time. And what are the interventions that your company is making in this domain, and how this entire technology is evolving, and what India needs to do to really be at the cutting edge of this very important emerging technology.
Respected Rajinder Kumarji, distinguished colleagues, friends. It's indeed an honor and privilege to be back here at Mahatma Mandir to discuss on some of the new technologies. I was here earlier talking about M2M IoT, and now back on another topic. So before I start, I'm sure most of the young generation in India would have read some of the scriptures. How many of you are aware of Trishanku, the king Trishanku? Maharshi Vishwamitra created a parallel universe for King Trishanku when he was not allowed to go in a physical embodiment. The metaverse appears to be the digital twin of that. So there is a Swarg and there is a parallel Swarg, which is the virtual world, right? So that's what is happening in the universe. And this metaverse will have everything. It's whatever you see in the physical existence is going to be replicated into the new world. Then come to the events happening. Way back, when we were talking about M2M, few years ago, when there were people talking about 50 billion M2M or IoT connections, everybody was shocked. Do we realize today? We don't even care whether it's 50 billion or 100 billion because the number has already passed, right? And Industry 4.0 was the hype in 2017-16. We all were talking about it. Then I started even my PhD on the topic to read more. Then comes 5G, then comes blockchain, then comes Web 3.0. These things are coming, happening without us realizing the impact. They are getting imbibed into our lives. Metaverse is going to be something like this. It is imaginary, it is aspirational, and it is a technology that is going to stay, whether we agree or we disagree. And what are we doing as India? I give you a classic example. I have got about 100 positions opened. I'm leading the engineering function, and I have about 100 positions opened a few months ago. I wanted to hire these people. I couldn't get any quality CV. I really couldn't get it, and most of these positions have gone back to other places. I remember working with Saurabh ji and Ajay ji on manufacturing earlier, when after COVID or during COVID, when the investments were going to Vietnam, we worked with Meiti to see what is that not having coming to India, and why are people coming Vietnam or going to Vietnam. Then we managed to secure those investments to India, including the previous employer that I worked at Apple. So that's how things happen. But today, as government, what I would request is we need to enable these academic institutions to begin with. Like in our generation, we used to have computer labs where we just go and spend 5 minutes slot and then learn little about computing. And then the metaverse is like a Y2K movement. We have become a software capital because of the software dreams that have been generated and the aspirational young Indians of those days. Are we having that dreams today for metaverse? Because Korea has 14 ETF launched on metaverse, right? And then Taiwan is launching ETFs, and they are oversubscribed. How much are we doing it in India? When you surf it, you have top 10 startups. How much are they be enabled? How much are we funding them? How much hype we have really created to attract foreign investment into those startups? So that's one of the area we need to do. We need to generate interest in the academia, in the startups, and train them. Regarding the use cases, I'm talking about mixed reality, which is a mix of AR plus VR, where you can augment these holograms, the 3D world. NUHS, the National University of Health Sciences in Singapore, has made mixed reality as a integral part of their healthcare system. They used it for COVID, and one of the key applications that we noticed there is pre-surgery planning. If you look at the brain surgery, most often when a surgery happens, there will be side effects. It could be like paralysis, or it could be speech loss, memory loss. So the error rate was around 27-28%. With the pre-surgery planning, where the 3D image is transposed onto the physical and making the markings, and going across that surgery well prepared, has reduced that to 2.7%. It is available on the NUHS website, how mixed reality, the augmented reality are helping their healthcare. Similarly, we have a remote assist where the emissions could be cut, the cost of delivering services could be cut, And this is again, if someone of you or one of you read autobiography of Yogi, it's about two bodies, a saint, right? You are here and then you are transporting yourself, holoporting to another location. So if something is broken down, you don't have to physically travel. You can just go fix it virtually using these mixed reality devices. The difference between this mixed reality or augmented reality or virtual reality versus the camera showing is that presence. So the metaverse is offering you presence. You are physically being present at a venue or at a site or at a location. Talking about Web 3.0, Web 3.0 is an enabler of metaverse. While metaverse is a venue that is giving enhanced user experience, Web 3.0 provides your portability, digital identity management using blockchain, and then you also have the currency portability. The digital assets have permanence, the single source of truth. How do we know that the NFT or the 3D hologram that is created by you belongs to you? So the single source of truth come from these blockchain kind of technologies. And these blockchain is enabled by Web 3.0. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Reddy. I think you rightly mentioned that we need to enable our academic institutions to really take the lead. And also the use cases that are emerging that are very interesting, and in a country like ours where not always the access to healthcare is uniform or easy for everyone. So this could really serve as a new technology to address that gap as well. So thank you so much for your remarks. Next, I would like to invite Professor Manindra Agarwal from IIT Kanpur. He is a very decorated academician, professor, and scientist. He is the recipient of the first Infosys Prize for Mathematics, the Gödel Prize in 2006, and the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award in Mathematical Sciences in 2003. And he has also been honored with Padma Shri in 2013. We are working with various academic institutions in the domain of emerging technologies, and IIT Kanpur is a very significant contributor to our schemes and programs in this domain. And Professor Agarwal has been associated with the schemes and projects of METI for a long time. So I would request him to give his remarks about how we can build capacities in these domains for the country to really benefit in the time to come.
Thank you, and it's a great honor to be here in front of all of you and with very distinguished panelists. I am the odd person out here amongst the industrialists. So I'll bring slightly different perspective from an academic point of view. And the first thing that is the question that gets asked is that given the coming near future where we expect metaverse, Web 3.0 and related technologies to occupy center stage, are we ready for it? And as Dr. Reddy pointed out, he could not even find suitable CVs when he had a number of positions open. So that's a challenge in front of the academia that exists today. We have, there is a much higher demand of high quality education. But the supply side is constrained. The number of high-level or top-level academic institutions in the country are far fewer than what ideally should be given our population. And that places this kind of a demand-supply gap between well-trained manpower. Now, COVID has opened up an interesting direction to at least partly address that, which is through an online mode. But I think we are all, those who are students here or those who have an opportunity to teach in the online setting, which I have been doing that for past 2 years, is that it is simply very unsatisfactory because that kind of interaction doesn't exist. You are looking at a small screen with 100 small boxes representing 100 students, and there is literally no back and forth that is possible. And that's one of the key things for good teaching is to take cues from students. So hopefully with metaverse taking shape, we can address that point also in a better way, that we can have now virtual classroom which feel like real classrooms. We can actually get to interact with students or their avatars and get those cues which one requires for good teaching. And the advantage would be that this can be done at a much larger scale. It doesn't have to be limited to a small set of students. It can be literally any number of students that can get taught in a metaverse situation, environment. So that's something that perhaps we should look forward to, that the solution to this shortage of well-trained manpower lies in better technology, the futuristic technology, which hopefully we will have soon.
Thank you so much, Professor Agarwal. I think that would really be a very valuable experience if we can really make the current virtual classrooms into something like, a real classroom feel for the students, where they can perhaps interact in a more realistic fashion through their digital avatars, and the imparting of training or capacity building can happen more meaningfully. In fact, our MeitY ecosystem can also benefit from such technology if that is really possible in the time to come. Because we do a lot of programs in training and capacity building across the entire spectrum of digital technologies. And if you really see the span of the MeitY's programs, they can really benefit from this new emerging domain, where we can make the experience more real world for everyone. And hopefully, once this technology mature, then even for common citizens, the experience will be more akin to the real world that they're all familiar with, instead of now just having to look at screens in a 2D, two dimensions, and then trying to understand what is there on that and trying to figure out what they want to do. So once the experience is in 3 dimension, and if there is a fusion of virtual reality with the real world, perhaps a new range of experiences can happen, which will make this entire new set of technologies more acceptable and more perhaps widespread amongst the common citizens. So thank you so much for your very valuable comments. Also, the role of academic institutions, they need to really step up to ensure that we produce the required skill resources to meet the demands of the industry, and also to develop applications to ensure that the citizens and businesses can benefit from these experiences. As you rightly mentioned, right now, in fact, we are seeing a shortage of professionals in many areas, especially in emerging technology, where, as also mentioned by previously the other panelists, where we are seeing demand being there, but the required talent is not really available. So that's where, again, we need to coordinate our efforts, both from the government side and the academic institution, where the required skill resources can be trained and provided to the industry. So thank you so much for your comments. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Kanishka Agewal. He heads the AWS service lines in India, South Asia, with focus on digital innovation and deep tech, such as AI, ML, analytics, quantum computing, HPC, IoT, as well as AWS service offerings, such as databases, storage, edge, hybrid cloud, and security. At AWS, he works with the public sector, central state governments, education, health sector, not-for-profit, travel and transportation, and PSUs to drive AI at a scale for citizen impact. In fact, MeitY also has a program which he coordinates for the quantum computing domain, where we are working actively to really promote capacity building at a scale in the country. So he has a very valuable set of responsibilities which are relevant to the theme of this session. And I would like to invite him to give his remarks.
Thank you, sir. And I'll just echo my comments as my industry colleagues mentioned. It's really an honor to be at this panel, especially with you, sir, with Professor. Pretty humbled to be here. I don't know if I'll make enough incremental remarks that have already been made, but let me paint a picture for all of you. And as well as we were all kids, and irrespective of what your affiliation was and what kind of TV you watched, you at some point in time ended up watching some cartoon, right? So you probably watched a Disney cartoon, you probably watched some cartoon that was out there in those days, Mowgli, if you were in the 80s, and prior to that, maybe the smaller cartoons that used to come on Doordarshan. And you always imagined in your head that maybe I'm in that space, because that's what cartoons do. They transform you, they get you into that space, and you kind of start behaving or imagining yourself in that. You get engrossed, immersed. It's an immersive experience. Now, while you're in that, what if you could actually walk around that entire space that the cartoon or that series was creating, and you could go explore what was happening? And I'll take it a step forward. You explored, there is Mickey Mouse who's on a nice ship, and at that ship you liked the jug, and you said, I want to buy this jug, because as kids, you were always inquisitive and you wanted those nice shiny objects. So you said, I want to buy that jug, and can I buy this? And what if somebody said, yes, you can. By the way, here's some digital money I'm going to give you. Use that money to buy there, because क्या है ना, आपका जो रुपया है ना, वहाँ काम नहीं आएगा. So I'll give you some digital money, buy that, and then you can keep it. And by the way, you can't take it out of that cartoon, because you're still in that immersive experience, right? So I'll give you a vault where you can actually store this vase that you've purchased or this jug that you've purchased. And I'll give you a key to that vault as well, which is also digital. And I will link it all to you as an individual, which is say, I'll just call it for the sake of ease, and forgive me if there is an Ajay in the room, but I'll just say, Mr. Ajay, this is all that I'll give you, your little hash key that will open up this entire realm that you are sitting right now in. And that to you is the simplest explanation of metaverse that I can give you. A metaverse is essentially a extrapolation of all that you want to do in the real world, but at times that you're constrained by the boundaries that are set for various reasons: demographic boundaries, social boundaries, economic boundaries, gender boundaries, national boundaries. If you can go beyond all of that, that is what a metaverse will create to you. And I want to take a metaverse beyond entertainment. Yes, that is the biggest case that comes to our mind right now of what you can do. Imagine this entire space being an entertainment space on metaverse, where it doesn't have to be constrained by people who could travel to Gandhinagar. It can be open to everybody in the world. An arena concert that is happening, and that just happened about a couple of weeks back, 12.4 million people actually viewed that, when actually if an arena concert would have happened, it would have been 50,000 or 60,000 people. But 12.4 could come in at 1/10 the price. The people who actually ran that concert maybe made a bigger killing than that was supposed to be made. But it goes beyond. Think like, we just heard, in healthcare, in the entire aviation space, in the entire MRO, which is maintenance, repair, overhaul space, flight simulators. We were just speaking to Rajendra sir during lunch, and he was mentioning that there are a number of simulators that today sit outside of India versus here. And what if we could have that as an augmented reality, as a metaverse, where pilots or enthusiasts could be trained on the metaverse without having to travel on to another location for a simulator. And then the next piece comes, which is the Web3. Right? Web3 is, at the end of the day, an underlying technology which pushes all of this out. We hear smart contracts all the time. Land records being put on blockchain. Your education certificates coming on blockchain. And let's take a step forward. We know education certificates, and let's take that because I see a lot of students here. Education certificates are on your blockchain or will eventually get on your blockchain. What next? How do I make them transactable? Which is, an education certificate is not only being viewed, it can be accessed by an employer. It can be then further added on by an employer of where all you have worked. So therefore, my background checks become that much easier. If I ever went for further studies, then the consulates or the embassies or other countries who ask for validation of my certificates can go ahead and validate these certificates straight away. And I can actually then start putting this as a transactional item and not just as a ledger. Push that further. Can I actually then start monetizing this data? Can I actually start exposing this only to the universities that need it and not to the universities that don't need it. And then take it forward. What if I wanted to do a virtual course and did it on a metaverse? Therefore, I can just sit at home, and I don't have the means to travel to the US. I don't have the funds to travel to US, but I can still explore a similar quality of education that somebody else might get. Right? So that, I think, is what the power of this entire Web 3.0 can bring in.
Thank you so much. I think the use cases that are emerging, those are extremely important from the point of view of how these technologies will eventually be used and adopted by the users, both at the level of individuals and in the business world. You rightly mentioned that sectors like aviation, training, etc., can really be done through this new AR, VR, or new metaverse technologies. In fact, as somebody mentioned, if we could really do this kind of conference also in metaverse in due course, that will increase the reach tremendously in real time. And perhaps the impact of that kind of experience will be much more than just listening it later on or seeing it on a video or interacting even through the current online video conferencing tools. So there's a whole new range of possibilities that really will get opened up once we appreciate how these technologies are evolving and what impact they can create on the entire emerging technologies ecosystem. METI, again, is really trying to spearhead this entire development in this domain. And you mentioned about blockchain. We already have a national platform on blockchain being built with the METI organizations and the academic entities taking the lead. And we have done a POC and a use case with a government department in a state where it was very successfully implemented. And we hope to scale up that experience and also build a national platform which can be more readily used by various organizations, eventually also from the private sector, to really put applications, citizen-facing applications on the blockchain domain with the benefit that you mentioned, for example, ensuring that data is always safe and secure, privacy is maintained, and the citizens know who are accessing their data and what use that data is being put to. So very valuable comments. Thank you so much. I think we have some time left for interaction from the floor. I would like to really see questions coming up from the audience because it's really meant for the participants here that they appreciate what is happening in this very exciting new domain and where we should all learn from the experiences and insights from our eminent panelists. So questions, please kindly raise your hand and a mic will be passed on to you. So kindly use that mic. Yeah.
Can we have the mic, please? Yes, sir.
I think you can just speak. Yeah.
So you would like to talk from here, from my mic, if you don't mind?
Yeah, take this.
Can you hear me? So thank you for the opportunity. I think a great session. Specifically, we spoke around metaverse, blockchain. So some of these technology have a huge implication for Indian citizens, specifically if government starts using them. If I look at blockchain, sir, the entire Aadhaar ecosystem could be transformed because won't require us to store so much amount of information. Encrypted number could be used for storing citizens' identity, right? My question to you, sir, how are we looking at using some of these technologies in enabling better citizen services? can we look at a metaverse which could be taken up by a government body, which could be MeitY or it could be a state government for transforming government to citizen services, right? So that's pretty much it, sir, I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Yes, I think let me respond to this question very briefly. So our entire MeitY ecosystem consisting of MeitY organizations like UID Authority, which handles the entire Aadhaar platform, and the other MeitY organizations, they are all very much aware about the possibilities that have opened up as a result of these new technologies. And definitely the entire thought process is currently being formulated as to how we can use it for citizen-centric applications. I mentioned about the use case that we did, MeitY did in blockchain, using blockchain for property registration in a state, and this was done very successfully. There are other use cases I mentioned. Aadhaar could be the next where we can use this technology for ensuring that the data is kept safe and secure. Also the metaverse, I think the possibilities are immense. If you really see it from the point of view of citizens, the experience that they currently have in interacting with the government departments through an online interface or a digital interface, that's good as per the latest, as per the current standards. But in future, suppose I allow them to interact with a government department through metaverse, then perhaps their experience will be much more richer, and also the response will be much more realistic. Right now they interact through some kind of a chat bot or some kind of a query mechanism. Now that entire query mechanism can be implemented in a metaverse context, where the responses will be in real time, more realistic, and better experience for the user. That's just one small use case that I mentioned, but if you really see the possibilities, those are immense. And as these new applications get developed and as these new techniques get developed, I think more and more domains will open up. I would request other panelists to kindly also.
I'll take a very simple example, and I must thank my colleague Srinivas was talking about lack of, on the supply side. Now, we are trying to catch people at a very young age, right with CBSE classes 6th onwards. It's not metaverse, let's be very clear. It is still AR. But AR is the first, so to say, building block towards metaverse. And then classes 6th to 12th, AR, VR, it's now included in the syllabus. And it's, I mean, the possibilities are endless. And so, you've talked of citizen-centric services. It's all about the possibilities, the way we can dream them, the way we can think of them, and then execute them. And that's where, in this partnership, public-private partnership, we can really make a difference.
I can see some more hands, so what we can do, perhaps we can take 2 or 3 questions together, and then we can request the panelists to respond in order to save time. So, yeah, gentlemen here, please. Yes.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank MeitY and Digital India for organizing this mega event. I mean, I've been watching this online inauguration, the next day online. Today I'm here. I'm from IIM Ahmedabad. My name is Dr. Somnath Mitra. So my quick suggestion to the panelists is that, can we look at something called, something like, hackathon using metaverse, hackathon using NFT, because that is the future of internet, future of payments is NFT. These are the new payment mechanisms which will evolve. So my humble suggestion to the panelists here is that you should look at some metaverse-based hackathon and hackathons related to non-fungible tokens. Thanks, sir. That was a suggestion.
Thank you so much. I see another hand here, so please, we can take perhaps 3 questions together. Yeah, that lady there, please.
Thanks. I'm Dr. Charu from IIPA. My question is to the entire panel. When it comes to metaverse, we require certain prerequisites. We require headsets, we require connectivity, we require various other aspects. And then what sets in is fatigue, digital fatigue of using those bulky things. So is Indian populace, when I say Indian populace, 70% of rural is ready for this kind of different experience, number one. Number two is all about policy formulation. All of you are in tech. We can create synthetic identities using big tech and deep tech. So I could be Charu, but I have Rajiv's details and I have address of Rajendraji, and I go and commit a cyber stalking crime in metaverse world. So what is the policy formulation related to this kind of possibility if we go in G2C services and in a big way? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I think we can take question from here as well. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon and thanks for giving this opportunity. It's really nice session going on. So basically I wanted to ask that since it is going to have number of applications which can even we have not imagined of available on metaverse, of course that will give rise to lots of crimes as Dr. Charu had mentioned. But in addition to that, as a normal citizen, there will be multiple issues related to the privacy and security. So any of these kinds which are envisaged or would love to listen to your comments onto it. And secondly, I wanted to ask is, in the metaverse currently, there is a possibility of NFT or cryptocurrency which can be used from blockchain. But what are the other applications where we can see blockchain can get involved into metaverse? Thank you.
Sir, I got one question. We have heard about all good things, and of course, metaverse is the thing and probably going to be the near future. We have already seen that in the last 5-10 years, the physical...
Can you speak closer to mic, please? I think, yeah.
Yeah, what I was saying is we have seen the benefits, and I'm sure there are hundreds of more benefits on metaverse and AR, VR, etc., and also Web 3.0. Assuming this, all this is reality now, my question is that we have seen the physical activity or the physical portion of each one of us has been reducing in the last 5 years. Because most of the things happen on unreal world. You don't have to really move, you just have to move your fingers, and I'm sure very soon we don't even move our fingers. So has there any, or will probably someone take up that also, that what should be done for the physical activities and how are we going to maintain a physical good health in the metaverse concept?
I think perhaps we can request the panelists to address these 4 sets of questions, and then we can have, if there's time, then we can have more interaction from the floor. So reactions from the panelists on these questions. So first was on hackathons, on NFT, then in the metaverse applications. Second was on digital fatigue and policy formulation. And third was on issues with regard to privacy, security, and cryptocurrency based ecosystem in the metaverse. Sure. And the fourth question, the last one, was what should be done with the physical activities and how will they really experience it in metaverse?
So I'll probably take a couple of them and I'll leave the policy one because I'm sure there are much more competent people than me to handle the policy pieces. To your question, right, which is, there is a digital fatigue, and somebody said, well, what happens then if you won't have physical fatigue? And I'll say this, we are in very early stages of this entire technology. Way back in 1968, a hard disk, and all of you have seen those viral images when IBM came out with the hard disk had to be shipped, lifted with a forklift, and put into a plane. All it could do was 5 MB or 5, something around that, right? And today, all of us are carrying close to about 1 terabytes on our phones. So technology will, at eventual point in time, get to a point where it is almost seamless with your physical being. Okay, so we'll keep that aside. It will get there as and when more and more applications come in. There are already ways where you're just having quick, small HoloLenses in your eyes, and there are pincers-like devices on your fingers that are being trialed out with MIT at a number of other places, which will then become possibly as a ring in your finger, right? That will track your movement. Now, to the other point, which is the contrary point on physical activity and that going away. You know, at some point in time, yes, we can always say, well, our ancestors traveled 20 kilometers to fetch a bucket of water, and none of us do that. I mean, 20 kilometers is quite a bit of walking today for us, for most of us. And maybe the next generation will have a trouble getting even to a 5 kilometer on a regular basis, right? But that said, yeah, do we hold that against a particular technology coming in? I think there are two different aspects to it. You would always look at the benefit far outweighs the other pieces that come off it. There will be, obviously, and I hope that there will be areas where you will actually have physical activity built into metaverse. Today, there are exercise machines where you sit in, you put in a holographic lens on top of your head, and you think you are actually cycling through a forest while you're still in your room. And that makes it a lot more immersive as you move through. Boxing is happening a lot through that, skiing. So some of these contact sports, as well as sports that require a lot of physical infrastructure, are now happening on a meta level because you just can't afford the physical infrastructure all the time.
Yeah, I just want to say a few words on the policy side of it. As one of the questions was about the crimes in metaverse, and that's where, certainly one of the places where the governments have to step in and create mechanisms, rules to manage that. It is going to be a lot trickier because metaverse is not going to be constrained by physical boundaries. So the question of sovereignty, the question of citizenship, and all things will become very nebulous there, which are not there in the physical world. And so, as I view it, it's not a single government that will have to do it. It's probably all the national governments will have to come together, maybe in the UN or some such similar agency, and formulate a common policy across the board. It's going to be very challenging. I mean, even passing a law in India is non-trivial. Imagine passing certain laws across the world uniformly. It's not going to be easy, but it is something that will required to be done in order to regulate it.
Thank you. Mr. Sri Reddy.
Srinivas, you like to?
First thing I would want to answer the physical activity thing. Let us remember, there is no substitute to human interactions and human-to-human connections. The reason why Metaverse triggered its activity and exploding now is because there were less human interactions. So there is no substitute to human interaction and physical activity. That probably would continue as long as we remain as humans. Second, on the standards and privacy, security, leading technology companies, responsible entities, government, standardization bodies have established a Metaverse Standards Forum, which doesn't make standards, but which coordinates with all the global standardization bodies and ensure that the standards are made to comply. Like the Honorable Minister today said, regulation by the enterprise, regulation by the government. So that is the third step for government to pitch in. Let's look at the East Asian growth model, where the manufacturing wave was moving from US to Japan to Korea to Malaysia to China. How did it happen? Because India was regulated that time. Today, if we have to see at the software industry, it is regulated, self-regulated industry. That's why it is flourishing. So regulation is like a traffic light. First you build the road, let the people start using the road. When there is traffic, when there is irregularities, put the traffic lights. Green is go, that is policy, that is enabler. Orange is look and go. That's where people that require to be managed will look at the orange and then secure certain approvals. So technology is going to evolve, has been evolving, will evolve. We just need to adopt the way it is, and it is going to change our lives, our working, and our social interactions. Thank you.
Sir, So a lot has been said. I'll try and pick up a few points. First, risks. Yes, definitely. Privacy, safety, integrity. The risks associated with the economic opportunity. So we have to recognize that. And like Srinivas said, the Metaverse Standards Forum, we are members of it. The point is that there has to be interoperability, and there has to be recognition, and there has to be this sense of responsibility that not only industry has to assume, but it has to be in conjunction and in close collaboration with the governments. And I think so, Professor Manand also talked about it, that ultimately the entire world as a whole will have to come together. And India will have to take the lead. The very fact that seated here and we're talking of metaverse, the Republic Day tableau of the Ministry of Education this year was actually from to metaverse. So India is right at the forefront of the metaverse. And that, I think so, speaks volumes. We do recognize the economic opportunities out there, the economic potential of the metaverse. And that's why we are here, and we are conscious of the fact that there are risks out there. So if in the horizons we have come up with a personal space, so no one can infringe your personal space. As things, Srinivas said, once the highway starts running and traffic starts operating out there, traffic lights will come up. Traffic lights, it could be a citizen who just stands there and starts regulating the traffic. It need not necessarily be a police mandated traffic light. These will evolve. The good point is that we do recognize the need for these highways, and we also recognize the need for these regulations, be it self or be it imposed through a legal mandate. And we will see these things move forward. Just one thing in terms of support, I think, so, ma'am, you had asked about whether India is ready for it. I don't think any country in the world is ready right now. We're already looking at a horizon of 5 to 10 years for the metaverse to come in. We will need support in terms of hardware. We will need supercomputers to come in a pair of specs. That's the only way we can move ahead with it. There is fatigue, but as technology moves on, as things evolve, we will see changes, we will see solutions come up there. There would be infrastructure that is needed. It could be cooling, it could, in terms of cloud services. We would need access, connectivity. How do we operate a VR device at home? Wi-Fi may not work. We might need a band out there. So the recognition is there, and that's where everyone is working towards this common cause.
Thank you so much. I would just like to add that we need to see these emerging domains in terms of the opportunities that they offer to our entrepreneurs, to our startups. And as you all would be knowing, India is really growing in a stature at the world level in terms of the capability of our startup ecosystem. And that's where I think we need to recognize the potential of the future developments that they can really bring to our economy and to our young entrepreneurs. In terms of policy and in terms of regulatory issues, you heard from the panelists. In METI also, we are aware of these developments, and we are trying to appreciate what implications they bring, and definitely government led by METI would be responding to any emerging challenges. So I think we are running short of time now, so perhaps it's time to conclude. So before we close the session, I would request all the panelists to kindly give any concluding thoughts in about 1 minute each, so that we can, the audience can really appreciate as to what lies ahead, what is the way ahead for these very exciting new domains. So starting with perhaps Rajiv.
I guess I'll request all of you to go create your avatar, and maybe the next time we meet, it will actually be our avatars meeting with each other. And trust me, even while Meta is only one of them, there are a number of them out there. We do look at India as the mainstay out there. So our avatars do allow for a bindi. So it actually speaks volumes. Bindi is something which is universally recognized as an Indian feature. So do create your avatars, and let's go all venture out there, because when we do, that's the only way things will move forward.
Thank you. Srinivas Reddy ji.
I have 3 points. Number one, Sir, you have written an article recently about 1 trillion digital economy by 2026. Unless the Indian startups get into the game of developing applications, we will not be able to achieve, because that is the value addition that you could give to the digital economy. And today we have about 6,000 applications on mixed reality. There is only one person or one company in India that has application. Are we really a software capital for the future? That is something that the ecosystem need to think and enhance our ability to be and remain as a software capital. The second, as an engineering guy doing R&D, the future is not going to be what you see today, like the screens, like the displays, like the phones, like the laptops. It could be just a glass. And your glass is connected to the network, as Rajiv said, and then that network will run through multiple screens. So everything that you do will be on just on a glass. If this is your device, will you be able to manage that revolution? Will we, we may exist or we may not exist, but the next generation would continue to lead India as a giant in this segment. The last one, I visited a Silicon Valley venture, and it was an AI company, and they have developed an application. The AI is one thing that we missed during our conversation. It's going to play a major role here, and he created something based on my body language and my conversations. And when I'm gone, my son can call me and talk to me like how he speaks to me using the avatar. And he can have the same conversation, and I can advise him the way I advise, because the AI has built my avatar and my way of responses to a particular response or particular query. So please do think that there's a lot happening outside. Let's India can lead this engagement, as all of us are saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Maninder Agrawal.
Yeah, I just want to add one more point. I think clearly this is a technology which is coming, and it has tremendous potential. What I would like to see is that while we are moving towards and developing that technology, we also take a lead in creating policies around it, so as to ensure that an experience of people is predominantly good one, and they don't get, misled or exploited.
Kanishka.
I'll probably state it in a way that we've seen some of this transformation happen way back, as some of us were kids, or you were parents and you saw your kids chatting in those 90s and early 2000s on Yahoo Messengers and other messengers, and all of you thought that this was novelty. Isse nikalta kya hai? Kyun time waste kar rahe ho? That is how your typical thought process was. Today, messaging is a significant part of our lives. It is something that a lot of us cannot live without. If your WhatsApp is down or if your iMessage is down, you typically feel a fish out of water. And that is how, in a couple of years, because the way technology curves happen, what took 20 years for messaging to ramp up to what it is today will take less than that time, or maybe 1/4 that time, for metaverse to get there. So it is up to us to embrace that as quickly as possible, get the policy, get the guardrails in, but at the same time not shun it. There will be some novelty factors at which point in time you will say, well, hoga kuch, let's leave it. But before you know it, it will be an integral part of what you do in times to come.
Thank you so much. I think we have come to the end of this very interesting panel discussion. I would like to convey my sincere thanks to all the panelists for their very valuable comments and remarks and suggestions. And we now have much better appreciation of the potential that these technologies hold, not only for citizen services, etc., but also in terms of the economic opportunity that they open up for our startup ecosystem, for our young entrepreneurs. Also, you mentioned about the interoperability. So that, I think, is a key aspect when we look ahead towards the future as this technology evolve and they mature. And that perhaps would address a host of issues, even including the policy and regulatory challenges to some extent. If we can ensure these standards and ensure that the technologies, they can talk to each other in a meaningful way. I also would like to convey my thanks to the audience. Now the hall seems to be quite full. Perhaps you were all there in the beginning in the virtual world, and suddenly you appeared and came back to the physical world. So thank you so much for coming and listening to this very interesting panel. So thank you so much. At this point, we will conclude the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And definitely an insightful talk regarding metaverse. We are on the way with a lot of hiccups, but I'm sure the road will be smoother as we go ahead, and time will prove it. I now request Srimati Kavita Bhatia, Scientist F, METI, to kindly grace the event by presenting a memento to Dr. Rajendra Kumar, sir. Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir. I now request Shri Sushil Kumar Jangid, Scientist B, METI, to kindly present the memento to Shri Rajiv Agrawal, Head of Public Policy, Meta. Thank you. Now we have Shri Srinivasa Reddy. I would request Mr. Sushil to kindly present the memento. I request Mr. Sushil to kindly present memento to Shri Kanisha Agarwal, Head Service Lines India and South Asia AWS. I now request sir to kindly present memento to Professor Maninder Agrawal, IIT Kanpur. Thank you. And request all the speakers to kindly step forward for a group photograph. Thank you, gentlemen. It was indeed a pleasure to have you all over here. And without wasting a minute, we will move towards the next session, which is on 5G. We started our world with 2G, and now today we are on 5G. With the recent launch of 5G in India, the industry has been stepping up to introduce new age intervention in connectivity space. India has an exciting ecosystem to support the advancement of 5G. India's exposure to the global delivery supply chain, matured suppliers, updated ICT infrastructure, adoption of disruptive technologies, innovative business models, and regulatory efforts will lead to a higher growth trajectory for shared services. India has developed its own indigenously developed 4G core network, radio network. The 5G network is also in its final stages of development and will lay the ground for high-speed connectivity across the country, enhancing speeds and increasing the reach of citizens. The 5G network boasts of download speeds up to 10 Gbps and will effectively find utilization in emerging IoT-based device services and machine-to-machine connectivity. It surpasses the 4G LTE network by offering faster connections, higher throughput, and more capacity. We will start this session in just a couple of minutes from now.
Hello.
For this next session, that is on 5G and the future of Internet in India's decade, we welcome on stage the moderator, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Additional Secretary, MeitY. Along with them, we will have speakers Shri R.K. Pathak, Deputy Director General, DOT, Shri Jishnu Arvindakshan, Principal Architect, CTO Office, Tejas Networks, Dr. Dhivagar Bhaskaran, Principal Engineer, CEWIT, Shri Ravi Lakhotia, Member, Governing Council, TSDS. Also we have Shri Abhishek, Partner, EY, TMT Sector. We welcome all the distinguished speakers and moderators, sir, to kindly step on the dais. Thank you, speakers and moderators, sir. I request the ushers to welcome them with a floral bouquet. Before we commence this session, the August House, let's warm up a bit by giving a big round of applause for all the speakers and moderators, sir. Thank you very much for keeping the word. And now I request Dr. Rajendra, sir, to kindly take over, please.
Thank you so much, and I welcome all the panelists to this session on 5G as the future of Internet in India's decade. I also welcome all the participants in the audience. There are all our officials from MeitY, other government departments, officials from the state and from the industry and from academia, etc. I welcome all of you to this very interesting session on 5G and the future of Internet. So when our Honorable Prime Minister inaugurated the entire Digital India Week on 4th of July, that is on Monday, he mentioned about a number of areas which are extremely critical from the point of view of India's growing digital economy. And the 5G ecosystem and the future of Internet itself, that is a very important component of how this entire India's decade is going to evolve in the years to come. It's a very important area for the government, also from the point of view of really bringing the 5G technologies to the Indian economy and to the Indian consumers. Also, it has implications for how this is going to cause impacts and what implications it will have on the user ecosystem, on the economy, on our new technology like IoT, how this entire ecosystem is going to evolve, how it is going to impact the telecom sector, what policies we need to really look at to ensure that this growth, this tremendous explosion that we all envisage is going to take place in the years to come, how that is going to be in an orderly fashion so that we can all take advantage of these very exciting opportunities. The implementation of 5G will lead to some specific application areas which I would just like to mention. For example, enhanced mobile broadband, then ultra reliable low latency communication, and massive machine type communication. So we all know about these major areas that will get opened up once we have the 5G ecosystem in place in India. For that, we need to really build the infrastructure in the country to ensure that we can really take advantage of these very new and very exciting opportunities. Some of the key areas that I would request the panelists to kindly address in this session is as follows. How the introduction of 5G is going to cause impacts in the Indian ecosystem from the economy point of view, from the consumer's point of view, from the rapidly evolving emerging technologies point of view, the current landscape of 5G ecosystem in India and the major industry players and the other stakeholders. Then the impetus that can be provided through 5G rollout in the rural areas and how it is going to really cause changes in the entire rural economy, the rural ecosystem, how it is going to affect the patterns of consumption, for example, both digital content as well as the services that this 5G rollout will enable to be delivered in the rural areas. Then role of 5G in India's digital transformation. This also was one theme that our Honorable Prime Minister mentioned in his address, where the transformation that can really happen through digital technologies is a key theme of how our country is progressing. And in fact, I would also like to add that this digital transformation is a key driver of our economic growth as well. And if you see today, India's economy is the world's fastest growing economy for this year and also for the next year and hopefully for the next few years. So India has become, in some sense, driver of global economic growth. And one of the key factors that have enabled this to happen is the digital transformation. So that we must realize. So the role that 5G and the internet is going to play in this transformation is also very extremely important. Then perhaps we can also request the panelists to discuss the standards and the role of interoperability in the 5G ecosystem, and also the approach that we should be adopting for the 6G ecosystem that may happen in several years from now. So these are some of the broad areas which I just mentioned, which I would like the panelists to discuss. I would keep this session flow as follows. So I would request all the panelists one by one to give their comments on the issues I mentioned in their areas of interest. I will also briefly introduce them. And then after we have all the panelists, after they have completed their remarks, then we would keep some time for interaction from the floor. And then after that, we can conclude. So first, I would like to invite Shri R.K. Pathak. He is Deputy Director General, International Cooperation in Department of Telecom. And he has more than 35 years of experience in different disciplines, including entrepreneurship, standardization, and promotion, etc. So I would request him to mention briefly about the oncoming 5G ecosystem, how it is going to cause impacts on different sectors, and how it is going to be a key differentiator from what we currently have. So, Shri R.K. Pathak ji.
Thank you, sir. Sabhi ko namaskar. Good afternoon. I have a very distinguished panel here. So I think being a person from the government, so I would just like to give some background about the 5G. So perhaps for the first time we are discussing the technology. Because even we never discuss what is 2G, what is 3G, and what is 4G. So on this background, I would like to say that these technologies were brought by service provider. There was some vendor. Vendor came and they did some technology trials, and that is called selection of vendors. Government gave spectrum Why I'm saying so all these things? Because for 5G, at least we are working for since past 5 years now. So keeping these in mind, the Department of Telecommunication started this exercise in 2016. That entire world is working on 5G. So what should be our initiatives? So as sir, I think you told that what is our thought on digital transformation and what 5G can contribute or what are various ecosystems. So I'll try to cover them because I have so many experts here on the technical side, so let them cover balance parts. At that time, Department of Telecommunication constituted a high-level forum consisting of 3 secretaries, Department of Telecommunication, Ministry of Electronics and IT, and DST, co-chaired by all the 3 and academia, that what should be our common approach, said that we work not in silos, but work together for bringing this technology, because this technology will go beyond the connectivity, mere connectivity, as I think because DOT was very used to of issuing the licenses and the technology was as such coming. So we have never thought that we have to do something on ecosystem development as well. So in this case, in 2018, a report came that is making India 5G ready. So in this report, there were so many recommendations by task force. And most important was that country has to prepare itself in advance for spectrum. So spectrum is the one can say very most important building blocks for any wireless technology. So not only for the service provider, but for the equipment vendors, startups, and other academia, because in 2G, 3G, 4G, we were just the consumer. We were never the adopter. I mean, we are just adopter, never the developer of technology. So can we do something? Can we be the technology innovator? What are the various actions we have to take? The spectrum is the first ingredient. Another was regulatory aspect. When this 5G will come, then naturally the existing regulations, they may not be sufficient. So as a country, we have to take certain actions to utilize its true potential for digital transformation, be it city or even the rural areas. Third become that are we contributing in standards? And that's where the question lies, that we are just a user adopter of technologies without knowing what is 2G, 3G, 4G calls. So same way, can we do the 5G also? Fourth was basically, can we do the trial? Because the trials have been happening always, but it's just vendor selection, not the trial. Huge case development, there was no, intention. So keeping this in mind, sir, we came on those with all the 3 departments are right now working, and in fact, entire national digital communication policy has all those missions, strategic and objectives of our making India 5G ready. Sir, on spectrum policy, I will say that the first we did in 2018 itself, that we liberalized 505 megahertz spectrum, sir. So that was the first step toward delicensing. Another became that we came up with, in 2019, a spectrum trial license, that academia, even industry, they can do trial. And we made very simple process that you just deposit 5,000, that will give you all the powers for importing the equipment in a particular locations. Even the equipment demonstration, suppose if someone is doing here, so that he don't require further license. Once he got the license, he can use it. And now we have made it further simplified. You simply apply on the website and automatically you can get the spectrum for demonstration purpose. So these are the various initiatives of Department of Telecommunication has taken on spectrum part, sir. And we have, I think, given the more spectrum than whatever we thought, sir, and that was the outcome of that, that not only 700 megahertz, but in mid-band also, sir, in addition to 3300 to 3600, we have gone for 3670. So 70 more megahertz we are going for the auction, sir. In millimeter wave also, sir, we call it 26 gigahertz or 28 gigahertz, that is a technical term. But in India, we have gone for even auction for 24.25 to 28.5, so beyond the 26 gigahertz. And equipment, sir, that is available, but mostly they are all, one can say, foreign equipment, sir. So with this, I think I have just covered this part. So once you are saying 5G, so 5G means IoT. 5G means AR, VR, AI. So it means the entire country has to, on all these technologies. So they are the enabling technology. So once we are working on the 5G, use cases are very much important, so because 5G is just connectivity parts, entire this digital India program or whatever we have discussed, this metaverse, all those things. For that, this 5G or connectivity will be required, sir. And 5G is revolutionary in the sense that it will not give 10 times. Someone just asked me that, sir, would you get 10 times of my speed? I told, yes, you will be getting. So for a general purpose, yes, I will be getting 10 times. But definitely I have to make available the pipe also. I have to make available the road also, sir. So we are working on the right of way. Right now we have worked with some 28 state government, and this is all online, sir. So there is no need of going to state government, sir. So you simply apply online, you will get all the permissions, sir. So we are national building code also, sir. So that has also been amended. So whenever there is some building, fiber has to be there. So connectivity has to be there. And sir, we are working on other things, sir. And use case is very much important, for which we require the support of state government and other departments, which I request here, even industry also. And 5G is all about startups, sir. So that's in one nutshell. I will say that startups has to come forward. They have to develop applications, and then only you will be able to utilize the true potential of 5G. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, I think, for your valuable comments and the role being played by DOT in really supporting the growth of the 5G ecosystem. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Jishnu Aravindakshan. He is a principal architect in CTO's office in Tejas Networks, and he is actively involved in 5G standardization. And he has filed over 17 patents and was awarded with Best Paper Award by IETE. He also edited the Springer CSI Transaction ICT on a special issue on wireless in the future. So I would like to request him to perhaps address a few key issues that might help in further illuminating on this session theme. So a stage where India is in the 5G ecosystem currently, and also the aspect in which 5G ecosystem maturity is going to develop and how it is going to cause impact on different sectors. So, Mr. Jishnu.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to all the panelists who are there, eminent panelists here. Good afternoon to all of you. So coming to the 5G ecosystem part of it, one thing which is unsaid about each generation of technology, wireless technology, is that each generation created a champion country. In whether it was 1G, US was the champion country. 2G, it was Europe, the bigger names from Europe. 3G, Chinese companies and China provided the champion companies. 4G was from Korea, and hopefully 5G is from India. And we have enough examples of this happening right around us. Today morning I was speaking to DOT. They got 115 requests from the ecosystem partners for being funded. So that means quite a volume of things. 115 startups requesting for funding. And DOT has been very forthcoming on funding many of them. So that's the first aspect of it. The second part was that, is there a use case which is useful for the country? One of this is because Digital India initiative picked up in a very big way. And specifically, I want to mention the UPI. It has become, it's sort of one of the world-leading mechanism of financial transaction. Similarly, there has been impactful things like Sanjeevani and in the health segment. So all of these are possible because infrastructure-wise, in India, we have sort of the best infrastructure in telecommunication. And that was with 4G. And if we have to maintain that lead, we would have to continue to do that investment also on the 5G. There is a slight difference between 4G and 5G. The 5G, the cars which you drive or the equipments which you make in different factories, whether the cranes which are operating, all of this would be connected to a 5G network. So there is an additional aspect of security, trusted network which comes in. So this is another good reason for Indian companies to come forward and develop products which are which not only meets the requirement of the companies or the operators in India, but also to sort of use that mechanism to go forward and maybe market along with Digital India initiative to other countries, at least in the developing world, to do this. As an ecosystem, recently you might have read that there was a voice call done by Prime Minister as well as Minister where 5G voice call and video call were made on the system. There were similar hackathons which had happened. Multiple use cases were shown. So I am sort of seeing all this. I am really confident that we would not only be the champion country in this 5th generation, we may most likely lead and become the key player in even the 6G, which Sir was mentioning in the talk earlier. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your valuable remarks. You rightly mentioned that 5G, India will be the champion in the world in leading the technology development and also in really applying that technology in different sectors. Next, let me invite Mr. B. Diwagar. He is Principal Research Engineer at the Center of Excellence in Wireless Technology. I would request him to address the issues with regard to the 5G rollout and the places, perhaps remote places where 5G has been introduced, and examples of rural schemes which might receive a push with 5G rollout.
So first, I would like to thank the government and MIT and everybody who has organized this in a beautiful fashion and providing this opportunity for me to talk among this giant group. And to summarize on what we are trying to do here, so India is basically a country of villages. So we have more than 2/3 of our population living in villages, and we have more than 350 million internet users just in the villages. But the problem is that even with that high of a number, it doesn't even account for 50% of the population in the rural areas. This is primarily because it's hard for the operators to deploy in the rural scenarios, primarily because of the revenues they get out of the rural areas, and also because of the capital investments they have to make make such a large coverage, right? So with 4G, the government have taken some initiatives to take care of this deployment. So for example, during the 4G days, we have this initiative from DoT on the BharatNet, where we have this scheme of connecting all the Gram Panchayats using broadband and connecting all the villages under the Gram Panchayat using a last leg communication. So this is expected to cover more than 6.5 lakh villages by the end of 2023. And the next initiative is from the government side on the USO funding. So basically what the government does is that using 5% of the spectrum licensing fee, they are able to deploy base stations on operators' behalf and maintain them using the government fund to provide rural deployments. So this is one of the key features that has been happening since 4G. But with 5G, what has happened is that the government has taken a tremendous measure to make sure the standard is adapted to the Indian scenario. So this is something that has been planned for a lot of years since the TSTSI has been organized. So this one of the key features of the TSTs is that we have to develop in-house standards, and also we have to propose Indian requirements to the global standards. So 5GI is such a technology which we have built in-house. So the main difference between 5G and 5GI is that we are bringing in a lot of Indian requirements, primarily the rural requirements, into the 5G standard. So normally what happens is, whenever the global bodies like 3GPP or ETSI designs a standard, they don't consider too much of Indian or rural-like scenarios. So for them, a rural is more like a lot of highways with high-speed vehicles, and even if you see the ITU terrains defined for rural, they mostly deal with vehicles traveling at 120 km/h, something like that. So what basically happens is, in India, the scenario is totally different. So we are accustomed to very remote villages where the population is minimum, but still we need coverage for all of them to see some development in the rural sector. So what we have done from TSTSI and also from all IITs and including our organization is that we have taken the Indian requirement through 3GPP and ITU. So for example, as I was mentioning, the challenge of deployment in the rural scenarios is that the capital investment and the revenue out of it is actually conflicting with the interest of the operators. So they find it hard to go ahead with the deployment. So what we have done is we have come up with some schemes like LMLC, and also in 5GI we have some modulation schemes like PIB2 PPSK, which are expected to have more coverage. So one key feature we proposed with ITU is that we want cells which are larger. So typically the global bodies design cells which are more like 1 kilometer size or 2 kilometer size, but what we have proposed is cells which are 6 to 12 kilometers. And primarily because of this, the ITU has made it as a mandatory requirement for any 5G standard to accommodate cells up to 6 kilometers. So this is one of the biggest achievements by our government. And the next thing is actually the 5GI. So with 5GI, what we have done is we have fine-tuned the global standard so that we meet requirements like LMLC. So we have specific modulation schemes, we have specific power class for the UEs, so that we can go for very large cell deployments, which doesn't require too much investment even from the operator side. So because of this, the government of India has taken a great measure in even fine-tuning the standard before even it comes to the market. So as our previous speakers were talking, it is not like we are just adapting a technology, we are creating the technology to our need. So this is something very important we have done towards the rural scenario. Right. And one more thing about 5G is that 5G is not just about broadband, it's actually a big umbrella and covering a lot of aspects, like as our moderator was mentioning, it is not just about EMBB, we have URLLC and MTC services. So for example, we have use cases like e-agriculture, where we have a lot of sensors adapted on the field to measure some data which increases the revenue of a farmer. And similarly, healthcare services. So we have a lot of remote villages where the doctors cannot reach, and now we have made sure that there are healthcare apps available like eSanjeevani, where you can make doctor consultation through online. So we have a lot of use cases other than just a broadband, which is coming up with 5G, and that's going to revolutionize, what we see, not just from the urban perspective, but also from the rural perspective. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You have rightly mentioned that 5G is not just broadband, but much more than that. And also the fact that India has taken the lead to take 5GI to 3GPP and the global standard. I hope India can lead the world in this very new and exciting domain. Next, I would like to invite Sri Abhishek. He is a partner in EY, and he is a very experienced professional in telecom, media, and technology consulting domains. He has extensive global and regional experience having worked across 35 plus countries. And he has worked on 5G assignments across US, India, Europe, Asia, Pacific, and Middle East. He advises promoters, CXOs, CEOs, etc. And on issues like helping organizations to launch new growth platforms using 5G and transform service delivery, leveraging technologies. So I would request him to speak about how the organizations can really leverage this new technology for launching new growth platforms and how the entire service delivery paradigm can be transformed using this new technology of 5G. Mr. Abhishek.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you, sir, and thanks for this opportunity. Great to be part of this esteemed panel and part of this seminar in Gandhinagar. I think the basic essence of 5G is that 5G belongs to everyone. When we speak about 2G, 3G, 4G, they were looked at primarily from a telco perspective, but 5G is looked by everyone in the world, right? So it's looked by hyperscalers like Amazon, Google, etc. It is looked by telcos, definitely. It is looked by OEMs like Ericsson, etc. It's looked by, obviously, SI and technology players like Infosys, TCS, etc. And recently, you would have seen a lot of news around how technology players view it and how telcos view it. So 5G is one area which is looked by everyone. And why is it looked by everyone? Because it has huge applications around Industry 4.0, digital transformation, and related to the enterprises. So that's where it brings into focus a completely new paradigm in terms of how enterprises can adapt themselves and digitally transform themselves. And let me start by giving an example, right? So there is a leading miner in India who's looking to deploy a private network based on 5G, where it wants to improve its efficiency by almost 10%. So it's looking for more predictive maintenance, automated maintenance, looking at better productivity of mines, etc., and drive more productivity going forward. So what we are talking about is a completely new generation of solution, which is coming into play, and how that can be driven out of there. And that's where 5G offers a new service paradigm. And who can offer this solution? The connectivity and the solution development can come from a telco. The applications will come from some other players. How to optimize the output, etc., can come from startups, vertical service providers, use case providers, etc. So 5G, in that sense, opens up a Pandora of opportunities in the way organizations can transform themselves and look at ways to digitally improve, enhance themselves, and go to the next generation that is required. And in India, it can play a significant role because in India, we have faced certain challenges on the infrastructure side, etc. And 5G can give that uplift and can help us take our manufacturing to the next level, our mining industries to the next level, our ports to the next level, and look at those particular dimensions. So 5G provides a significant service paradigm and brings into play multiple ecosystem players to deliver this. So that will be a new construct, and we will see more and more ecosystem orchestrators emerging which can drive that. And that could be a critical component in terms of how do we look at service paradigm, etc. Our studies shows that this can be potentially a 17 billion opportunity every year if we look into it over the next 4 to 5 years as 5G evolves, becomes much more stable. The new releases comes in. Obviously, the next release of 5G from 3GPP would be very relevant to drive this going forward. So that's where 5G offers a completely new service paradigm around digital transformation, etc. I think another aspect I would touch upon is the consumer aspect. And we had the last session, which was very interesting around metaverse, Web 3.0. I think metaverse would only come into existence if 5G comes into existence. 5G provides that platform to drive it going forward. I think there's an interesting video on YouTube, all of you should see it, where a very leading goalkeeper puts up a VR mask around his face, and someone throws a ball at him on 4G. First on a 4G-based technology, and he's not able to stop it. But then someone throws the ball at him on a 5G-based technology, and he's able to stop it. That's the basic difference. And when in the last session we spoke about education, having interactive classes, interacting with your avatars, etc., 5G brings that into play. And I think that would be another key paradigm of a 5G, and it will give an opportunity to startups to evaluate and look at it. I was there in the exhibition hall, and one of the startups was showing a VR-based solution. And if 5G was there, it would have been much more effective and would have made it much more impactful at that point of time. So 5G offers those solutions to consumers, etc. And finally, on the societal basis, I would say, I think my earlier panelists spoke about rural treatments. We can have doctors looking at you in real time, driving it going forward. Education can give a big uplift, particularly in rural areas, etc. So to conclude, if we look at all the three dimensions, enterprises, consumers, societal, 5G brings into play the entire ecosystem and helps us develop next generation of solutions which can lead India to the next path of digital transformation, which has been hugely successful over the last 5-10 years and can help drive digital dividend towards our GDP, etc., as we move towards a $5 trillion economy and as we look towards that. So thanks, everyone, and look forward to further interactions.
Thank you so much. I think you rightly mentioned that the entire service delivery paradigm can really be transformed using the 5G platform. And also, 5G will be a great enabler for the metaverse to really become a reality in the time to come. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Ravi Lakhotia. He has over 25 years of experience in the telecom industry, working in both telecom OEMs and service providers. He is currently working with Vodafone Idea Limited in strategy and radio planning team, working primarily in 5G planning. He is currently on the governing council of TSD SI. So I would like to request him to address specifically the key standards around 5G technologies that are evolving, and India's space as a 5G standard setting body. That's an important domain which can really catapult India to the global stage if we can really define the technologies that will get developed around 5G. And also, perhaps you can address the approach that India should adopt to 6G.
Thank you, sir. Really honored to be here, and good afternoon, everyone. So India is the second largest telecom market by volume. Traditionally, we have always been a consumer of the technology and standards, and always adapting our requirement as per the global available standards and products. So this was true till some times back, and it all changed with the 5G. And with 5G coming in, our role changed from consumer of the standards to the contributor to the standard. And this was all made possible due to all the deep expertise in this technology and software and emergence of TSD-SI, which is an Indian telecom SDO. We all know that the patents through standardization are driving the revenues of the companies. And if you look at the statistics, the companies generated around more than $26 billion through IPs alone. So India also needs to align its well-established research capabilities into creating IPs, which can be incorporated into the global standards, and same can be monetized. Hence, there is a need for standard-based research, standard-driven research. And there is a very good example in case of 5G, as Diwakar also mentioned, where we were able to embed our requirement in the ITU IMT 2020 5G requirements and to contributed solution to meet this requirement in a cost-efficient manner and into the global standards. So to mention a little detail about it, so the requirement was about the low mobility large cells, which Diwakar mentioned. So this is about connecting our people in the rural areas and remote areas with enhanced mobile broadband and providing them with the connectivity in the low mobility scenario in the large cell configurations. So this requirement was approved by the ITU in 2017. And This, after this requirement, our researchers in TSTSI member contributed with the solution to meet this requirement, and in the process, the 5GI technology was approved and in 2021. This, and there were 2 other technologies which are also approved along with it. So later on, this technology got merged with absorbed in the 3GPP specifications and into the global unified standard. So this was a great achievement for TSTSI and India, and we aspire to be more proactive and more active in the upcoming 6G standardization. The people who don't know about TSTSI, it's an autonomous body created by industries, by academia, research institutes, and Government of India to drive the telecom standardization activity and project India's interest, requirements, and the solutions through the global forums. TSTSI is a member of, sector member of ITU and an organizational partner of 3GPP. So coming to the 6G aspect, so India is poised to play a very active role or very bigger, even bigger role than 5G in case of 6G. Reason being, for this purpose, DOT has already created a 6G task force under the Technology Innovation Group, and there is a sub task force which is created for looking at the international standardization aspects of it. So on this aspect, and this is being done in the leadership of TSTSI chairman. And on top of it, so recently the TSTSI has submitted a report on the 6G, and which is covering all the aspects of 6G use cases, network architecture, KPIs, technology enabling technologies, then spectrum aspects of it. So all this is being covered in this report. On top of it, TSTS has also contributed to the this IMT Future Technology, IMT 2030 Vision document based on the outcome of this study. And this study does not even just cover the terrestrial communication aspects, but also covers the deep space, the satellite, and the underwater communication use cases. So there are a lot of topics which are identified as a focus area for the 6G research by TSTSI report, and which involves artificial intelligence, machine learning, then there are sub-terahertz sensing and communication, then distributed computing. These are just a few which I am pointing out, but there are a lot of, so that the industry can focus on these areas and contribute to the 6G standardization. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's really a very hopeful scenario that India is going to play a key role in the evolution of the 6G ecosystem. And that would open up a further very exciting range of possibilities for applications and for other use cases, which the entire economy, the government, and the people in general would be able to experience. So thank you so much, all the panelists, for your very valuable remarks. As I mentioned, I would also like the participation of the audience in this panel discussion. So the floor is open for any questions from the audience to all the distinguished panelists. Kindly keep your question brief and kindly introduce yourself before you ask the question. So any questions from the participants here? Kindly pass on the mic there, please.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. This is R.S. Mani from NIC.
Kindly keep the mic close to your ear.
Yeah. Good afternoon. This is R.S. Mani from NIC. First of all, I would like to definitely applaud that India is now not only adapting, but also providing the standards, providing some standards to the society. I assume that after the 5G spectrum, the telecom providers who will be supplying the 5G in this country will have the 5GI included in it. My question here is, today when you put in any of these cells in the rural area, the backhaul is equally important. So how far are we really equipped to provide the backhaul for the cells, especially for the low mobility and large cells? How far are we equipped? And also second, there is a lot of work I believe is going on in 6G also. So when do you think, or is 6G going to be more disruptive and maybe the 5G vanishes very soon? And anything on this?
Thank you. Perhaps you can take a few more questions and then request the panelists to answer them together to manage the time better. Any other participant, please? Yeah, please. Kindly bring the mic here.
Yes, sir.
Hi, good evening. My name is Techi from Arunachal Pradesh, Department of IT and Communication, State Government. So we have been very tough to roll out the 4G and 2G service, 3G service in Arunachal Pradesh. It's a bigger challenge. Now we came to know that now we are in 5G. So my question is, will it possible to roll out in a rural area in Arunachal Pradesh, like border area, which is human accessible is impossible at the terrace area? That is our challenge for this 5G, so that this is the region, so 4G also not, till now, not roll out in the entire Arunachal Pradesh.
That's a very pertinent question. So any other participant, please? Okay, so I think if there are no other questions, I would request the panelists to kindly address these two issues raised by the participants. Mr. Pathak, please.
Thank you, sir. I think first perhaps was 6G. So let me clarify, sir, that I told that in 5G we were delayed. So that's why we contributed 5GI, and that was the work of some 4 years, which has now been merged in the word 3GPP release 17. So release 17, the equipment will be rolled out maybe about some 9 months after, because that was done on 22nd March this year. So in Indian standard, which was adopted by ITU as a 5GI, 5GI is the name given by ITU, not by India. So that is now a merged global standards. So the moment any equipment will come from release 17 of 3GPP, the standard body which defines the standard for the only 5GI part, I mean access part. So this will be rolled in entire world. So even whenever this release 17 will be done, then 5GI will be rolled out along with that 3GPP in entire world. That's 5G. 6G, we have started last year under Technology Innovation Group on 6G that has been constituted. Under the there are 6 task forces on spectrum, network, devices, standard participation and funding, and use case also. So basically ITU, the body which defines standard, we call it 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G. So they first have the requirement analysis that what should be the definition of 6G. So right now they have started this discussion, they call it 5G and beyond, sometime they call 2030. So like that, they are gathering from entire world what should be the requirement of 6G, how 6G will look like. So earlier we have not contributed, so the contributions from India in the defining stage of 4G or 5G was not up to that extent. Now we have the time, and in June meeting, we have already submitted through TSDSI, through Department of Telecommunications, there are other forums also.
These are the various requirements which India is looking, because we have some special requirement, maybe population density or rural populations, some power requirement. We can't, I mean, our devices should be, we require less power. And more important is devices, whatever should come, should be affordable. So whenever the 6G should come, these requirements should be factored in the standard. So that we are submitting, and I think that exercise will go on maybe some more time also. So we are very geared up through our all industry, academia, government channels that we are submitting on 6G. Question was on 5G backhaul for rural areas. Sir, as I told you that BharatNet, a scheme which government is implementing through Gram Panchayat, and Honorable PM has directed to go to all the 6 lakhs villages. So naturally up to Gram Panchayat will be going through optical fiber and other medias. But from Gram Panchayat, we have to go 2.5 kilometers to 2.5 times village level also. For that, naturally, we are working on the technology also. And I think, as was told earlier, that naturally we'll be doing either, we call it E-band or something like that. So on that also we are working. In addition to that, we are working on development of technology, and Department of Telecommunication has just funded one startup, and that is for the first time. So in place of one beam, same time it will be some, I think they are working right now. So it can go up to 8 Gbps, and maybe multi-mesh they call it. So at each 9 degree, the same can be reused. So you can just imagine that how many times it will create a bandwidth. And in addition, we are working with our own indigenous companies, some 5-6 we have funded up to 5 crore. And this time we are funding not only to academia, but direct to the companies, startups. So they'll be coming with the 5G new radio, we call it. So they will be developing, and most likely when 5G will be launched next year, their equipment will also be part of our Indian network. So I think these were the 2 questions I can just say. Your questions was, I think, something on village side in Meghalaya or Arunachal. Sir, I think we know that operators, when they will be doing this, launching the services, they will see business, whatever they do, because they will keep in the business. But as a government, we have to see entire citizens, and that's why we utilize Universal Service Obligation Fund, USO fund, for reaching to even border areas, to areas where they cannot go there. So definitely we'll be going, and I think we are making all 4G equipment only in those areas right now. I think that is a decision. Subsequently, this immediate launch will be, we call it NSA mode, non-standalone, which is basically a software upgrade of 4G. So wherever 4G is there, all the telcos, they will be doing the first service will be called non-standalone mode. So they will be upgrading it to 5G. So the moment 4G is available, if that is available in your area, so I am sure that they are going to upgrade it to give you the 5G service utilizing that, and then new radio, which is a standalone, that will come subsequently as per their business decisions. Because they are the business person, naturally as a government, will be trying to take 5G to the entire country, but I think that will come in pockets initially, and subsequently it will be in ubiquitous available across the country, like presently we have 4G. So I think I have clarified, and I will request my colleagues to supplement from the technical angle, what are the various technologies they see that we can make it affordable. Thank you.
You would like to, any other panel would like to respond? Please, yeah.
Yeah, on the first question on 5G backhaul, as Pathakji was mentioning, there is E-band technology, which is one thing which you could do using E-band spectrum, which is around 71 gigahertz. The second one is we have, as was mentioned, we have a very deep BharatNet network which goes up to Panchayat and which will go deeper into village. We could do a completely different architecture where we could use it as for front haul. So unlike other countries, because we have fiber deep into the village, we may just put the radio unit at the village, And at the hub side, the CUDU can be in some panchayat or even at the block level. So that could reduce the cost for the village deployments. And also purely from a operational perspective, that can help, like one of the question was when it will reach Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya. One of the real issues are operators cannot have so many support person on the field. So this could also be an alternate architecture because of BharatNet getting so deep into the villages. You could just have the radio unit there and the CUDU, which needs more operational, has more operational challenges, can be in a central place. So that could also mean that we are actually doing 5G front haul, and maybe India may take the leap purely because of operational reasons which we have. On the 6G, when it will come, so if you are planning to buy a 5G phone, you can straight away use it for another 7 to 8 years, because 6G is not expected before 2030. So 2030, it's also, ITU calls it as IMT 2030 to just indicate when it is expected to be widely available. So it's around 2030 is the right now target. Technologically, the 6G would be using terahertz spectrum. What it happens is, if you see, as you move higher in the frequency range, it looks more like optics. So your waves is more like laser wave. So you get reflected, etc., rather than right now being diffracted and all that stuff. So what would happen at 6G is that you will have your walls, etc., acting as a reflecting surface. Like if you have mirrors, etc., it will be reflecting it, and you can then divert the signal to the right location. So these are some technologies, as Pathakji was mentioning in the vision document, which we are right now working out. All the KPIs are coming in. The KPIs are the key performance indications which needs to be addressed. So hopefully this time we add this, what was a missing thing in 5GI, the LMLC requirement. We need a cell edge number. The cell edge throughput is something which we couldn't add at the last minute because we were slightly late to reach at the ITU when we were doing the 5G LMLC requirement. So hopefully that should be there this time, because we are tracking exactly the ITU timelines with respect to standardization. And I see another thing, as USOF was mentioned here, maybe India does 5G in rural area earlier than even urban guys getting 5G, because government is very keen to ensure that rural users, actually, if you see, many of us had started working from rural area during the COVID time. Had we got a 5G connection, maybe things would have been a completely different thing. Nobody would have come back to urban area. So hopefully that also motivates initial 5G deployments in rural area funded by USOF, because commercial operators may not do it. Thanks.
I think we have come to the end of the panel discussion, but I would like to invite all the panelists to kindly give their concluding thoughts in about a minute or so on this rapidly evolving ecosystem around 5G and what it holds in a store for us as we move ahead with bringing in the 5G technologies to our entire Indian ecosystem. So perhaps we can start from this end. Mr. Ravi Lakhotia, your concluding thoughts in about a minute or so.
Thank you. So as we all listened, I mean, India has done a lot of good things in case of 5G, and we hope we'll continue with the 6G as well. So I'm hoping that we'll have more requirements, lot more requirements going into the ITU standards of 6G, and Indian industry will be able to create, contribute with the solutions and create more IP rights on the 6G technology. This will give us the competitive edge and pave the way towards the Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. So first of all, thank you. I think I would summarize 5G in 2 words: convergence and collaboration. If we want to reap the benefits of 5G, government, technology players, telecom players, OEMs, startups, use case providers all need to come together to realize the benefits of 5G. I think 5G is not about us or them, it's about collaborating together to deliver the true value of 5G. So thank you for your time, and thanks again for this opportunity.
See, one thing I want to point out here is the main difference between what has happened in the transition of 2G to 3G and 3G to 4G and what is the big hype about 5G is that 5G is not just about serving a broadband or a mobile network to the users. It has a wide range of applications, and that's what brings in the excitement. So you can see a lot of startups here having applications in IoT, robotics, machine type communications, and all these things. And 5G acts like more of an umbrella bridging all these technologies. And that is why we have the hype going around everywhere about 5G, deployment of 5G, all these things. So that is the main thing actually we are looking out here. So 5G is going to revolutionize how we see the mobile network, just like what we got from 2G to 4G. So which is going to be beyond what we are expecting. And I just conclude. Thank you.
Your thoughts, please.
Thank you. My final thought is that MeitY has been instrumental in maybe the first level of outsourcing where all the white-collar job got outsourced from developed countries to developing countries through right now all the effort from both MeitY and DoT. Maybe the next step would be to outsource the blue-collar job, the farmers farming in remote Africa sitting in India. So the farmers in India not only farm their land, but can farm lands in Africa using drone technology. Drivers in India who are driving Uber cars here may also drive the vehicles out there in developed countries. So this would be the second level of change which we expect, along with 5G and the other initiatives of MeitY, which would ensure that together both of these would converge, and then we would be able to even outsource work and ensure the well-being of not just the white-collar jobs, but even for blue-collar workers, whether it's factory floor or drivers or farmers. That's my conclusion. Thank you.
Mr. Pathak.
Sir, hello. In fact, I will say that I have not mentioned design-led manufacturing. So there has been a lot of efforts by Department of Telecommunication as a MeitY also. So I think we have more than 30 billion incentives for manufacturing in India. So when 5G will be launched, sir, we will have domestically designed, developed equipment, and they will form the part of our 5G networks in a big way. At least I will say that more than 90% equipment which will be deployed in this 5G will be manufactured in India, sir. So that's one way. And second, lot of opportunity for Indian startups. हमारे बच्चों के लिए कि ये वे यूज केस पे काम करें इंडिया में, लेकिन इंडिया नहीं पूरे विश्व में 5G एक साथ आ रहा है और अभी भी किसी को नहीं मालूम कि किलर एप्लीकेशंस क्या है. तो अगर हम इस पे आज काम करते हैं तो हमको पूरे विश्व में ये अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलेगी कि हमारे बच्चे, हमारे स्टार्टअप्स, बिकॉज हम जानते हैं हम अफोर्डेबल बना सकते हैं. अगर हमको किसी से कंपेयर किया जाए यूएस से या यूरोप से, सो ये एक सबसे बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है यूज केस डेवलपमेंट. सो वी हैव टू वर्क टुगेदर फॉर डेवलपमेंट ऑफ स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम. वी हैव टू फंड देम एंड कोलैबोरेशन. सर, आई थिंक दैट इज द वन लाइन आई विल से, कोलैबोरेशन एंड कंसोर्टियम अप्रोच. कि हमारे बच्चे भी मालूम हुआ कि एक पीस बना लिए हैं लेकिन उनको बेचना नहीं आता, तो अगर हम वो 5-6 एक साथ कंसोर्टियम अप्रोच में आते हैं, सो आई एम श्योर दे कैन मेक मिराकल, एंड गवर्नमेंट हैज़ ए लॉट ऑफ रोल in bringing them together like this event, sir. So that will be my thoughts, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much for such very valuable comments and remarks from all the panelists. The panelists are very eminent in their field, and I am sure their experiences that they just shared and their views on the way ahead for the entire 5G ecosystem to become a reality in India, they are very, very valuable for all the ecosystem partners. I'm sure, as was mentioned, that we need to think about the actual applications and use cases which will drive the growth of 5G ecosystem in India. And that's where perhaps we need to focus our energies and ensure that we can develop the applications that will make use of the huge potential of the 5G technologies so that citizens, businesses, and our other stakeholders can benefit from this very exciting development that we are all witnessing. So I would like to extend my sincere thanks to all the eminent panelists for their very valuable suggestions. And I would also like to thank the audience for listening very patiently and for asking some very relevant questions to the panelists. So thank you so much. At this point, we will conclude this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Indeed, the world is moving very fast. Even before we think, the things happen. And thank you, all the speakers. Would like to now grace you with the memento, and I request Mrs. Srimati Kavita Bhatia to kindly present memento to Dr. Rajendra Kumar. Thank you. I now request Mr. Sushil Jangir to kindly present memento to Shri R.K. Pathak, Deputy Director General DOT. Thank you. I now request Shri Jishnu Arvindakshan, Principal Architect, CTO Office, Tejas Networks. Sushilji. Thank you. I request Sushilji to kindly present memento to Dr. Divagar Bhaskaran, Principal Engineer, CEWIT. Thank you. I now request Sushilji to kindly present memento to Shri Ravi Lakhotia, Member Governing Council, TSDS. Thank you, everyone. And kindly request the speakers and moderator, sir, to kindly, we have? Yes, Abhishek ji. Yes, I request you to kindly present the memento to Shri Abhishek ji. Thank you. I request the speakers and moderator, sir, to kindly step forward for a group photograph. And after this, we immediately, without wasting a moment, move towards the impactful and scalable projects by state governments. What we heard was 5G, metaverse, but actually what projects the state governments are doing very impactfully and scalable is going to be beneficiary to all the citizens of the various states. So do not miss out on this particular session and stay here, because globally, technology has been the enabler in causing disruptive change. India's story is no different, and the use of digital technologies to educate and empower citizens is being seen as a game changer. Government process re-engineering using IT to simplify and make the government processes more efficient is critical for transformation to make the delivery of government services for the citizens. Several large-scale campaigns have been launched by the various government, and the reach of such schemes among the masses has been made possible through the use of technology-enabled channels. A good amount of the exemplary work done by states and union territories in the digital sphere. Under the digital government, a few states will conduct discussions and show the successful projects that have been implemented. For this highly important session, presentations on impactful and scalable projects by states. We would like to welcome on stage moderator Shri Abhishek Singh, President and CEO, NEGD, MeitY. Along with Sir, we welcome the speakers Shri Ramakrishna Chaturi, Joint Secretary Planning, Government of Meghalaya. Welcome, sir. We also have Shri Pravin Volvodkar, Director IT, Government of Goa. We have Shri Sachin Gusia, Director ICT and E-Governance and MD, GIL, Government of Gujarat. Next, we have Shri Abhijit Agarwal, Project Director, MP Swan and Deputy Secretary, DST, Government of Madhya Pradesh. We also have Shri Abhishek Sharma, Chief Executive Officer, J&K E-Governance Agency, Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Last but not the least, we have Shri Srinivas Pendiala, Joint Director, eGOV, Government of Telangana. Can we welcome all of these august speakers with big round of applause who have come from various states of the country. Thank you, everyone. And now we would like to welcome the moderator, sir, and all the speakers with floral bouquet. Thank you, everyone. With due respect, I now request the moderator of this session, Shri Abhishek Singh, President and CEO, NEGD, MeitY, to kindly take over, please. Thank you.
Thank you, and we are at the last session of this three-day opening ceremony, the sessions scheduled at Gandhinagar as the physical part of the Digital India Week. And first and foremost, before we start the session, I would like to thank all of you, especially Government of Gujarat, for helping us conduct this session, all these sessions in such a interesting manner, and the thoughts and the sessions which have been shared right from the Honorable Prime Minister's inaugural session till today. It has encompassed almost all aspects of digital government, emerging technologies, startups, how the entire ecosystem, whether it's the government, whether the industry, whether the startups, whether the academia, all of us are working today together to realize the dream of digital India. I know we are at the last session. This is going to be like the valedictory session also. So I won't repeat what has already been said during these last 3 days. I'd like to mention that the exhibition which is there, which is showcasing all the digital governance solutions and products, has been extended till 10th of July. So all those who have missed out on seeing this, you have another 4 days to enjoy the exhibition. Over and above, we will also have the opportunity to listen to some of the state governments who have been leading digital government initiatives, who have been partners with MeitY and Digital India and Government of India in ensuring that we become a truly digitally empowered nation. We have representatives here from Meghalaya, from Goa, from Gujarat, from Madhya Pradesh, from J&K, from Telangana, who will be showcasing some of the projects that they have implemented. We do not have the time to showcase all the projects, but briefly we will go through their presentation and see how they are helping us, how they are ensuring these projects, helping ease of living for citizens, how it's working in order to ensure that we make life for citizens easier. So without much ado, I would just start the session with by inviting Shri Ramakrishna Chaturi, Joint Secretary Planning, Government of Meghalaya, who would make a presentation of Meghalaya Enterprise Architecture Project, about which you all must know that this project has transformed the way financial transactions happen in Government of Meghalaya. They have automated the entire system of payments, treasuries, financial approvals, and this project has also been rewarded at the WSIS Geneva this year, the only project from India which won a prize from the government sector. So we compliment Government of Meghalaya for this initiative. And we have with us Ramakrishna Chaturi, who will be making this presentation. He is Deputy Commissioner of Southwest Garo Hills. He was earlier Deputy Commissioner of Southwest Garo Hills. Presently, he is Joint Secretary Planning in Government of Meghalaya, and he looks after departments of Finance, Planning, and Community and Rural Development. He also holds an MBA from IIM Ahmedabad. So I welcome Ramkrishnan Chutturi to make your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can we have the presentation, please? Okay. So I'd like to just give you a brief. Can you please go to the next slide? So Meghalaya, this year we are celebrating the 50th year of our statehood. Meghalaya was formed in the year 1972. It was carved out of the earlier state of Assam. And most of you, some of you might have visited, but most of you know that it is a place with abundant natural beauty. There are a lot of waterfalls and all. But when it comes to the human development and when it comes to the development indicators, we are, most of the time we are behind the national average. And in terms of digital services, in terms of development, human development initiatives, index scores and all. And in the previous session also, there were questions about the connectivity in the remote areas of the Northeast. So in Meghalaya also, connectivity is also a problem, and the digital divide. Next slide, please. So what is the problem ecosystem? That is, the first thing is limited access to services. So one thing is the terrain itself is very difficult. Even to travel a distance of 30-40 kilometers, you will take 2 to 3 hours to go. And some areas are so remote that they are actually, during the time of floods and monsoon, they are virtually cut off from the rest of the state. So in such a situation, it is very difficult for a citizen to approach the government and the government to effectively deliver services to the citizen. And then the kind of operational efficiency. When we did an analysis, it takes 45 days on an average for a file from the start of initiation till it is approved. The file has to move through different departments and it has to follow the procedures. But there is a lot of redundancy in the system and there is a lot of wastage of time because of ineffective tracking mechanisms. So these are the problems which we tried to solve. Next slide, please. So under the Meghalaya MEG-EA architecture, there is a bouquet of services which are being provided. And most of them, they are in collaboration with the Government of India. Most of the services, they are also available in other states, like e-hospital, Treasury Net, BEAMS, that is budget estimation and monitoring system, e-billing. More or less, most of the states have these kind of initiatives. And a couple of initiatives which I would like to share, apart from the one which I'm making presentation on, is the Mother App. The Mother App is a app-based solution to actually track all the pregnant mothers in the state. If you see, a few years ago, Meghalaya has one of the highest maternal and infant mortality rates in the country. And with the advent of this Mother App, all ASHA workers, all ANMs are provided with this, and they track the pregnant mothers on a daily basis. And now we have the data of all the high-risk pregnant mothers and of all the children and what is their health status and what is their nutrition status and all. And everything is being tracked, and the data is shared real time with the deputy commissioners of the districts, with the MOs of the PHCs, so that they know like what's happening in their jurisdiction. And we can target our interventions. And by 21-22 financial year, we almost converged with the national average in terms of maternal mortality and infant mortality. And we hope in the coming years, we'll be able to fare even better and we'll be able to reduce these to the minimum possible. Next slide, please. So Meghalaya enterprise architecture, again, like when we go at it, the overarching framework is that to achieve all the sustainable development goals, all 17 sustainable development goals, but 3 of them are not applicable to the state of Meghalaya because we are not a coastal state. So some are like life in oceans and all. They are not applicable to us. So all our enterprise architecture system, all our websites, all our app-based solutions, they are all tailored to achieve the goals under the sustainable development goals. And then we have developed the indicators. What are the indicators we are trying to measure? And how are our systems going to improve those indicators, those sustainable development indicators? Next slide, please. So this is the journey which we started with. First, we had a vision and scope of the project which we are doing. And then sector-wise, what are all the things which we wanted to capture? What are all the indicators which we wanted to capture? And what is the kind of IT framework which we wanted to develop for that? So we have studied a number of systems across the states and in different countries, the kind of systems that are being in use, so that we can learn from the best practices and build on it. And similarly, statewide, sector-wise, once we decide what we are going to do, we have actually dovetailed all them into one single integrated plan, so that we know like at every point what is happening, and we have an overarching plan. So then we developed the blueprint, timelines, and budgets like every other government project. Next slide, please. So this is the typical flow of a file in the e-proposal system. It's a typical flow of file in any government system. A lower division assistant or an upper division assistant, they start a file, it goes to the planning officer in the department, and then it goes to the financial advisor, and then it goes to the undersecretary, deputy secretary, up to whichever level the department specifies. And then once the file is approved in the department, it goes to the planning department, and again it goes to the finance department, and again sometimes it will go to an empowered sanctioning committee, and again it will go back to the parent department. Earlier in the system, actually, there was manual tracking. You know this, if someone gives you a file number, they will check a register, and if they can say whether it is in the department or outside the department. But you cannot pinpoint, as I have shown you, the file goes through multiple departments. You know it is either in your department or not in your department, but you never know in which department it is actually lying pending. Sometimes at some officer or with some clerk, the file lies pending for 20 days, and no one knows where it is lying. With the e-proposal system now, we know actually within which department, with which person the file is there, and when was that file sent to that person, and when was that file went out of that person's inbox. So it is a very effective tracking system and very effective file movement system, because typically what happens on physical files is, once it is approved, again you will mark down to your subordinate, they will mark down to their subordinates. So the file has to move up to all the levels, and after approval, it has to move down through all the levels. So instead now, actually, the approving officer, he can directly mark to the next person, instead of sending it down and someone doing the postman's job. So the entire movement, one-side movement is entirely cut off, because that is no longer required. Earlier it was required because every person in the loop must need to know the decision. What is the decision the department has made? Now the decision is communicated to all, and the file is sent to the next department. And the most important thing is, sometimes we process files, but we never know whether we have the budget for that or not. This system, this e-proposal system, now it is actually integrated with our budgeting system and our treasury system. So when I am moving a proposal, the system communicates and gets the real-time data of my budget availability. If I do not have budget available, then the system itself gives me a prompt, and I can initiate a reappropriation. Reappropriation is a technical term in the government where actually we have budget available under some head for some work, but we need money for some other work. So we have to move money from that work to this work, which involves a lengthy procedure. So this one actually earlier what used to happen is, after the processing of the file, this entire reappropriation thing is it will take another month or so. Now actually at the initiation stage itself, we know our budget position, we know our reappropriation position, so we can simultaneously move the reappropriation request also, which can be processed simultaneously, so that there is no further delay.
Ramakrishna, can you expedite, please?
Yeah. And next slide, please. So these are some screenshots and some process architecture. I just give a brief of it. So when we are actually starting a file on this, as I said earlier, our idea is to dovetail all the SDGs into it. So when we are starting a file itself, the work will be tagged to what are the SDGs we are going to achieve, so that we can simultaneously track what are the SDGs for which we are giving the budget, what are the SDGs that this work is going to achieve. Next slide, please. So these are some of the accomplishments. As I said earlier, on an average, it used to take 45 days, but in the month of May, it was just 6 days is the average time for which a file has taken for approval. Next one, please. So this is our Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Conrad Sangmaji, receiving WSIS award from UN in Geneva last month. And you might be wondering how this is citizen-centric, because like most of the times you hear people have done work but they haven't got their money. Like Asha's payments are pending and vendor payments are pending. Now, because most of the time, for this sanctioning itself, the payments stay pending for 30-45 days. Now we were able to clear all those in 5 days. So it actually increases the overall efficiency of the system, and it actually makes life easier for the people who are working down the line, because they know now their requests are disposed of within a week. And I would like to thank NEGD for giving us this opportunity to showcase the initiatives of Meghalaya in front of the entire country. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ramakrishna, for this brilliant presentation on the Meghalaya Enterprise Architecture and the e-proposal project. And these two projects demonstrate how we can use whole of government approach, about which J. Satyanarayana sir also mentioned in the morning, and also business process re-engineering, because e-proposal just tries to re-engineer the business processes to make our internal process more efficient, and that ultimately results in high dividends for the government as well as for citizens. Next we have, we go from Meghalaya to another touristy beautiful state, the state of Goa. We have Praveen Volvodkar, who would be sharing some of the IT initiatives of the government of Goa. Praveen, I would request you to kindly be brief, because we have 6 speakers and limited time.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I thank the NEGD to give us this opportunity to showcase our products. Secondly, as you said, sir, Goa is a touristic state. Everyone knows Goa is a touristic state. But we would like to change that domain also. With touristic state, we want to bring Goa as an IT destination for the entire world. So I'll be very brief in my presentation. Next slide, please. Basically, my agenda is only with 3 points, sir. Next slide, next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so I've defined my agenda in 3 parts, sir. One is the policies, what we have implemented in Goa, the infrastructure, what we have, and ease of doing business, what we have taken forward. Now, under the policies, we have a startup IT policy which was launched in 2017. So, altogether, we have registered around 146 startups in Goa in different fields. Then in 2021, after taking the feedbacks from the industries and the startups, we have revived our policy and came up with a new notified policy in 2021. In this, one specialty what we have added is for focus on women entrepreneurs. So those women entrepreneurs who have startups which are in the ideation stage, we are trying to fund them, because most of the startups we have seen that the funding comes from only to the either a startup which has gone on a product development phase. But here government wanted to support the women's. So that is the reason we have come up with 2 schemes in our new policies. Secondly, next slide. I'll just showcase you some of our best startups which we have launched in Goa. One is BeLive, and the second one is Legal Capsule. So I'll just give a brief about them.
I'm the CEO and co-founder of BeLive. BeLive is India's largest electric vehicle marketplace. We are on a mission to drive sustainable mobility across India through electric vehicles. We founded the company in Goa in 2018. We are one of the first startups to be certified under the startup scheme of Goa government. Startup Promotion Cell has been extremely encouraging and supportive to all our initiatives. They have helped us connect to the wider ecosystem, not just in India, but across the globe. I wish them all the best, and I hope that they continue supporting us in this beautiful mission of ours.
Yes, hi everyone. My name is Gautami Raikar, and I'm the founder and CEO at the Legal Capsule, which is a contract lifecycle management platform. We had applied for the seed grant from the government of Goa under the Startup Promotion Cell policy, Startup India. We received a grant of 10 lakhs, which really helped us in the beginning of our journey for product development, market research, and I think that was the required boost for us going forward. From there, it has really helped us to grow immensely, making sure that we had the product market fit done through these grants. And I thank the government of Goa for giving us the right support at the right time. Thank you so much.
So these are the few success stories which we have achieved within a span of 2 years. Sir, we were able to disperse an amount of around 2.70 crores for all the startups which are registered with us till now. And sir, recently, just 2 days back, the state has been ranked as a leader under the Startup Ranking Framework to 2021 for developing a startup ecosystem for budding entrepreneurs among the smaller states. So the next we have is IT policies, which we have launched in 2018. We, being a small state, we have a scarcity of land. We cannot invite a bigger players, but definitely we have good number of IT companies which are approaching Goa and interested in starting their business in Goa. As of now, in Goa, we have more than, only 15 are registered with us. So there are more than 35 companies who are setting up their base in Goa. We were able to disburse almost around 50 lakhs to them through our IT policy. The beauty of our IT policy is, sir, I'll just say that we have a land built up area rebate scheme, wherein if any company wants to set up a unit in Goa, they can get a land rebate of 60% of their cost in our policy, as per our policy. And if they have a built up area, so they will be able to get a rebate of around 20% of the cost. Secondly, sir, we have a power subsidy. As you know, Goa is known for very low power rates compared to other states. So apart from that, we are offering another 20% of subsidies on their power bills if the unit is starting up in Goa. Then we also give the freshers around 1,000 rupees per month as an incentive from the state side for a male candidates, and a female candidates, the incentive goes to 12,500. The third policy which we have come up with is a Goa telecom infrastructure policy. In Goa, we are aware that being a small state, we have a lot of issues. So in order to avoid, because tower erection is the biggest issue in Goa. So, and all the telecom industries were approaching us to find out a solution. Because of that, we came up with a tower infrastructure policy, wherein we have created a single window, wherein PWD, being a land-owning department, we had given the entire rights to them. So now it's a single window online application we have made. It is also been integrated with the DOT's application. So whatever applications are being made by the applicant are also seen, and the pendency is recorded on that. Thirdly, I'll directly go to the infrastructure projects. We have set up under the scheme of Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, the EMC Park. Now, the beauty of this park, sir, like land rates are very high in Goa. We have subsidized the land rates to around 540 rupees per square meter, because we talk in Goa in terms of square meters rather than square feet. And basically, we have also received almost around 10 applications for this particular EMC park. Then we are coming up with another hybrid cluster in Porvorim, which is the main city. There we will be putting a play and plug warm shells and other things. Another project, what we would like to highlight here is the co-working space at beach. So the concept, what we want to do is, or pitch in here is, sea, sun, sand, and software. Goa is known for tourism, so now we want to gel tourism with IT. So we were coming up with beach co-working spaces. We have already started our initial plans at one beach. We have identified Morjem as one beach for this. And accordingly, we have also identified another 4 locations. So wherein you can come as a tourist, work on the sandy beaches, see sun, sand, and enjoy it, and then also you work. So as far as our e-district is concerned, we have already done the ease of doing business. We have already automated our services right from labor office, where the renewals of shops and establishments are done automatically now. Secondly, we have no visit, no document already integrated with us. The citizen need not visit our departments. They are being integrated with the DigiLockers. So citizens can get the certificates, everything from their DigiLockers. CSC SPV, which is another component of MIghty, we were successfully integrated 361 VLEs with our 31 state services, which are now available across India. And lastly, we have launched something called as Know Your Schemes. Citizens wanted to know what are their schemes. So we have come up with a portal, and we have one single online portal called Goa Online Portal, wherein any citizen can go on that portal, register themselves, and avail all these services. So this is what I would like to give you this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Praveen. Thank you, Praveen, for giving you an overview of what all Goa has been doing. It's really exciting to see, because I personally know that during the 2 years of pandemic, the many IT companies, IT professionals had moved to Goa and they're working from Goa. So now that the state government has come with this policy, that not only it will attract people to work remotely, but maybe they can come up and start setting up centers of development, and that would really result in development. Plus, very excited to see about your startups. I wonder if they were here in the expo. If not, maybe with the kind of incentives you are giving, maybe the next Digital India event, we can schedule it in Goa also. So from Goa, we come to the host state, Gujarat. We all have been hearing the story of IT transformation in Gujarat. Honorable Prime Minister also mentioned some of these projects, but we have our Mr. Sachin Gusia, Director ICT and Governance, MD GIL, Government of Gujarat, who has been helping us in the organization of this event. He's an IRS officer who is on deputation to Government of Gujarat. He has worked in several important positions in the Customs Department, and currently he is leading the transformational initiatives in Government of Gujarat. So Sachin Gusia, we look forward to hearing from you with regard to Gujarat's initiatives.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you everyone for attending this particular discussion here or seminars here. And I'm extremely grateful that NEGD could organize this event here. We tried our best in the limited time which we could. Now today I'm just here to showcase what are the few projects of Government of Gujarat in IT space which we feel that fit the particular topic. Next slide, please. So I will be discussing something about our eSarkar, Digital Gujarat Portal, Vidya Samiksha Kendra, and State Data Center. Next. Sir, we have recently launched our eSarkar on Good Governance Day. Our Honorable Chief Minister launched it. So this actually it's a portal, or it's a what should I say? It's a entire solution wherein all the government processes have been digitalized. And we have removed the paperwork from all our government departments. This eSarkar portal has around 18 modules. And apart from filing Tapal, scheduling meetings, or identifying RTI, public grievances, or you name it, and you have a portal, and all our files, whatever the paperwork which we were doing earlier has been done away with. And this particular project is not only limited to the Sachivalaya, but we are actually reaching right up to the Taluka level. We have already started in all the departments of Government of Gujarat. Few districts have also started adopting it. In the next few months, we are planning to roll it out to the Taluka level as well. Next. So in the eSarkar, sir, we can track the files as Meghalaya was also showcasing. All those features are already there, and it will bring transparency, it will bring turnaround time will be very less. And with this, we want to transform the way we used to function. We already had previously one more portal, which was called IWDMS 1.0, but that was mainly used as a file tracking module. But with this eSarkar, we want to transform and we want to adapt to digitization. And in this regard, COVID has played a major role. We realize the importance of electronic filing, and that's why we have gone in a big way to adopt this model. Next. So now another initiative is our Digital Gujarat Portal. Now it has transformed itself into Digital Seva Setu. Now through Digital Seva Setu, sir, we are reaching to the remotest of the villages using BharatNet, and we are providing all the government services at village level. We already have around 320 services on Digital Seva Setu. We are upscaling it to adopt more and more services. We are bringing in more and more services to Digital Seva Setu. But this Digital Gujarat portal did not start as such in one big go. It started with ATVT, and it was actually a kind of mela wherein all the applications were received and processed. Then we moved to a Digital Gujarat portal, which was an online portal, but here again the applications were received at taluka level. Now, after that, there was a big push that scholarship schemes coming out in Digital Gujarat portal, and it was a major jump for us. And 2-3 years back, we launched this Digital Seva Setu. And now what our vision is to take it further, to bring all the services into Digital Seva Setu, to provide these services not only at village level, but also on a mobile platform and also on web platform, so that the citizens do not have any need to visit any government office to avail any of the services. Next. So with this objective, we are moving forward, sir. Thank you. Next. Sir, we are also integrating WhatsApp chatbot into it. We are also making e-sign or e-seal into it, so that, and it is also been integrated with DigiLocker, so that the officials can e-seal or e-sign a particular document, and the document can automatically reach to the citizens' DigiLocker. With these features, we are moving ahead, and we are sure that within 2-3 months, most of these services will be integrated into our Digital Seva Setu and Digital Gujarat portal. Next. So then I want to showcase this Vidya Samiksha Kendra. It is a command and control center of education department of Samagra Shiksha Vibhag, sir. So all the primary and higher secondary education schools are integrated with this command and control center. The objective of this particular command and control center is not only to monitor the attendance of students or the punctuality of the teachers. It actually captures various parameters to judge whether a particular child is progressing at a appropriate pace of learning or not. So with these command and control center, we can actually identify if a particular student is lacking a particular, he's weaker in a particular concept or not. And through this command and control center, we can then instruct the faculties there or the teachers there to please to give a special lecture to a particular student. And this command and control center will, it also monitors our enrollment drive whenever the new session is there. And in fact, all the secretaries of all the departments go to various districts and ensure that this Pathshala Mahotsav, we call it, sir, and each and every students get enrolled. We also celebrate Gunotsav, wherein we analyze whether a particular school is performing in an appropriate manner or not, and we also give the ranking to the schools. So this Vidya Samiksha Kendra is a, what can I say, it's a complete package wherein each and every activity of the student and the teachers and the schools is being monitored. Next. Next. Then I want to show, sir, the Gujarat State Data Center. We were one of the first state, in fact, the first state to have our own data center. When it was, it came up, it was only some servers and everything, but now we have in-house cloud of our own, which is in latest technology. But it is reaching its, what should I say, the limit. So now we are coming up with a new state data center, a greenfield data center. We are also coming up with a DR site. So both these projects are one of the biggest projects that we are handling. So in the new greenfield data center, we are thinking of keeping scalability at the core of it. We are not only thinking about our current requirement, but what my requirements would be in future. So the new data center, we are trying to create a tier 3 data center, which is ready to be upgraded to tier 4 data center. Similarly, we are going ahead with a space of 300 racks, but to start with, we will go with 150 racks. We are also planning to adopt hyper-convergence technology here so that we can easily upgrade these systems. So I'm sure, sir, within 2-3 years, our new Greenfield data center would be ready. Next. Sir, here are the few projects which in themselves is a massive task which we have achieved. Vishwas is a project of our management of traffic for entire state of Gujarat. I have Digital Seva Setu, I have already spoken. So these are the few major projects which we have implemented or in the process of implementation. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Sachin, for showcasing the Gujarat's initiatives. Gujarat has been a leader of, in implementation of IT projects, and especially one of the most remarkable projects that I have seen in recent times is the Vidya Samiksha Kendra, which I saw it in my last visit here. But at the same time, I'd like to mention that Vidya Samiksha Kendra is now being replicated nationwide. So I'm sure all the state representatives who are here today, SEMTs, you must be aware that the education department is building up Vidya Samiksha Kendras in every state on the same model. Funds have already been sanctioned by Ministry of Education. So please coordinate with your education departments and ensure that the Vidya Samiksha Kendras are set up, because that would really transform the way we look at learning outcomes, the way we ensure that students pick up what they are being taught in the schools. Also, the project which Gujarat has mentioned, in fact, I was just wondering when the presentation was being done, is that just like we have built up India Stack.Global, through which we are presenting the IT solutions, the big projects that we have implemented to the entire world, maybe we should do up something like India Stack within, so that any good project, like if Meghalaya has implemented something, Gujarat has implemented something, Telangana has implemented something, any state, all state projects in open source with open standards are also put up in a repository along with their documentation and the code, so that any other state can replicate that. So that's again another thought which I will leave for all the states to think over and mull over. We will be coming up with detailed mechanism how to make that happen very soon. So from Gujarat, we go to Madhya Pradesh. We have Abhijit Agarwal, who is the project director of the State Wide Area Network. He is an IS officer with a whole lot of experience of working in the field, implementing projects, and currently he is leading the IT initiatives of Madhya Pradesh. So over to you, Abhijit, for showcasing your state's initiatives.
Thank you, sir. Can we have the presentation? I'll just showcase some of the e-governance and digital initiatives in Madhya Pradesh. Next slide, please. I'll talk about ALPAS DWRS, prediction of crop using AIML, single citizen database, Cyber Tehsil, which is a faceless system, and MPE services. Next slide. I'll just talk about first the digital ecosystem. In Madhya Pradesh, there is a departure from other states. We have our own development team. We have around 200 plus developers, which are working in GIS and other verticals. And we have almost in GIS 140 plus layers which we have built up over years. And data center is there, and we have done the expansion 2.0. We have already given the work for to RailTel, almost sinking 200 crores. And SWAN is there, where we have already done the SD1, and IT parks are there. Next. I'll talk about ALPAS. ALPAS is like automated layout process approval and scrutiny, wherein if a GIS-based layout is fed into a system and the kind of business logic, in a city for building planning and town and country planning, there are around 2,000 plus business logic that are there. They are fed into, can we have the next slide? It will showcase. So if you see in the right top, there was an architectural drawing for the project. So if a user is onboarding a drawing, we will be able to showcase him what kind of externalities and what kind of boundary conditions are imposed based on the MOS and the other conditions of that particular area, so that the particular user or the applicant is aware that, okay, this is my area where I have to just leave the space, or these are the boundary conditions and these are the conditions. And once this layout is sent to the particular department, the town and country planning, they will do one site visit and just see it. And then they'll finalize it, and we'll even impose this particular layout in our GIS layers that is already there. So the moment a next project comes in that particular vicinity, it will show that this was the earlier project that had come, and this was the total sanction that was given. And this is all on the GIS platform. Next. We have scaled this up to currently 11 cities where we have got the GIS-based complete planning and the land use layers. This is one of the, I think, one of the first initiative in the country to do the crop prediction and do the crop survey using AI/ML. What we have done is, can we have the next slide? What we have done is, like, for the last 3 years, we had been doing the Girdavari or the crop survey using the mobile app by the field survey, that is Patwaris. And we have the 3-year data with every khasra being mapped and geolocated. So we have, and we also have a canvas of satellite imagery for those 3 years. So we have trained the system using AI/ML algorithm. And now we are having this year, from the 30th of July, we'll be projecting for each land parcel what will be the likely crop based on the satellite imagery that we are receiving on a daily basis. So what we'll do, how to compare that data with the ground data. So every farmer can enter what crop he or she has sown, what is the area sowing. So there is an MP Kisan app. So farmer will be feeding the data from the live location, that is a geofence location. So we have a field data and we have the AI/ML data. So if there is a departure, only those cases will be vetted by our field formation. So we are almost reducing the work from 100% to say 10 to 15%. Next. So these were the first year analysis, 65% in wheat and some 54% in maize. But year on year, we'll try and improve this model of AI/ML. And we'll also putting up the note of this AI/ML, how we have arrived at, and the departure of this year. So this is an open discussion can be there, and the model can be improved based on the input from the industry and the academia. And we are also in touch with NRSE so as to improve this model further. Next. Next slide, please. Can we have next slide? This is one of the GIS-based tool wherein we are getting a large set of data for disaster warning and response system. Either is from dam, rainfall, water levels. Then we are doing the predictive analysis of submergence of river basin and districts. And once, say, you have the, say we are today, it's 6th of July. Say at the end of July, if I have to say that this much of rainfall has been there in this particular river basin, and this much of likely rainfall can happen, so what can be the likely submergence area? And if I know the villages, what are the likely 108, dial 100 vehicles, what are the response team, where are they located, who are the village functionaries whom to contact with. So these are all being embedded, and every field formation has been given a set of 2-3 mobile application, so that with the data can come on a real-time basis, and we can have a proving of the data, what is coming through the field, and what we are gathering through the data sets. Next. Single citizen database, I have already talked about in the morning. We are merging different layers of data set that we have, and we are going to have a concept of multiple scheme being served by a single person, and at the single event we can render a lot of services based on the system intuition. Next. These are the layers that we are looking for: 10, 12 certificates, eKYC documents through eKYC verification, then land records, and education detail, etc. Next. This is one of the very new project, faceless mutation, wherein if a land parcel with certain logic is completely registered or sold to some person, and so the person who doesn't have to go to any revenue official to get his land mutated in his name, the one who is buying. What we'll do is that this particular file will be sent through IGRS, the registry software, directly to the RCMS, revenue case management system of our state. A particular case will be lodged, an intimation to be sent to that village owners that particular land is. This is for the, currently for the agriculture area only. And after 10 days, if there is no apatti or any objection coming on that particular process, that too online only, then there are 5 tehsildars who has been given the power of tehsildar for that particular tehsil or taluka, whatever you say. They will do the mutation, and the mutation will be recorded in the land records. So around 25% of the total land mutation are these kind of mutation, which can be done even without the citizen, being asking for it or going from pillar to post in the tehsils. So this will be a very big game changer, especially, and this will reduce almost from 9 lakh mutation which are being done on a state. If you count, say 2 lakh we are processing on the CPC kind of a system, central processing cell. So this can reduce a lot of work of the field formations, wherein you just have to see the details. And later on, we can even put a layer of AIML where not even tehsildars are there, like what we are now getting from CPC, Bangalore in income tax. So they can see, and they can see a departure, then somebody can verify it. And if the departure is not there, even they can push it through. So this is our likely idea on this particular topic. So we have already rolled it out from 2 districts, and we'll be scaling up to all the districts in, say, next 2-3 months. Next. This is one Jan Seva. This is a common portal for a lot of citizen services, and this is a common framework that we have developed, wherein form is customizable, workflow is customizable for those departments who find it very difficult to go for IT innovation. They can just hook to this particular e-services. So it is a configurable kind of portal wherein G2M is very less. So this is the idea that let's not have every single portal for every different application. Why can't we have a common onboarding portal wherein we try and integrate different workflows and make citizen life very easy? Currently, we are running almost 300 plus websites and around 30 plus big workflow applications. So now our idea is, to make a single citizen delivery portal, not one, at least 3, 4. One is, say, services based, one is a payment based kind of system. So these are some of the works. Next. These are some of the works that we had been doing in Madhya Pradesh. Thank you. Any questions?
We'll have the questions towards the end. So thank you, Abhijit, for giving an overview of all the projects which Madhya Pradesh has implemented. And I was especially impressed with the GIS work which the state has done. And again, GIS is something which almost every state is trying to do something or the other. And incidentally, we are sitting in Gandhinagar, which is the home to Bhaskaracharya Institute of Space Application Centers, which is the GIS service provider to so many governments. And their GIS solutions come without a license cost. And if you use BISAC's GIS services, you will not have to pay for the high cost of ArcView, ArcInfo, and other such softwares. So I'm sure we'll greatly be benefited once Madhya Pradesh solutions are put in the digital repository for all the states. Next, we go from Madhya Pradesh to Jammu and Kashmir, which has been implementing several e-governance projects lately, including the e-office project, which ensured that the Darbar movement for the first time did not happen when they had to carry physical files from Srinagar to Jammu whenever the capital shifted in winter. So we have Abhishek Sharma, Chief Executive Officer of Jammu and Kashmir E-Governance Agency. He is an IS officer 2018 batch. He will give you an overview of the IT initiatives of J&K.
Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity to present the initiatives from J&K in Gandhinagar today. Let's have the presentation, please. Yes. Next slide. So the importance of e-governance goes unsaid But for this Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, this becomes most important because of the terrain of the UT, and you must see the physical map. Most of the UT is in mountainous, remote areas of Greater Himalayas and Shivaliks, where for every year, for 3 months during snowfall, most of the villages get disconnected from the district headquarters. So accessing service becomes very difficult for the villagers. So in this context, the e-services delivery becomes very important. The next slide, please. So let's begin with the things which JNK has done lately. Recently, NESDA rankings were released. So we are rank 1 in NESDA rankings among UTs. The percentages of service which are integrated on rapid assessment system is 90%, and which is number 1 among the UTs. Within last 5 months, our services have had more than 380,000 feedback SMSs from the public, which let us know, let the government know how is the service delivery. The next slide, please. The next one. Yes. So let's begin the tale of two capitals. So 149 years ago, the then Maharaja, because Jammu and Kashmir has 2 capitals, so they decided that every year, twice, the entire records will be shifted from Jammu to Srinagar and then vice versa, because the weather was not pleasant in Srinagar in the winters. So this whole process went on for 149 years. This used to cost the UT 400 crores annually. So you must see the files which get transported in the trunks and then through trucks for an entire distance of 280 kilometers. On 15th of April 2021, after becoming the Union Territory, the government of JNK decided to shift entire processes on e-office. So within a span of just 1 year, more than 2 crore pages were digitized in the Secretariat and 2.5 crore pages were digitized outside the Secretariat, bringing almost entire government of JNK online. And all trainings happened within a span of just 5 months. Now more than 300 offices are using e-office on a daily basis. The daily disposal rate is 97%, which is amongst the highest. So next slide, please. So next, since we are focusing on the last one, please. We are focusing on the initiatives which various state governments have taken. You must know that the Amarnath Yatra is currently going on this year, since 30th of June. This year, this Yatra happened after 3 years, and the challenge was that to ensure the safety and security of all the pilgrims, the Yatra goes through a very treacherous trek, which is disconnected entirely from the rest of the population. So ensuring that the disaster preparedness happens there and all the Yatris are being tracked, monitored continuously, the government of JNK introduced digital initiative so as to monitor the entire Yatra online. The next slide, please. So what happens is that there is a portal which is developed, and on that all Yatris have to register themselves on the portal. After registration, they get a QR code. Then when they go to the, when they reach the Yatra camp, they receive a RFID based tag. So all Yatris have to compulsory wear their RFID tags. That tags becomes the identity of the Yatris, and whenever they move anywhere in the UT, the movement gets tracked real time. So I must share an experience with you. The Yatra started on 30th of June, and on the very first day, there was a lady who got displaced from her family. She took a wrong bus. Within just 20 minutes, we were able to track that lady, and we were able to, make her meet her family. So this is the power of technology we are currently using. You must see the Integrated Command and Control Center, which is placed in Srinagar, where for whole day, for entire duration, entire things, all tracks are being monitored using high-resolution CCTV cameras. we are able to know how many passengers, how many pilgrims crossed a particular destination, and through that we are able to make this yatra more and more systematic. So this all thing happened, and recently we also integrated the rapid assessment system to this service so that we are able to get the feedback of the yatris regarding the various services which we are offering. The next slide, please. So you must see on the left side, we have one of the feedback from a yatri, which he gave on the various services we offered, on the sanitation, on the quality of camps, the quality of food, the stay, registration process, everything. So we have this feedbacks coming from yatris, which is seen by the top level officers, and we are able to improve the services in a better way. On the right hand side, we have a Swachh Bharat Mission volunteer who is scanning the QR code on a public toilet, and he gets the update regarding the sanitation quality of the toilet. So with this, I think that this is one of the initiative recent which is going on, and through this we are able to deliver the public services in a much better way. Thank you NEGD for giving me this opportunity to present the initiatives in Gandhinagar. Thank you so much.
Thank you Abhishek for presenting the J&K initiatives. And in fact, incidentally, today only I was at the J&K stall in the expo, and there was a request that came from someone that can the Amarnath Darshan be shown live. So your SEMT resource said that yes, it can be. So the exhibition is on for the next 4 days, and if you can enable that, if you can get the live darshan happening at your J&K stall, I am sure Sachin will ensure that more and more people from Gujarat come over to the exhibition just to see Amarnath darshan. So thank you for the interesting initiatives of J&K. Next we come to Telangana, which is one of the pioneer states, in fact, one of the states which declared Year of Artificial Intelligence as 2021. And Telangana with its IT initiative, and they inaugurated the T-Hub recently. And Telangana has been a leader in many IT projects. So we have Mr. Pendalayala Srinivas, Joint Director E-Governance from Government of Telangana, who will showcase some of the Telangana initiatives.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, panelists, and good evening to all the participants, panelists, and I thank NEGD for inviting for this event over here. I am Srinivas Pendalayala, Joint Director, working for e-governance initiatives in Government of Telangana Secretariat, Hyderabad. Initially, I would like to explain about how the Information Technology Department is functioning in Telangana state. The most important thing is, I am the last speaker and the youngest state which is formed, 29th state, and Telangana is lastly given the opportunity. Once again, I thank NEGD for giving this opportunity. In information technology, we are working on various initiatives, various verticals, which are being encouraged by Honorable Minister as well as the Energetic Principal Secretary, Sri Jayesh Ranjan sir. We have the different verticals of e-governance, task, T-Hub, V-Hub, digital media, emerging technologies, and moreover, we have Dharani portal, even ROW, recently 5G initiations which were done. And for all these things, we have formulated the policies. The most important thing is initially, as earlier in the morning session, J. Satyanarayan Garu, IAS officer, has shown you the presentation stating that for any initiation which need to be done, there should be a policy. The government of Telangana has initiated IT policy way back in 2014 after formation of the Telangana state, and continuing on various policies which are taken up, like cloud first policy, startup policy. There are many policies which are taken up. Now I will explain about the each wing, how they will be functioning. I am looking after e-governance wing, and I'll be coordinating with the MeitY applications as well as central scheme related applications, state related applications which are being implemented across the state, like e-office, NESDA, government e-marketplace, PMG Disha, e-Tal, then e-procurement and e-auction application indigenously developed by Telangana state, which is successfully being implemented. And we also coordinate with UIDA And for all cloud policies, we have defined cloud first policy also. We have task Telangana Academy of Skill and Knowledge Development, where engineering colleges, around 800 engineering colleges are registered with task, where all the engineering colleges students will be given an opportunity to go for training apart from their regular curriculum. Excuse me, please don't change the slides, please. I will explain at that time. Then T-Hub recently, T-Hub 2.0 is inaugurated by Honorable CM, and which will facilitate the incubation center and for all the abroad and college students also for their incubation and encouraging the students round the clock. We provide the space facility for improving their skills and some implementation components which can be useful for the state. That will be given in T-Hub. Space will be provided. We have WeHub. WeHub means women entrepreneurship. Those who are interested, those who are interested will be given an opportunity to go for industrialization or any activity which they would like to spread across the state. And as a group, if they form, they will be encouraged by the government. And there is a special digital media wing which will be supporting the Honorable IT Minister as well as the CM round the clock throughout the state. Emerging technologies is the recent activity which is taken up for the past 2 years, where we are formulating the policies on emerging technologies. And AI-based 2020 is announced as AI-based year, where we have implemented various applications across the departments. And moreover, you will be aware that citizen-centric services, which is MeSeva, earlier in 1990, J. Satyanarayana Garu, he himself initiated eSeva initially. Subsequently, it has been moved as MeSeva. In 2011, it has become 2011, where certificate-based oriented services are provided. After formation of Telangana State 2015, I have been posted as Deputy Director Technical, where I have given the concept note of MeSeva 2.0, which was approved by Honorable Minister and Principal Secretary IT, which is successfully being implemented with the inclusion of AI, ML, and various emerging technologies are being introduced. And in MeSeva, there are around 600 services which are being delivered through the MeSeva platform, which is equivalent to the Crossroad platform as which was there in Estonia, which was studied by us. Most of the officers will be deputed there as CIOs for training, which is a Crossroad platform. I'll be explaining in the presentation, please. And even in MeSeva, we have separately formed TIA Folio, which is a mobile-based service delivery platform called TIA Folio. Now we are integrating the same applications to Umang also with the central government. Apart from all these things, we have also developed this Dharani portal, central integrated platform for revenue department, and which interconnects all the sub-registrar offices also. And the last and the least, ROW, right of way policy, which is 5G implementation across the state. Recently, we have taken up this, and single sign-on policy application is developed by IT department, which is being coordinated by me directly. And the departments which are connected are Panchayat Raj Engineering Department, Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation, Roads and Buildings for towers, erection of towers, and various other policies. Various other services which are being delivered by the government of Telangana, and as well as DOT. I am coordinating with respect to the 5G small cells. Now, apart from this, we have also implemented POCs with the help of drones in medical and agriculture departments. So this we have used for agriculture. We have used drones for pesticides to be delivered to the respective farmers in the villages. This we have used in
drones technology, as well as even in medical department also for delivery of the medicines to the patients we have done during the COVID period. Now, I'll go through the presentation quickly. By using AI and ML, we have implemented this crowd management system, accident prevention system, and apart from that, there are, in MeSeva, there are specific 3 implementations which are successfully being run for the last 4 or 5 years. That can be replicated by other departments. I'll be explaining now. The first and foremost is
Mr.
presenceless
Srinivas,
and
please,
contactless.
If you can expedite, please.
Yeah, it's 2 minutes, it will be completed. The first and foremost is presenceless and contactless government that we have enabled in Government of Telangana. Next slide, please. So, what is the problem? How we have given the solution is with the implementation of the artificial intelligence, facial recognition. The problem was explained, and with the help of the different AI-based solution, facial recognition, the solution is provided that will be implemented. Next slide. The next, the most important thing is in pilgrim places as well as most important jatras, like wherever bheed will be there, that means huge people will be turning out. There we have kept the different cameras and capturing the inflow and outflow of the pilgrims as well as various locations we can use, and the dashboards are included in that. Next slide. This is the recent Statue of Equality inaugurated by Honorable PM, and where dignitaries were present. We have used this AI-based solution. Around 30 cameras were installed, and the dashboard was continuously supporting the police department to support the mob as well as parking places and everything. We have kept this. Next slide. This is one more accident prevention system to identify how the driver is driving, whether he is sleeping during driving the vehicle. Like this, if he is unable to drive the vehicle also, it will be recognized by ML technology, AI technology, and which will create a buzzer with which the driver can stop the vehicle, and the SMS will be sent to the management also. This is one more which is implemented in 20 long distance buses. The next slide, that was the problem. The solution, please. This is implemented in Road Transport Corporation. The next one is AI and ML based, next please. AI-based solution which is implemented in MeSeva 2.0, faceless as well as paperless government, where we are using, like Estonia government, as I explained, Crossroads is the platform which is replication of MeSeva, and how it can be transformed into a faceless governance. Next slide. So where we are actually and how the changes can be taken up, I have given. This presentation will be shared with you. Next slide. So the process flow is explained, how it is to be done, and how the government of Telangana has captured the entire citizen information which is recorded, and with the help of the various schemes which are there, the photographs of the citizen will be compared, and that will be shown as Aadhaar identification will also be taken, and these are the different process flows which will be conducting. Next. So we have implemented this project in 3 departments, Road Transport Authority, and we have those for registration of education department, where engineering college students will be registering, where we are using facial recognition. Next. The next one is, we have implemented this application in a specific voting system of a constituency, which will be compared with the real-time digital authentication, where the voting system can be directly identifying without any ID card. He can pass through the facial recognition system, and he can be casting his vote. Next. This is the real-time digital RTDAI, real-time digital authentication identity. This can be used for pensioners with selfie-based solution which is provided, where the pensioners need not have to go to bank or pension office or anywhere. If a selfie photograph with the pension ID is given, his pension will be disbursed directly to the bank account. This facility is used with AI, DL, and big data analysis, which we have captured. There are 4 emerging technologies which are used. Next, please. The process flow and these are the 3 applications which can be replicated across different states. You can even approach the government of Telangana for implementing this application across the different states. You may approach e-governance wing also. That we have explained. Okay. Next, please. These are the 3 applications where we can implement in different states are given here, 1, 2, 3. Next slide, please. This is the first one we can use for passport services with the help of the database available. Then next. Then transport, any state government transport department can use this because all driving licenses, learning license, any person need not have to go to the road transport department at all. All the 55 services are directly made online services and which is being implemented in Telangana state. The next one. Use of pensioner-based, this can be implemented with the selfie-based implementation of the system. These are the 3 applications which can be replicated in other states. And even UIDA and the government of India can recommend this for the other states for implementation. Through NEGD also we are ready to extend support. Next, please. These are the different. Next. Thank you, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Srinivas. And I am sure Telangana can truly be called the AI capital of India. The number of AI-based projects that Telangana has implemented, especially in the governance space, is for all of us to see and see in what ways we can replicate. So thank Mr. Srinivas for sharing insights into Telangana's initiatives, and also thank him for the generous offer for sharing the solutions which any state can adopt. So we have come to the end of the formal presentations. So, and we are really the short of time. It's almost 6 o'clock today. So what I will do is that we will take a couple of questions if there are any. Any questions from the audience? Yes. Yes, please.
Just a moment, sir.
Quickly or you can just speak up the question, I will repeat.
Sir, it won't be audible. Just a second.
Hello. Yeah. First of all, I would like to congratulate every state, for their brilliant projects, for making the life easy, and that comes to my questions. First of all, how we are making sure that the services which we are rolling out reaches to the last mile, and the second thing is how we are tackling the challenge of providing the required trainings to the ground level beneficiaries, basically in the rural areas.
Question specific to anyone or?
Basically, it's for the Gujarat, Meghalaya, and MP, but I think everyone.
Okay, so I will let Gujarat answer it. How Gujarat is ensuring how the services are being accessed by people at the last mile in rural areas.
Have you heard of the BharatNet project? So Gujarat is among the leaders among the states who have laid down entire BharatNet phase 2, and phase 1 is also nearly under completion. So we have connected all the gram panchayats at the last miles with the BharatNet fiber, and we have deployed the digital Seva Setu portal and digital Gujarat portal at e-grams which have been created at the last mile. Further, now we have rolled out the digital Gujarat mobile app so that anybody who has the mobile app application, they can also avail the Gujarat Sarkar's facility. Now we are also rolling out village Wi-Fi's to reach out to the last mile so that they can connect with they can get the same facility which any citizen of urban area can avail. So this is what we are doing.
Meghalaya would like to add anything quickly.
So your question, two parts. One, the physical infrastructure. Second thing is the human capacity of the people living in those remote areas, if I understand it correctly. So at some level, we have to understand not everyone is tech savvy. So what we do is, especially in health area, it is the ASHA workers, they are trained, every ASHA worker is trained so that in case of any health related issue, they can go to the home and they can upload the data. And we are also roping in SHG networks. So there are facilitators within the SHGs. They can take up the issues within their villages. We have village level committees and councils. They will assist the villagers in applying for different certificates, in applying for different services and uploading their data. So at some point, for some people, they definitely need our hand-holding guidance, and some trainings we provide at the village level, not even at the block level, at the village level, we provide the trainings, hand-holding support, and for some, we actually assist them through our field level functionaries. I hope that will answer your question. Thank you.
Yeah, so basically, as they mentioned, like with the kind of projects, with the connectivity going to the last mile, and we heard about the network of common service centers who provide services in assisted mode. We have heard about Umang services. Umang services are also being provided in assisted mode by people, and then in order to ensure that people are able to become digitally literate, the PMG Disha, the Pradhan Mantri Gramin Digital Saksharta Program, also imparts digital literacy to every one person in every household. So with that expansion of connectivity, making services simpler, building portals like Madhya Pradesh spoke about one common portal for all services so the citizens don't get lost. Yesterday, Honorable Prime Minister launched the initiative of My Scheme, where citizens can go and search for schemes based on their profile, or the single sign-on service. So all these initiatives which have been done to make life easier for the citizens and the assisted mode access of services through the network of 500,000 plus common service centers. That's how last mile service delivery is happening. Any other queries or anything any panelist wants to add? Yes, please, Charuji. And yeah.
It is on, madam.
Yeah, thanks. Wonderful panel, wonderful event. Just 2-3 things. Go multilingual, number one. Number two, support, advocacy and sensitization should be there through multiple channels. Use of community radio could also be explored. Thank you.
Multilingual is a very important point which she mentioned, which Charuji mentioned, and that also brings you to the Bhashini project which Honorable Prime Minister has launched yesterday, day before yesterday, which calls upon creating data sets in multiple languages which can be used to build AI tools for ensuring content and services being available in all languages and also through the voice mode. There another lady, please.
Yeah, hi, I'm Manisha. I run CancerRx. We're trying to improve the lives of 4 million cancer patients by helping them get treated as per international guidelines closer to home. So brilliant work by most states. So the question, am I audible?
You place the mic a little bit away from...
Yeah, is this better?
No, it has to be a little closer to you.
Is this better?
Yes.
Okay. The brilliant work by all the states. So the question is, are these initiatives in collaboration with startups like us? Or are these, in-house initiatives by, development teams within the state itself?
The perspectives are very different because many of these initiatives are done by in-house teams. Some of them are done in partnership with NIC. But there are increasingly a number of initiatives which are being done in partnership with startups. With the startup procurement policy, recently the government has amended it under which DPIIT registered startups are exempted from the requirement of experience and turnover criteria in the government tenders. So that is allowing startups to bid solutions. Plus, we are also launching, the various government departments are launching hackathons and innovation challenges that also help startups to propose a solution, and then that solution is deployed. For example, the video conferencing solution which the Government of India is using these days was sourced through a similar hackathon, startup innovation challenge, and a startup is providing that service. So various sectors have different solutions which are there, and in the field of healthcare with which you are associated, the Ayushman Bharat Digital Health Mission has created a lot of opportunity for startups. With the health stack that has been built up. On top of it, different startups are building health solutions, the health apps, the health lockers. So many startups are already part of that ecosystem. So whether it's healthcare, whether it's education, whether it's skilling, startups are part of providing solutions in the India stack scheme of things. I will, if Madhya Pradesh wants to add something on Gujarat.
Sometimes also depends on the kind of policy a particular state IT department takes. Like in Madhya Pradesh, we are quite comfortable with while working within the system, because a lot of large-scale application departments are now asking us to develop their own application, which they had done through SI model, through a bidding. Because in government, you know, the process of change request is something which always holds the developer team, because government is always an ever-evolving entity, and many a time the political system for software architecture becomes a hindrance. So something there is a departure from the way private sector develops the software, where there is a complete documentation and then you start building it up. In government sector, you develop and you build. So that's why a lot of states, especially in Madhya Pradesh, we find very much difficult for the department. But I'm surely, we also had done innovation in the past, and we'll also try to engage with the startups, how they can assess building blocks. Like recently, we have roped in a small venture to introduce low-code, no-code in our state, so as to reduce the cycle of deployment of the softwares. So these kind of things that we would like to add a layer of startup, how we can engage their small innovations in the products that we deploy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input, sir.
Sir, I would like to add to that. Telangana government is encouraging the startups by way of if you have any idea like innovation and to come up, if you need any support from the government, innovation space will be provided for a period of 6 months to 1 year. Depending upon, there will be a procedure for selection. You will be provided with the infrastructure and everything. And even after that, if you are going to start some business like industry like that can be implemented, means the government of Telangana will provide you the land as well as the support, and all these things will be given by government of Telangana. You can even approach government of Telangana for startup policy, where T-Hub is recently launched.
Great, thank you very much, sir.
Madam, in government of Meghalaya, we have a program called Prime, which is to encourage the startups. And when it comes to our solutions, bigger ones, complex ones, we go outside, but smaller ones, we generally get it done through our entrepreneurs in our Prime hubs. Especially like we were launching our local government directory, and we had to design a web page, which is a very simple task, a simple form. So we just gave it to our Prime entrepreneurs. Similarly, we are starting some initiatives for youth clubs and all. All these web page design and everything, we generally give to our Prime Hub entrepreneurs, because we feel that is our duty to encourage them, to handhold them. And I would also happy to inform the House that our startup policy and our startup program has been judged as the best performer among the small states day before yesterday in the event.
Congratulate Meghalaya for this. J&K, Abhishek would want to add something. Wow. So good news, Amarnath Yatra Aarti is live at the J&K stall in the exhibition. So this also kind of is an indication that our time is also up, and maybe people would like to go and watch the Amarnath Darshan. But are we done with the questions or any more? Yes, one more hand is there. So maybe this will be the last one.
I extend my greetings to the panel. There have been some wonderful and phenomenal projects put forward by the states. My name is Sughosh Kunj. I am a recent electronics graduate from BITS Pilani. Coming from a technical background, I was taken away by the innovative part. However, my concerns dwell a little more on the administrative side, because all the states have focused with their technology on innovation part. However, I'm wondering how this technology can contribute to inclusion side as well. This particular question comes in regard to as was spoken in Madhya Pradesh, there have been projects about crop predictions and I think Girdavari survey. So given the demographics of population distribution in Madhya Pradesh, how exactly can we approach about including all the areas of population, I guess? in the schemes that are being put forward for all the citizens?
We have a MP Kisan app, which is an onboarding app for the farmer. So every day he's going to his farm, so he can just have to punch the kind of details that he is doing, like what is the area sown and what kind of crops he's sowing in a particular season. So we'll be able to render services to him through that particular app, and he's able to see that, okay, this particular crop has been registered. And this is also linked to the e-procurement system for procuring through the supply chain of PDS. So there's an onboarding application that we have made, and we keep improvising based on the field inputs and based on the G2C kind of input that we get. Is it your question?
Yeah, basically what I would understand from your question is that while it has been started in a few districts in Madhya Pradesh, they will extend it to all, and the way it will be done is that it will be comprehensible by every farmer, irrespective of his level of digital literacy. And that's where you need to be not only innovative, but you need to think from the point of view of the user. So user experience becomes very important. So very often when we design e-government projects, or when we design digital government projects, the view that we have from the developer side, the view that we have from the technology side, must converge with the view that is there from the citizen side or from the user side. So very often when technical developers work on projects, they need to navigate the journey across the table and look at the solution that you are designing, how it will look to a layman, how it will look to somebody who doesn't understand what is AI, what is ML. You have to translate into simple terms. You have to say that with this app, for example, if somebody has designed, we saw in the exhibition, somebody has designed a IoT app which works on AI-based modeling, which captures the moisture data from the soil, integrates it with the weather data that's coming from IMD and the crop data, and decides how much of water is required for irrigating that crop. And then it's linked to the motor, and then the system decides whether you have to irrigate, run the motor for 2 hours or 3 hours. So while the technology is complicated and it will be developed by the techies, but for the farmer, we have to explain to that this is a device which will save your time, which will not require you to wake up at 3 o'clock to put on the motor. The system will do that, and it will ensure that you don't under-irrigate or you don't over-irrigate. So that translation of technology into a simple terms to a user is something that we also need to focus on, and then only the digital government solutions that we are building will actually be useful for the end user. So that's something that one needs to always work on, rather than focusing our entire energy on building high-tech solutions.
Right, sir. Thank you so much.
So with that, we come to the...
Can we have the podium mic on, please?
Yeah, so with that, we come to the end of this very interesting panel discussion. And I thank all the distinguished panelists from the states. The wealth of knowledge and the experience of implementing large-scale impactful projects is such that if we would have allowed to continue, the questions would have continued, and if we would have allowed the panelists to speak, they would have had many more slides and many more projects to talk about. But for want of time, I was constrained to limit the presentations of the panelists as also the questions. As was mentioned, all the presentations made today will be available on the Digital India Week portal. It will also be available, the details of slides will be available on MeitY's portal and NEGD's portal. It will be, and then the thought that came to my mind, we'll be discussing with them, and we'll create a mechanism for sharing all the good projects, and not only PPTs, but the entire documentation, DPRs, RFPs, project documents, open GitHub code repository, all of it, so that it can be shared across states and projects along with the details of the contact person, so that if a state wants to replicate what Telangana has done, or what Gujarat has done, or what Meghalaya has done, or what J&K has done, or the Madhya Pradesh has done, that contact details of the resource person will be available, and one can reach out to them, and maybe we can have dedicated sessions of the technical teams and work on a mechanism to replicate them. And if we are able to replicate projects instead of trying to reinvent the wheel all the time, we'll be saving a lot of time, a lot of resources, and benefiting the citizens in the true sense. So I once again thank all the panelists on the stage for their time and for the insights into this session, and this has truly made this session very valuable. And before we conclude, I would also like to take an opportunity to thank all of you who have been part of this Digital India Week 3-day event. The exhibition continues, but the formal event in this convention hall comes to an end today. I'll thank Government of Gujarat. I will thank all the speakers. I'll thank Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, our Honorable Ministers of Electronics and IT, our Minister of State for Electronics and IT, our Secretary, all our senior officials from Government of India, from Government of Gujarat, all the startup entrepreneurs who were here, all those who put up stalls, all our partners from NIC, CDAC, METI institutions for coming to this event and making this event successful. And as many of you would know, we started working on this event on 25th of last month, 25th of June. And without active support of Sachin and Vijay Nehra and the entire Gujarat team, it would have been impossible to conduct this event. So I extend my heartfelt thanks to the entire team of Government of Gujarat, especially the GIL team members. And what we have also tried to do, because we didn't have a formal valedictory session, so we thought of converting this into a closing session, valedictory session. And instead of dwelling into what all went into organizing this event, our team has made a short video. They were working on it till we started this session. So if the video is ready, can we have that video, a 1-minute video, which shows how it all unfolded in the last 1 week or so.
डिजिटल इंडिया वीक के लिए मैं आपको बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। मैं भारत सरकार के विभाग का भी अभिनंदन करता हूं कि उन्होंने इतना बढ़िया कार्यक्रम की रचना की।
Thank you. It's a wrap, and let's work together for India's decade. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir, for formally closing the session and as well as the physical event. We now wish to present you the mementos, and I foremost request Shri Abhishek Singh, sir, to kindly present mementos to all the speakers on the dais, please. And I now request Shri Sachin Gusia, Director ICT, to kindly present memento to Shri Abhishek Singh, President and CEO, NEGD, METI. And I request all the speakers and panelists and moderators, sir, to kindly step forward for a group photograph. Thank you, gentlemen. And thank you, August House, for your august presence over here. It was wonderful. You can clap one more time for yourself for staying here for the physical event. And we congratulate MeitY, Gujarat government, Government of India, every soul, heart, and everyone who was engaged to make this physical event a success. This is Dhwani signing off. See you until sometime. Thank you.